Afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We're here on the Jcsa English-speaking channel for meetings 49, 50 and 51 at King Abdulaziz Racecourse in the Saudi capital. Tom Collins has business class back to Britain. I'm here for the next 3 weeks, Mark Francis, alongside, thankfully no further changes in the presenting lineup, Mr. Saudi himself, Rory Delaghi. How are we, Rory?
I'm doing very well. I'm getting used to the place. This is my, what is it? Third consecutive week. It's just hard to keep track now. But yeah, I'm here for another 4 weeks as well. So very much getting used to the swing of things. Still quite a gentle introduction to the season here, though. A few big races to come, but quite a quiet Thursday as is normal, and a reasonably low-key weekend. But we're going to see some very good racing before too long. Yeah,
usual Thursday dose of maidens, really, but we've got a few standouts. I guess Mahalik will be one of the leading names on the race card, equine-wise.
Absolutely, and it's nice to know at this early stage that we'll be going head-to-head with Callum on that. He's convinced that Mahalik won't win today, but he's got a great chance on the figures. He was beaten a neck in a handicap last week, having looked sure to win. He was giving lumps of weight away there, and the horse that he was beaten by that day reopposes on £10 worse terms. So really, Mahalik should get the job done, for all he's been a little frustrating.
Of course, you can get in touch with the programme today on the Jcsa YouTube channel. Get some comments into us and we'll read them throughout the show. Of course, in the paddock, we have Callum Helliwell this afternoon. Callum, what are you looking forward to today?
Yeah, thanks, guys. Lovely to hear from you, Mr. Francis. And yes, we did know Tom business classed his way back to Britain, but I know you first classed your way out here. So don't be trying to act like every man now. We know you're turning left when you get on that plane, aren't you? But I'm looking forward to today's racing, and I think the race that we're all talking about, it's already been covered. Race 6, where Mahalik returns. I don't trust him. I love Mahalik, but I don't trust him. He's like all my ex-girlfriends. I love him, but I don't trust him. And I'm just worried that Beehive is such a more reliable type. I'm looking forward to seeing him reel in Mahalik in the final stride, that he does a traditional method of throwing the race away. Really looking forward to that contest with a few other good horses in behind. And like we mentioned, there's plenty of maidens. Some of the local bred maidens, the quality is really rising, and we've seen some good purebred Arabian racing as well to wrap up the card. So plenty to look forward to on this Thursday afternoon. But the runners are in the pre-parade ring behind me. We've got a race coming up. It's race number 1, and the man to take us through each of those runners and riders is Mr. John Blance.
Callum, chaps, yeah, nice to hear from you, and looking forward to a good day's racing and a big field to get things started. Quite a few big fields today, so I'll be very much kept out of mischief. Jcsa is horse 1 in this spot, Aired Altarisi aboard. 2 is Alorja, that's the man of Rakan Al Abeid. 3 is Al Kadam Ajmal. 4 is Call Me Mischievous, Thab Al Timya. 5 is Clovis. 6 is Enad Al Kale, Selman Al Rashid is aboard. Horse number 8 is Joe Fan, that's Abdullah Al Kradis. Horse number 9 is Mewari, Mohammed Al Nebzi. Horse number 10, Mushtarik, Rayan Al Tuesh. Horse number 11, My Runner, Fahad Al Faradi. Horse number 12 is Nahiz, that's Nawaf Al Mudiani. And horse number 13, CC Senor, is the mount of Mohammed Al Nasser. 14 is the international market's favourite, Speedy Monster, but not a red-hot favourite, so there's definitely opposition to this one. Mohammed Al Daham is in the plate. Number 15 is Sultan Road, Abdulaziz Al Furedi. Horse number 16 is Takrim. Horse number 17, The Line. Number 18 is World Without End, Mohammed Al Hubail. Number 19 is Kumandu. That's the mount of Azuz Al Yesh. Number 20 is Tahiyati, Turkey Alofi. And last but not least, number 21 is Professional. That's the man of Osama Al-Sharani. 22, 23 and 24 not required, and number 7, Fiber, is not running either. So 4 non-runners, but a big field to kick things off as we head back to the studio.
Thank you ever so much, John. Yes, the first race of the day is a maiden over 1,400 metres, 3-year-olds only, where the international market favourite is number 14, Speedy Monster, for Mohammed Al Daham, 9-4. The line is 4-1 for Alex Moreno. Abu Jara 5-1, 13-2 Nahez for the Red Stable, leading the Owners' Championship for the moment, and it is 11-1 Bar. The runners are coming into the parade ring. We'll get back out to Callum in a few moments' time. But starting off, Rory, I guess the 3 horses at the top of the market are those at the top of the ratings. Have we got the right favourite in Speedy Monster?
I think we do, yeah, on what we've seen so far, Speedy Monster just about the pick of these, and he's also shown his form recently as well. Got an official rating of 77. He's run very well on all his starts, really, and was clear of the rest, went third to Hayat here in December. Probably his best effort. I thought he ran a pretty creditable return on his 4th, coming back from an absence a couple of weeks ago behind Alamam in a 1200 metre maiden, and got tired late on there. He ran on okay actually, but that's a solid performance, and he should be getting back to his best with that run behind him.
Cool, we'll look through the rest very shortly. Callum, have you had an eye on the favourite yet?
I have had a look at the favourite, and I'll take you through a few of the ones I like. The favourite, probably not the biggest eye catcher in this parade ring, but I'm keen to look at a few of these at the top and a few of these towards the middle. First one, horse number 3. This is Al Kadem Ajmal. I thought looked really well in the coat, and you can see the fitness. The negative for me, not the best of movers, still carrying a little bit of condition and getting a little bit warm as well, but certainly one of the fitter looking runners in this parade ring. Let's go back one more to horse number 4. This has called me mischievous. Quite like this unexposed type. Only had the 3 starts in Saudi. Comes here looking quite nice. I thought was a good leggy type, long. You could sit a family of 4 on the back of this one. But again, a much better mover than what we saw previously. So this one's really caught my eye because of the way he moves. Looking forward to seeing him in this contest. Now let's go back a lot to horse number 11. This is the horse that really caught my eye for fitness. Horse number 11 in the green colours here. Just a really good-looking liver chestnut, my runner. A good-looking individual. Watch the way this horse is fit and ready to go. A really powerful, power-packed individual. Short-backed, looks fit and ready to go. Certainly the best horse I've seen in this parade ring so far. We'll go back one more to the Red Stable runner. We know they're doing well in the Owners' Championship, and you can see why when they turn out horses like this. This is horse number 12, Nahez. I know quietly fancied in the market, and you can understand why. Another good mover. Typical Red Stable runner, good looking coat, good looking muscle definition, and a very good walker. And we'll go back to the favourite, horse number 14, Speedy Monster is the last one we'll look at. For me, a very leggy, light type, quite bony, not much to him, not looking wildly impressive in the parade ring. Lads, he's certainly not a paddock eye catcher for me, but the ratings say one thing, and he should have the chance on paper.
That is the favourite in shot there, number 14, Speedy Monster. Let's look at some of the other leading protagonists in the international markets. Number 17, Rory, is the line. This is a 4-to-1 shot. I think the mark is high enough, rated 73. Just the one start here since his switch from Richard Hannon, and it was a shocker.
Yeah, he was third on debut for Richard Hannon over 5 furlongs back in the UK. Hasn't gone on from that though, but is respected because of this drop in class. He was running in a 0-80 handicap here last time out. He wasn't competitive there, but pretty much only 3 horses would possibly be competitive in that sort of race in this field. So this is a much easier task for him. He hasn't really progressed, as we said, but on the pick of his form, he's got a chance. That 73 rating needs to have a bit of a question mark next to it, because he essentially rated 73 for finishing third on debut, and I'm always wary of relying on that. But he's not had too much time to acclimatise here. He may well do better, and he's got Alex Moreno on his back, although stall 18, not the easiest to come from. That's one of Callum's eye catchers in our shot at the moment. That's my runner. It's a 20-to-1 shot. Another one who hasn't really improved since debut. I can see why he caught Callum's eye, though. He does look very well.
Let's go back to Callum.
Thank you very much, guys. Joined by Jimmy Jerkins. Had a very good week last week. You've got Nahez to start you off this week. What chance do we give this one?
You know, I don't know. It's he ran very good the first time in Taif. He got in a lot of trouble, and he got out to clear at the very end and finished up strong. Next time out was a little further, and he broke to the outside and was chasing wide, and that didn't work out. That was most horses just won't do that. But believe it or not, even though he got beat a long way, he still, then when they straightened away, he continued on, and I couldn't believe he finished 5th. So Actually, I put in here thinking he would get a star to run in the longer races, but he drew in. But I think he needs to race anyway. You know, the last race didn't take anything out of him. He's acting pretty fresh, and I just thought the more experience he gets, the better. So we're going to give it a go.
He's a good mover. I saw him walking around the parade ring. He moved really nicely, which you don't often see with a lot of these dirt performers compared to their European turf counterparts. But I was taken by the way this horse moved.
Yeah, he's got a nice action. Doesn't have a whole lot of speed though, but he's a grinder, and he showed this first time out, especially that he'll keep coming. He's got to try to work. Nawaf's got to try to work out a ground-saving trip, and hopefully he can get through and finish up.
Well, hopefully he can keep grinding and grind his way to success. Best of luck.
Thanks a lot.
So that is Nahez for Jimmy Jerkins, his first runner of the weekend. North Abadiani is on board. Let's go through Nahez's form. 2 starts so far, Rory. What have you made?
Well, he ran quite well on his debut, went third, and then he had a pretty wide draw here last time over 1,600 metres. That's probably his trip, 1,600, 1,800 metres. So he's cutting back to 1,400 today, and you can tell that Jimmy is running him here because that's the option that he has, rather than because he thinks it's the ideal trip for him. We'll talk about the draw here. It's really hard to be stuck out wide of the track this year. It wasn't such an issue last season. Lots of horses winning from wide draws, but this year you've really got to be able to get a position reasonably close to the rail, otherwise you're stuck very wide on the track, and if you're going round horses on the bend, then you're wasting a lot of ground. So as Jimmy said, he was beaten a fair way but kept plugging away into 5th, and he's got a much better draw this time around in stall 5. The question is whether he's quite got the speed to cope with this drop back to 1,400 metres, but he's one of the more interesting ones in the field, and he's still unexposed.
Let's have a look at Speedy Monster in action. This is back on October the 24th, finishing 4th this day, Rory.
Yeah, he's 4th behind Alamam. Alamam going for home at the moment. Speedy Monster in the green colours with the yellow cap. Not the same colours you see in the race card, but it was the same last time with him. It looks almost like brown with a red sash, but actually green and yellow here. And he just keeps plugging away. He doesn't get particularly close to the winner, but he's strong enough against those in the pack to hold on for 4th place. Probably wasn't cherry ripe on that after an absence. He should come on for the run. He's the one to beat on the figures, but as you can see, he's clearly not unbeatable at this level, so others have some sort of chance against him.
Yeah, Mohammed Al-Daham aboard Speedy Monster today. Mohammed's been in excellent form since the switch to Riyadh. 29 winners if you include Taif, 9 here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. But they'll need to be switched on at the start today. We've spoke already a little bit about the draw, Rory. Speedy Monster coming from 13, the line 18. I know we haven't touched on Abu Jara yet, but the leading principals are all drawn widest of all.
Yeah, and that's not ideal here. I give horses chances from wide draws last week. The only kind of race I'm going to be with a horse drawn wide today is where I think there's a big differential in ability between the better horses and the worst ones.
Yeah.
This isn't that kind of race. There are plenty of runners here. Some of them aren't particularly good, but they're competitive enough to ensure that if you're drawn wide, you may well be stuck wide going into the bend, unless you've got exceptional gate speed. And I'm not sure any of these really fit that bracket.
Let's talk about Abu Jara, the top runner, number 1 for Iyad Al-Tarizi, rated 70, one of those leading players that we've highlighted. This is also much easier than he's encountered recently.
Yeah, and he's not been seen now since March, coming back from an absence today. Down the field in his last 2 runs, but had excuses over a trip that was probably too far from it, a slightly tougher ask on his final start last season. His best effort arguably coming when third to the very useful Teshta home over this course and distance in January. I would say you could argue his very best trip is the 1,200 metres, but obviously he's been placed over course and distance before, and he must have a chance if he's able to get back to that form. But we have seen horses needing a run coming off this sort of 8 to 9 month break that he's had.
And we should also touch upon number 3, which is Al-Qadim Ajmal, who has been clipped in a point or 2. This is number 3 on the race card. 2 recent seconds, but was beaten a long way last time.
Yeah, he ran into a decent one though in Mulazem. He's run well since. Mulazem absolutely destroyed his field on that occasion, having run in better class on his previous start. And Al-Qadim Ajmal did best of the others in finishing second that day. That's his second consecutive placing, so he's getting his act together. He's got a rating of 63, and if you're obviously reading it through the winner and the length he's been beaten there, that makes sense. But he is at least going the right direction. Stall 12 isn't ideal, but there are most of the horses who are better fancied than him are actually drawn wider than him, so it could be worse. He's one that you might want to keep in mind, given he's got fitness on his side, and Callum picked him out as a bit of an eye catcher in the paddock as well.
So the runners are down at the start ahead of the opening maiden here, due off at 3:20 local time. We've had a couple of hellos on the YouTube comments. Don't forget you can get in touch on the JCSA YouTube channel. It is the English-speaking channel. Absar and Mushtaq have both said hello, so good afternoon to you both. I hope you're enjoying the coverage here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. It is selection time, Rory. 9-4 Speedy Monster. Plenty of money though for Nahez, now 17-2.
Yeah, I'm not surprised to see money for Nahez, given he's got a reasonably positive profile. He's unexposed and he's got fitness on his side. The concern obviously is the trip, as I say. Another one we haven't given mention to that I want to mention is Joe Fan in stall 3. He's a sort of 12-1 shot at this stage. Gradually getting better. He's only made the prize money once. That was the last time out in a race won by Kifan. He's capable of hitting the frame from stall 3. He's got a good draw. But I think I'm going to go for Nahez despite the trip. I think he's got a bit more to offer. If this was a mile, I'd be confident about him. But stall 5 is good, and he's a reasonable price at 8-1. It was 8-1.
I'll go with Speedy Monster, and it's a little bit boring, but he has plenty of ticks in the right boxes. The other protagonists, The Line and Abu Jara, are both coming in off long layoffs. Of course, Speedy Monster needs to emerge from the stalls better today. Callum, what did you like here in the opener?
Yes, guys, really excited about this one. I love My Runner, horse number 11, coming out of stall 10. Gaith Al Gaith doing the training. That's a big tick for me. He's been quietly ticking away quite nicely, especially at this level, since we've been here back in Riyadh. I like the break for stall 10. I thought he looked immaculate in the parade ring, certainly a paddock eye catcher. He's the one for me. John Blance, who do you like here?
Thanks, Callum. Yeah, it was relatively tricky, but I think I'm probably going to go with Speedy Monster. It was a pretty decent effort from a wide gate last time out, and hopefully, or a wide position when turning for home. And obviously, stall 13 is not ideal, and take everything that Rory said on board about the draw. But I think once we get past 2 or 3 here from a ratings perspective, the rest sort of fall away a bit, don't they? So even a bad draw could probably be circumnavigated by a horse with a bit in hand. So we will see. Speedy Monster is one of the horses who's still to go in. And we've got Al Kadim Ajmal coming forward. Saddlecloths don't correspond to the draw here, just to make sure you are aware of that. Previously they did in these sorts of races in Saudi, but not now. Call Me Mischievous goes in. This is horse number 11, My Runner. Still got the 12 to come forward as well. Call Me Mischievous yet to come forward. 12 will be Nahez. This is horse number 14, Speedy Monster, as Rory was saying as well. Good housekeeping. Much brighter colours in reality to those which are published on the JCSA website. Abu Jara to go in. Saddlecloth 1 with gate 15, rated 70 that one, but stall 15 could be a little bit difficult to get sorted out. This is Nahez, great to hear from Jimmy Jerkins. 2 to go. Horse number 4, Call Me Mischievous. And Mewari to come in as well. Mohammed Al Nevzi is aboard this one. Call Me Mischievous into stall 2. Stand by then. 1400 metre maiden. Starter happy. Gates back, and away they go. They're racing. My Runner was rather slowly away. A good start made by Mushterek, who presses forward. Also there in the early stages is Sisi Senor. It's Sisi Senor just about the leader. Speedy Monster is tracking across from a wide gate, which augurs well for those who backed him. Call Me Mischievous gets up the inside as well into a prominent posse. Then after that we've got Mawari, who's racing just off the front rank of runners. Pushing wider is the line, trying to get in the pink cap there. Then right round the inside as Mawari's just lost a place or two. Nahez is now making progress. The red headgear, the red stable colours, in around about 8th or 9th position at the moment. Also trying to get a little bit closer from a position in mid-division is Mushterek as they start to make the turn for home. 3 have set sail here, and it's Call Me Mischievous just about the leader, but the favourite, Speedy Monster, has ranged up alongside. And Speedy Monster going on now as they make the turn for home with 400 metres left to go. And it's Speedy Monster who quickly kicks on. Call Me Mischievous in second. Now staying on from the rear of the field is Al Kadim Ajmal, who's getting into this very, very late, but it's Speedy Monster who got across from that wide draw early, slipped into a very nice posse and is getting a little bit tied out in front now, but all the damage has been done. It's Speedy Monster who's well clear inside the final 16th and racing up towards the line. Speedy Monster has won the opener. So in second position, Al Kadim Ajmal. Another one staying on from a different part of the Arabian Peninsula was World Without End, and the 4th horse home was Jofan. That was your 1, 2, 3, 4 in the opener. Speedy Monster the winner, and yeah, the key there was offsetting that wide draw very, very quickly. In the twinkling of an eye, that horse was in a sort of 2 or 3 path position vis-a-vis the rail. And as Rory was saying earlier on, you don't want to be messing around 4, 5, 6 horses wide. Speedy Monster was atop of this lot on official ratings, got a pretty good run round, as won in a time of 1 minute 27.40 seconds. Always interesting to compare times as the afternoon progresses, and has won by 2 3/4 lengths. Al Kadim Ajmal finished in second, 1:27.93. World Without End was in third, and the 4th horse home was indeed Jofan, another horse who's closed up, but there weren't too many closers there. Speedy Monster prominent throughout, and well, start as we mean to go on. Me and the boy Francis both flagged that one up. You didn't have to be an absolute Einstein-like genius to find it, but find it we did nonetheless, and Speedy Monster has won the opener. 11 more races still to come. Don't go anywhere else.
The jockey who is well worth keeping an eye on. Win number 30 for this young man, and I remember he had quite a nasty injury in Taif last season, which kind of put him on the back foot with a schooling accident, and now he's really had a full sort of Taif season to work with, and he seems to be riding at the top of his game, and for plenty of good trainers and owners as well. But he seems mostly freelance as well. He gets plenty of rides for outside stables too, and certainly is a jockey to keep on the right side of, and this horse is a horse to keep on the right side of. Has shown good form all the way through the early stage of his career, and has backed up when given the opportunity to get this win, and has taken that with both hands. Very good run from the other paddock eye catcher, horse number 3 as well. But here is Mohammed Al-Daham, successful here. We'll grab a quick word with him now he weighs in. Mohammed really always takes the time to talk to us, which we like. Mohammed, well done, congratulations.
Thank you, alhamdulillah. Thanks Lagat, and thanks the trainer. He gives me this horse.
That is 30 winners for you now this season. Del Alfaredi is a little bit in front, but could you catch him?
No, my horse stay in front, and alhamdulillah he go until finish.
And he did very well. Well done.
Thank you.
Yes, an opening race winner for Mohammed Al-Daham, now 30 up for the campaign. Speedy Monster returns as the 9-4 favourite on the international markets, and wasn't really ever a moment's doubt. I guess the big question mark today, Rory, was could he break better than last time, and was one of those leading players at halfway and kicked on up the straight and couldn't get caught.
Yeah, he ran perfectly well off a break last time. I looked a little bit rusty, particularly at the stalls. He came from stall 11 that time. Similar sort of draw today on stall 13, but he was much sharper out of the stalls and disputing the lead after a few yards. In the early stages, you had the likes of Jcsa Senor. You had him. You had Aloja going forward as well. Callum's selection, unfortunately, last away from the stalls there. We'll give him another chance to bounce back, my runner. But yeah, you see a bit of speed on the rails from Jcsa Senor. He's drawn in stall 6, but very quickly you see the winner moving up into third position, and he was very happy to stay there, just sitting on the shoulders of a couple of those towards the head of affairs. As I said, him, Jcsa Senor, Aloja, Call Me Mischievous, all up there early. Call Me Mischievous, the one towards closest to the rail in the early stages. But he's just tracking the two in the black at this stage, and he's going to come away quite nicely in the straight. Yeah, with 77 rating, he didn't have to improve, I don't think, on his best form to win this contest. One or two a little bit disappointingly. The Jimmy Jerkins runner, who had a good draw, as half expected, he just didn't have the speed to use that and had to come wide in the straight before running on into 6th place. Good late work in the red colours with a white cap from Al-Qadim Ajmal, who has now been second on his last 3 starts after this performance. I thought he's done well to chase the winner home. Briefly looked like he might throw down a bigger challenge, but he's still done a lot of running to get into 2nd place, and we do, if anything, lets the form down. It's the third world without end, who's had 17 starts now and hadn't been running particularly well in recent starts, but he's run one of his better races, staying on late to grab 3rd place. He came from stall 4, so the winner came from stall 13. The runner-up, he did a lot of running late, came from stall 12, but it was still beneficial to be drawn towards the inside for those who are making the early running.
Yeah, Speedy Monster cruising to victory, tiring a little bit in the closing stages, but the job was very much done. Al-Qadim Al-Jamal running on to be second, as Rory said, for the 3rd time in a row, and indeed it was World Without End back in 3rd. The numbers 14, 3 and 18 for the opening race maiden. So Mohammed Al-Dahan with the opening winner of the day. We go on to race number 2. We've got Mr. Saudi to my right. We've got the Saudi Alan Partridge in the commentary box. Let's get to him now for the runners and riders of race 2.
Oh, you really are too kind, gentlemen. It's great to be back. It's great to be back doing the show. Looking forward to the rest of the afternoon as well. Alati is at the top of the list here for this maiden contest. Then we have Al Farazdak, the mount of Nawef Al Mudiani. Number 3 is Al Nazak, Mohammed Al Nasser. Number 4 is Al Rahi, Mohammed Al Habib. Number 5 is Dandy Secret, Yusuf Al Hussein. And number 6 is Fahad, the mount of Fawas Wanas. Number 7 is Fayad, the mount of Alexis Moreno. Horse number 8 is Galbraith. That's the mount of Ali Al-Mutib. Number 9 is Golden Soul, Thab Al-Timyat. Number 11 is Kahilan. Number 10 doesn't go. Number 11, Kahilan, Adel Al-Furedi. Number 12 is Kingdom of Dreams, Abdullah Al-Kradis. And number 13, Northern Diplomat, Yasser Al-Bakawi. Number 14 is Saber Al-Maidan, Abdul Ella Al-Hussein, get it right, Blancy. Horse number 15 is Shah Halil. Horse number 16 is Zawad Wigberto Ramos. Is aboard that one. Asil Al-Saidi aboard number 15, by the way. Number 17, Celestial Star, Abdulaziz Al-Faredi. Number 18 is Juju. And number 20 is Cute Chloe. Rain Al-Tawesh rides Juju, the 18. Cute Chloe is the man of Mohammed Al-Nevzi. So those are your runners and riders for the 2nd race on the card. Once again, they are in the parade ring. Confirmation that Hanu Naef is a non-runner in this spot, and so too is number 10, High Ovation. So as the horses are in the parade ring, it's time to get back to Callum, who's alongside them.
Thank you, John. Yeah, let's have a look at this field. We're going to start off with horse number 4, Al Rahi. This horse is all speed, as you can see if you look back at his video form, which is freely available to find on both the Jcsa website and YouTube. And you'll see when you watch this horse, he's all about speed. And when you see him in the parade ring, you understand that more.
No bother at all. I just couldn't find them anywhere on the website.
Really, really well. Strong shoulder and strong neck as well. Really like the way this horse looks. And I like the draw this time, now drawing in stall 4 rather than the outside draw he had last time. Let's go back to horse number 5, Dandy Secret. Another big eye catcher for me. Looks fit, ready to go. Not the tallest of type, small, power-packed individual. Not the shortest of backs, but certainly not a negative. We talk about a walk. This horse has a lovely walk. Really strides through. Beautiful walk on it. Certainly one to watch out for. Horse number 9 will be the next one. This is Golden Soul. Horse he ran very well last time, finishing second, a long way clear the rest of the rivals, will be popular in the market, and certainly not a negative in the parade ring either. Looking fit, certainly, no concerns fitness-wise. You'd understand that with the amount of runs this horse has had recently. Got those 4 bandages on so you can see, looking really well in the parade ring. A taller type than what we've seen recently for our previous 2 eye catchers, and has the tongue strap on, the flare strip, and the noseband. So clearly, plenty of options to control this horse and allow him to breathe. And let's go back to my eye catcher here. This is horse number 15, Shahalil. Absolutely gorgeous animal here, Shahalil. Big, strong chestnut in shape here. Got the blinkers on, that's not a concern for me. Walking out really nicely, just a big, imposing type. I thought the form that this horse showed in Taif was maybe just not the track for him. A galloping nature of this sort of circuit may suit him down to the ground. He's a big, big boy though, so hopefully Shahalil will be able to put one foot in front of the other and win well. Looking forward to seeing how this horse gets on. Getting a little bit warm on the neck, no team, but Shahalil, I think, is the paddock eye catcher for me. Just a big, strong boy.
Yes, thank you, Callum. Second race here is a maiden for 4-year-olds and 5-year-olds still seeking their first success. 1,200 metres the trip here, as we can see Al Faraz Dak for North Al Mudiani in shot. The market, though, in favour of number 16, Zawad, for Wigberto Ramos, 11-4. Fayad, 11-2, joint second favourite with Kahilan, that's number 7 and 11. Golden Soul we'll see a bit of footage of shortly. The 9 runner is 6-1 and has been supported today at 7-1, bar those. I guess, Rory, we really should start with the favourite, Zawad, Wigberto Ramos. It's not really been the year that Wiggy would have wanted, still seeking his first success here in the capital.
Yeah, he's only had the 1 winner all season at Taif, and even reuniting with that horse didn't work for him, but we'll hear from him now.
Callum?
Thank you very much, team. Joined by the man of the moment, Wigberto Ramos. This horse has a big chance.
Yeah, it's the first time in Saudi Arabia, I think. He got a little speed, so we'll see how he travels.
Will you ride him positively or patient?
Patient.
He's a nice, strong horse. I saw him in the parade. He's just coming past us now down the bottom. He's a good-looking horse.
It's a good-looking. This is got the good quality of horses, so you never know who's going to win and who's going to give you a good race.
And we'll give you a good race. You're a good-looking jockey. You're on a good-looking horse. Best of chance.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
Good to hear from Wigberto Ramos, who has a leading chance here on Zawad, drawn out in stall 15. Let's come to number 7, Rory, which is Fayad. Alex Moreno, 11-2. Returns to the trainer he started with. He had 3 runs for Mitab Al Moulawar and 2 for Nicolas Bachelard. It's completing the circle here for Fayad.
Yes. Obviously, he's a reasonably short price. He's got a top jockey on board and Alex Moreno, but his last couple of efforts aren't particularly encouraging. So he does need to bounce back to form. He was behind plenty of these when 17th over 1,800 metres here last time out. The drop to 1,200 might be beneficial for him. He's liable to come forward for that run, but I just thought he had a little bit to prove. He's got a rating of 70, which mostly makes him one of the leading contenders on paper, but he does need to show that he can run to that at the moment after his last couple of efforts.
Kahilan is next in the market, 11-2, joint second favourite. I guess the Adel Al Faradi and Gaith Al Gaith factor has been sort of put into his price, 11-2, but hasn't really shown much of late. Number 11.
He wasn't of great interest to me. He's got a rating of 62, which makes him look competitive, but he hasn't shown an awful lot recently. He's off the track for 10 months as well since his last run. Hasn't got any solid form to his name, as far as I can see, and looks overrated. But again, he represents respected connections here, so no surprise to see him put in fairly short. But he didn't appeal to me.
Gaith Al Gaith with 21 winners this season. Adel Al Faradi is 3 off a half century and a fair few good chances today. Al Rahi is a bigger price, 8-1 for Jimmy Jerkins for the Red Stable. I think had excuses last time, has a much better draw today, but his best 2 efforts to date, Rory, have been at Taif.
Yes, but I would give him a chance to show what he can do here. He was obviously benefited from his debut, went 3rd on his 2nd start, 3rd again in Taif on his penultimate start, and then was trapped wide last time out. So I thought he was worth another chance. He's got plenty of speed as well, so I expect him to be able to take, unlike Jimmy Jerkins' runner in the first race, I think he could be able to lead from stall 4, and I think he's got a real chance here.
Golden Soul is a 6-1 chance and has been supported today. Thurb Al Simyat, this is number 9 on the race card, was beaten 7 lengths last time, of which we're about to see. Did come home second best in this race, shaping well behind a White Stable 4-year-old, and in front of a fair of the rivals today.
Yeah, we've got. You see him making ground on the outside of the 3 runners towards the front on the in the white noseband, running on to finish 2nd to Bashrat, who's a useful sort. So no shame in not being able to lay a glove on the winner, and was running past another runner in the field today, Cute Chloe, who sneaks in here as a reserve. She was 3rd. She showed plenty of early speed that day, and is also one to consider here. She might just have slipped under the radar, given that she wasn't initially due to take her part here.
Well, she's twice the price.
Yeah.
Cute Chloe. She's a 14-1 chance. Is just drifting out from 12s, and as you say, gets in here. Golden Soul, I guess the big worry would be the draw, stall 17.
Yeah, stall 17 is not particularly kind. We saw the winner of the first race get away from stall 13, but you need to have a very good early pace to do that, and I'm not sure Golden Soul quite has that, so he's got a little bit of work to do from stall 17.
Back to Callum.
Thank you, team. Just noticed that horse 17, Celestial Star, who I would give a chance to if not having to overcome that draw from 18, having run quite well in good racing last time, is still not out on the track yet, getting walked up and down. I'm just going to ask the stewards and see if I can find out what is going on. Just give me 2 seconds, team. Just trying to work out what's going on here. What's the issue with him? Okay. Perfect. Go back. Okay, perfect. We've just found out what's going on. Thank you so much for that information. The jockey was waiting for a pony to be ponied down to the start. That was the reason why we were waiting. He didn't feel confident taking this horse down without a pony. The pony has now arrived and everything is going to plan. So Celestial Star will be going down to post, team. No issues here.
Celestial Star, the mare for Abdulaziz Al Faradi, is the last to leave the parade ring. You can see the rest of the runners have made their way down to the start. We're due off at 3:45 for the second maiden of the day. We spoke about some of the leading protagonists, Rory. I guess 1 or 2 of the others we should discuss. 18 Juju and 6 Farhad, who is 0 from 11 and achieved very little of late.
Yes, Juju. What number is Juju?
18.
18. Was a good 5th in a cup competition, going back to August in Taif. Hasn't carried that form forward, it has to be said. Has been disappointing on her last 2 starts, albeit an open company. So she's been set some stiff tasks. Dropping back to maiden company will be a help to her, and stall 2 is also a help. So we should get a better run from Juju today.
And 6 Farhad.
Yeah, Farhad's not. Yeah, again, another one who's a pretty short price on what he's achieved. Did make some late headway when 7th last time. I caught the eye there to some degree, having unseated 3 back, so was well beaten on penultimate start. Did run on well late in the day last time out. I think 1,200 metres, probably too short for Farhad, but in a race that doesn't have an awful lot of depth, I can see why he's a single-figure price, but not for me.
Anything a bigger price that stands out? I know Callum had an eye on Celestial Star, 22-1.
Yeah, Celestial Star is quite interesting. If you take the last, she's had a lot of racing. She's not from 20 in her career, but her last 2 runs are good, and she's split higher rated rivals in a better race than this last time out. If she ran to the same level again, she'd nearly win this, and she's a big price. She's drawn us all the 18 though, which I think makes it a lot more difficult for her.
Yeah, that is number 17, Celestial Star. Anything else at a bigger price that you want to give
I
mention to?
assume that Cute Chloe goes from stall 6 here. High Ovation was the non-runner.
Yes, you're correct.
I'm going to go with Cute Chloe here.
Okay.
She's a 12-1 chance. But I think there are negatives with a lot of the favourites. We haven't really, well, we need to touch on Zawad again. What hasn't really been mentioned with him is 5th and 4th and 2 starts to date. They're a long, long time ago.
Yeah.
You know, so he's coming off a long break. Clearly had his issues. Obviously on pedigree, he's got a big chance as well. But I'm gonna side against the market leaders here and go with Cute Chloe to back up that good run from last time out.
Cute Chloe for Rory. I think my conclusion was that most of the runners fall into 2 previous races. Which form line is better? I think Golden Soul's second here is the best form line. He does have a horrible draw today, which makes me want to take him on. With possibly Al Rahi, who almost switches places with Golden Soul. Stall 4 is perfect. Runners 1, 2, 3 have all made mistakes at the gates on their last outings, and I think Al Rahi can get to the front for Jimmy Jerkins. Hopefully wins. That's number 4, Al Rahi. It's Cute Chloe for Rory. Let's go to Callum for the final word.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, I completely agree with Mark Francis on Arahi. I think this horse had an absolute dynamite chance from that low draw. Worth mentioning with Zawad, very, very small. Typical Justify. They're all quite short, aren't they? Small and got a bit warm going down to post and with a bit green with the pony. My selection will be Shah Halil coming out of stall 13, horse number 15, hoping we get a better break from last time. John, it's over to you.
Thanks, gents. Yeah, I bow to your greater form knowledge these days, but I would quite like Fayad here in this spot. I think is a reasonable price in terms of the draw. Still, there's an element of potential in this horse as well, and only 6th start, the Dagliadoro, of course, a really good dirt sire. Big influence for many years, and yeah, I think this one could go quite well at the sort of price it is on the international market. Certainly, I think represents a little bit of value, but we will see. That's number 7, Fayad. This to go in is Celestial Star, who's by Ribchester, looking for a first win at the 21st time of asking. So quite a few of these with quite a few convictions, shall we say. Fayad, my selection, just has fewer than 1 or 2 others. Celestial Star to go in. The 15 is Shalil. Also still at the back is horse number 16, Zawad. 4, Al Rahi, in those red stable colours, still to come forward as well. The 6 is Fahad. And the 9, Golden Soul, Verbal Timyat aboard. Gate 17 for that one to overcome. We're ready. 1,200 metres this time on the dirt. Here in Riyadh. Starters ready. But we've got one just rearing up quite badly there. That's Al Rahi in stall 4. One of the outriders just strolling around to the front of the gate to check something. I think we're ready now. We're off and racing for the second on the card. Al Rahi was somewhat worked up in the starting stalls, has got away quite well, as indeed as Alati. Another one that's up with the early pace is Cute Chloe, as they sort themselves out in the early stages of this 1,200 metre contest. It's Al Rahi that leads them at the moment. To in second position now, floating down from a wideish draw, is Northern Diplomat, also prominent in the early stages. Cute Chloe, that's your leading trio. Just in behind them, Alati, followed then up the inner by Fayad, who's got a nice posse. Then Al Nazak, who's racing in mid-division at the moment. They're followed towards the outside by Golden Soul in those beige colours, the sheepskin noseband, looking to get more prominent, making the swing for home now. And it's Al Rahi that leads, but Cute Chloe is very much on its shoulder, and Cute Chloe, she now goes on as they head into the final couple of furlongs. It's Cute Chloe just to the rather awkward head carriage there of Al Rahi in second. These two are now just being caught by Al Nazak, who's staying on pretty well. Also Golden Soul staying on too. Down towards the closing stages they come. Leader rather errant out in front, Cute Chloe, and there's Nayaf still there as well. Here now staying on really strongly down on the rail is Juju. Juju explodes out the ground to come through and score. Juju the winner in the end, a terrific late run to in second position Al Nazak. Al Rahi finished in third. Fourth horse home, Cute Chloe. Juju mentioned in dispatches prior to the off, mentioned quite positively in dispatches as well. From gate 2, low draw, zip round the rail, or certainly when it appeared in the latter stages, was very much scraping the paint, and has won in a time of 1 minute 14.22 seconds. Juju, the winner there of race number 2. Al Nazak getting involved late as well. from stall 1. So stall 2 has beaten stall 1 here. They've had slightly different runs in transit, but it kind of backs up what our form expert Rory Delagi was saying. Al Rahi has finished in 3rd, stall 4, and Cute Chloe has finished in 4th. Well, she's run a pretty good race on the speed throughout, and she was quite well drawn too. So, yeah, there's a definite theme running through that. Juju, the winner, though, horse number 18 from a low gate, and has now won 1 time from 18 starts. So it's taken a while for Cute Chloe to get off the mark, but get off the mark she finally has, and well done to all concerned with her. Al Nazak's run a pretty good race, and just on start 7 as well, so there might be a bit more improvement to come with that one. And then Al Rahi has finished in 3rd with Cute Chloe there in 4th. 2 1/4 lengths, the official winning margin. Juju skimmed the rail as they came for home and has gone on to score very nicely.
Scraping the paint on the inside, the filly Juju finally gets ahead in front underneath the very talented Rayan Al Talesh in the saddle. Horse number 18 jumping out of stall 2, and you can see by the amount of kickback this horse has got, she's had to really guts her way through there, because she's had to pass plenty to get that position and to get herself in front. But she came with a wet sail when the 2 in front both looked like they were a little bit uncomfortable all the way through the race. And it's beautiful here because we're seeing lots of different connections getting involved in the celebration. Young Sultan Amamoni on the ground stood by the horse as well, which is lovely to see, clearly involved in the training of this horse, and Rayan Al Talesh, the jockey, with the thumbs up as well. But she's worked hard to get that. She'd had plenty of stuff. Steph, careful there, Rayan. Gee, I thought we was going to go over then. But yes, she's had plenty of starts, and usually you want a less exposed type in races like this, but the less exposed runner in front, Al Rahi, just started running around a little bit. I could feel Mark Francis cursing this horse as it went down the straight, because this horse didn't want to do anything but win, unfortunately, but I'm sure there'll be a win in that horse's future, no doubt. But let's go and get Rayan as well. Now, Rayan doesn't speak too much English, but we will get a little brief word from him. I'll make sure we can get a good view of him. Don't want to get in the way of my wonderful cameraman. He will get me in trouble if I do. Rayan just weighing in. You've got to take off the saddle cloth here. I'm becoming a bit of an expert at the weighing in situation here. You've got to remove the saddle cloth, because otherwise that is weighted. That's got the tracker in, so it does actually carry a couple of, maybe a pound or something. I'm not quite sure what it carries in total, but clearly has a weight issue. Rayan's actually just ran away from me. I see that. You see the sneaky thing he's done there is find a connection and then run from me, rather than have to face me and duck under the rail. I've got to change my position, lads. I've got to block this rail.
Rayan Al Talesh, now one of the founding members of the DCC, Dodge Callum Club. Abdullah Al-Orfi, one of the chairmen as well. As we see something fall off on the track, might be a cap, not too sure. Anyway, the winner, number 18, Juju. We didn't really give it much of a mention, Rory, but as you said, 0 from 19. It was hard to fancy, I guess.
Well, it was dropping in class here. That was the thing. It ran well in a cup race earlier this summer in Taif. Not many of these were up to cup company. Ran pretty creditably on her next start, and although disappointing of late, those runs have been in open company, so this is a big drop in class for Juju, and she's belatedly taken advantage.
Low draws have come to the fore here. The winners come from 2, second place horse from 1, 4 and 6, 3rd and 4th. Juju, we haven't seen too much come off the speed, but certainly against the current trend here, as the red jacket out in front, Al Rahi, got an excellent beginning.
Yeah, you see Juju, actually she got out the stalls okay, and she just holds her pitch on the rails, while letting others pass her on the outside. So she is 2/3 of the way down the pack. But the key to her performance is just staying on that rail and waiting for them to roll off in the straight. Helps that the horse in front of her has moved forward at this stage and trying to make an effort into the contest, and that gives a bit of a clear passage just in front of Juju. And the biggest problem with horses coming from behind here is they tend to just find horses in their path, and it's very difficult to to stay low. He thought about going outside there briefly, Rayan Altourge, but switches back to the rail. It looks like there's no horse in his way, but they do tend to wander to the right in the last furlong here when they get tired.
It's
and
opened
that
up
opens
perfectly,
up beautifully for her, and she's gone through. She's not going to be the easiest to place, but she's been picking up bits and pieces of prize money in better races than this, and that's what she'll go back to doing. She's not going to be a win machine, but she will win connections a few bob.
Now Rahi, keeping an eye on the cameraman there, has faded back into 3rd place. Al Nazak has certainly outrun his odds in 2nd. And I guess you'd be fairly satisfied with the performance of Cute Chloe, also another one to wander inside the final furlong.
Yeah, she's run very well, but they've gone hard, her and the 3rd Al Rahi, from an early stage, and the pair of them just got tired and wandered in the closing stages. Al Nazak was a big price, but he wasn't... He wasn't without a chance on paper. He's been sort of 5th or 6th in his last couple of starts, and I made the note that he would benefit from dropping back to 1,200 metres here. So, yeah, he wasn't. This was his 2nd start of the season. His first start came over a trip of 1,800 metres. It was probably too far for him, but he ran respectably there to finish 6th, and was back to the form he showed in his final start last year when quite a promising 5th. So not the big shock that it looks, although Al Nazak was definitely helped by being drawn in stall 1.
18, 3, 4 and 20 the result to the 2nd race of the day here in Riyadh. Rayan Altourge on the scoreboard on number 18, Juju. So we're closing in on our 3rd race of the afternoon. We step away from Maiden Company. This is a non-winners of 2 event, including maidens, 3-year-olds only. Nice healthy field that John Blance is going to take us through. Race 3.
Thank you very much, Mark. Yes, we're going to take a look at the horses that are taking their chance in this particular spot. We've got some non-runners, though. Finbar Fury doesn't go, Al Delby doesn't go, Batal Jilwan and Kara Malinar are also all out. Al Hajasi is horse number 1, Naif Al Anazi aboard. Number 2 is Al Rumeizan, that's the Madam Mohammed Al Hubail. 3 doesn't go. 4, Misk does, Fahid Al Furedi is aboard. Number 5, Rashed is next in the list there. Abdullah Al Saedi's aboard. Number 6 is Perfect View, Mohammed Al Nevzi. Horse number 7 is Saudi Front, Alexis Moreno gets the leg up there. Horse number 8 is Sejar, the man of Mohammed Al Daham. Number 9 is Stanley Street, Thab Al Timyat, that's gate 14 for that one. Tchaikovsky, Nawef Al Mudiani, will he get a good tune out of that one? Horse number 10 from gate 17. Horse number 11 doesn't go. Number 11, Anfal, drawn 4. That's the mount of Rayan Al Tawala. Horse number 13 is Fadwak or Unique. He'll be good in a driving finish. Rayan Al Toaish is riding that one. Gasyar is next in the list there. Abdul Ella Al Hussein, horse number 14 from stall 15. Then we have Janzur, number 15. That's is out of stall 12. The mounts of Rahid Al Hubaid. Horse number 16 is Mariamne Osama Al Sharani. That's horse number 16 from gate 10. Number 17, Knight of Desire, Adil Al Furedi, stall number 6. Number 18 is Lily Nation. That's the man of Khalid Al Mamoni. And number 21, Halt on the Nile, does run. So one of the reserves there does sneak in. Eddie Castro is having a good time of things at the moment, is aboard Halt on the Nile. So those are your runners and riders. Back to the boys in the studio.
Thank you, John Blance. Yes, the runners are coming into the parade ring. We'll get back out to Callum very shortly. He's just glancing an eye over them. I can see over my shoulder. This non-winners of 2 event over 1,200 metres. We'll have a quick check of the market here, where the favourite is number 7, Saudi Front, 9-4, second favourite of the day for Prince Saud bin Salman Abdulaziz. Have we got the right market leader here, number 7, Rory?
It's possible. He's certainly one of the leading contenders on form with a rating of 76, and it's a solid enough draw in stall 7. Saudi front was on my shortlist, but it's a reasonably long shortlist.
What did you make of his seasonal reappearance?
There were a few of these who met. He was 3 lengths ahead of Perfect View with 4th to play for time in a similar race over course and distance on his return to action. He did fade late in the day there as if that run was just needed, so we expect him to come on for that, and he certainly should be beating Perfect View this time.
Lily Nation is a 7-2 shot, number 18. Fadwak, a Unique, 5-1, number 13, second and third favourites. We'll come to those shortly because I want to get a word on Tchaikovsky for Jimmy Jerkins. We'll get Rory's thoughts in just a second. We'll go back to Callum first.
Thank you, team. Yes, let's have a look at the one real paddock eye catch I've seen in here. This is Al Razmazan, horse number 2. Really good looking individual here. Lovely to see this horse coming out. Only had the 2 starts with a winner on debut, 5th last time out. Still carrying a little bit of chunk, there's no doubt about it, and could come on a little bit fitness wise, but I thought if I was going to take one home, it would be horse number 2. Very, very good looker. Let's go back to a couple of the others here. There weren't too many that blew me away in this field, I'm not going to lie. Horse 17 was one of them though. This is Night of Desire, right across the parade ring in those colours that look ominously like the Sea the Stars colours, just coming through towards me now. A lighter type, completely different build to what we saw last time, and you'll notice it a bit jig-joggy in the parade ring. This is because the earplugs are in. Now, the earplugs that have been in this horse have been trying to make their way out for the entire time going around this parade ring, so this horse is burning up just a little bit of excess energy here in the parade ring because of these earplugs. They're flicking in and out, and you can see the head movement is going all over the place. His ears are twitching left and right. It's not because he's focusing on something else, it's because those earplugs are clinging on by the skin of their teeth. The other horse I wanted to talk about was horse number 21, the runner that sneaks in here, Holt on the Nile, ridden by Eddie Castro here in the famous black and grey colours. I thought looked really good for me. A big, powerful back end for this horse, only making the 2nd career start. Didn't pull up any trees on debut, but do not be surprised, lads, if this horse comes forward from that run. Your reserve, 21. It sneaks in, but could he sneak in across the line in first?
We shall see. We'll return to Holt on the Nile shortly. Tchaikovsky, Rory, we need to get to, though. A winner at Kempton for the Gosdens 13 months ago. Second effort for Jimmy Jerkins was a wild one. Cut right across the field to get the rail and got to the front. Pegged back close home. I know we'll look at the footage shortly. What did you make about Tchaikovsky's chances?
Yeah, we will see it. It was really quickly away from the stalls from a wide draw and cut right across to the rail, making the running at a fast pace. Here he is coming up now, and we get to see the tail end of that. He'd already made that big move in front, seemed to be travelling really well at this stage of the race, but he does empty inside the final furlong to finish 2nd. You can see his signs of distress now. The head's come up. He's on fumes at this stage, and he gets run down.
So he's looking to see what's going to come past.
Almost, yeah, but he'd shown absolutely blazing pace to get to the front and it told late in the day. Again, he's badly drawn in stall 17, but you would have thought, unlike most horses with really bad draws today, he does have the speed, if he shows what he did last time, to get out in front and actually get across again. But again, he'll be doing it quickly and he'll be using a lot of petrol, so whether he's vulnerable in the finish is the question mark, and he certainly was last time.
Tchaikovsky was beaten in the colours, the horse in the colours of Prince Sultan bin Michal, who has Holt on the Nile here. We heard from Callum. Number 21, just the 2nd start for this 3-year-old.
Yeah, he's got a good pedigree. He's the son of Munnings at a mare called Gift of the Nile. On paper he ticks plenty of the right boxes, but he was only 13th of 18 on his debut at Taif behind a horse called Misk over 1,600 metres. Drops back markedly in trip today. This track will probably suit him better, I would have thought. The faster the track, the better with that sort of pedigree. And he could leave that form behind, but he really does have to, because it's difficult to put much of a figure on that. But I don't like judging horses on the first run, and Holt on the Nile is quite likely to leave that behind.
There's a 14-1 shot as well. Let's look at some of the other protagonists who we ignored just a few moments ago. Number 13, Fadwat, a Unique, 5-1. Number 13 on the race card, Rory, looking for a double, is the jockey Rayan Altaesh.
Yeah, obviously riding well at the moment, Rayan Altaesh. He looked a useful prospect on his racecourse debut, but hasn't really gone on from that. Was off for a year before down the field on his debut for a New Yard last month. thought he was short enough at 5 to 1.
Yeah, I agree. Al Ramazan is double the price at 10 to 1. Mohammed Al Hubail, this is number 2. A winning debut from December last term. Took a long time to see this horse second time out.
Yes, but I quite liked that run. Probably didn't stay the trip either, so did a fair bit of work and faded late in the day to finish 5th. So you have a combination of a long absence between first and second runs, and also that 1600 metre trip probably being too far. I thought he was very well drawn for a horse who can make the running in stall 3, and he took Callum's eye in the parade ring. He was definitely on my short list. Don't like agreeing with Callum, but I might have to here, for all I'm keeping my powder dry for as long as possible.
And Night of Desire is also the same price, 10 to 1. Has been very well supported from as big as 16 to 1. Has Adel Al Faradi from stall number 6, Night of Desire number 17. Can more be expected on the second start in Saudi Arabia?
I'd have thought so. Was a 1400 metre winner, 7 furlongs if you like, from Marco Botti in the UK. Was able to make the running when third to cause a destruction in a 1400 metre winners race last time out. Top rider taking over now in Adel Al Faradi. Not a bad draw in stall 6. Lots going for him, and I thought that was a remarkably big price. Unless I've written it down wrong, I've got that down as 16 to 1.
It's now been backed
Yes,
into 10, so yeah, much shorter.
I'd have been half that price in the first place. I think that 16 was well wrong.
I just want to get your thoughts as well on this horse that's in shot, blue and black hoops. This is number 1, Al Jcsa, who is a 25 to 1 chance here for Naif Al Anazi. I think can be forgiven for his latest start. Thought he was one to take out of the race, having been squeezed very, very badly at the beginning. Do we give Al Jcsa a chance here today?
It wasn't a bad run last time out. The win 2 starts back did come in a 0 to 60 handicap, so that rather puts him in his place here. But in fairness, I've ruled the horse out for winning a 0 to 55 handicap running in an open race against an 80 rated horse. Next time I was with the 80 rated horse, and the 0 to 55 handicap winner beat it fair and square. The pair of them had the race between them from the start. So it's probably more important that this horse is in good vein form at the moment. And that 4th last time was probably better than the win in terms of absolute merit. So 25 to 1 is a tempting price. Still 13, not the greatest.
No.
But 1 or 2 of these that are short are not as easy to fancy.
Riding for a man who we love to hear from, Naif Al Anazi, still 13, as Rory alluded to.
Yeah, struggling for winners at the moment, Naif. We're talking about Wiggy struggling for winners this season, and Naif's not been in quite the same form that he was this time last year.
No, he's been luckier in the Arabian races as opposed to the thoroughbred races. A couple of extra comments on the YouTube page. This is the Jcsa English-speaking channel. Ahmed Jedu has said hello. Hello to you, Ahmed. And Simon Hardy, love that we can watch the racing on here. Cheers from Australia. Of course, from Australia, being that they've had a very big week with the Melbourne Cup, a very, very close finish there. Good afternoon to you, Simon. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. It's one of the better finishes in the Melbourne Cup from recent years. And a big prize selection as well. Speaking of selections, Rory, what do we like in race number 3?
I'm going to side with Al Ramazan. I thought Night of Desire was also tempting, but prices don't matter when we're putting up selections here, do they? It's just a tally of winners.
Yeah.
So there's no point hiding into something that's 16 to 1 that I think should be 4 to 1. But I'm going to go with a 10 to 1 shot in Al Ramazan here. I think we'll get a very good position from the start. And there's 1 or 2 higher rated horses I'm not quite so keen on.
Yeah, it's fair to say that we do our research before we see the prices. Sometimes can be a surprise to see something shorter than we imagined, or in other cases bigger than ideal. So Al Ramazan for Rory Delagi. I'm out of vision at the moment, but I've got my red t-shirt on again. I like Tchaikovsky, stall 18 last time, wasn't necessarily a hindrance. Would love to have seen Jimmy's face when he was drawn 17 this time. Having said that, that's probably very unkind, actually. I'd rather have been a fly on the wall. Fitness on side, I think he's the most likely winner of here. Getting to the front, hopefully he can see out that final 200 metres better than last time. And hopefully, as I say, Jimmy has worked his magic. So it's Al Ramazan at 10 to 1 for Rory Delagi. 7 to 1 Tchaikovsky is my pick. Callum, what do you like for race 3?
Thanks, guys. Yeah, we had Mozart last week, Tchaikovsky this week. Really getting the classical composers in early here in Saudi Arabia. I'm joining Rory here. Aramazan was my paddock eye catcher. I cannot stress enough, nothing really blew me away in the parade ring around. There are a lot of horses that didn't look that they were all the way ready fitness-wise, and a couple getting quite warm and worked up. I was put off by Night of Desire, just got really worked up in the parade ring. Looks a nice horse, looks fit, but was just slightly concerned about just how worked up he was getting with the earpieces in. I'd like to see Lily Nation run a good race here. Horse number 18, the filly. I remember her doing really well last season when she was running against her own sex in 2-year-old races. This might be tough for her. So yeah, going for horse number 2, Aramazan. Probably, guys, the only serious paddock eye catcher in here, apart from the reserve, half Halt on the Nile, who is looking to build on a pretty disappointing Saudi debut. So, boys, yeah, it's going to be horse number 2 for me.
Rory, are you happy that Callum's following you?
Well, he mentioned it as a paddock pick beforehand, so I had my time to move away from it if I wanted to, but I'm happy enough to side with Al Rubayz, and hopefully we can celebrate together.
Now, 9-1, the same price of Night of Desire, who's been the biggest mover in this market, 16-1 into 9-1. I know we spoke about Night of Desire, but Adel Al Faradi being on board has got to be a huge element to that price dropping.
Yeah, I suspect it's Tom Collins who's smashing up that price back home. That's how you can fly business class.
Good man. Good man is Tom Collins. He'll be back out here in the kingdom very, very soon. That is one good man, Tom Collins. What about another excellent man? He is up top in the commentary box. His name is John Blance.
Well, thank you very much. Good job. You can't see me blushing away here now as they're about to load up for this third race on the card. Yeah, this is tricky. Obviously, slightly different. This is a non-winners of 2 lifetime, so it's going to be possibly slightly more competitive than those maidens that we've seen, and certainly on a rating, from a ratings perspective, it is as well. I'm tempted to go with Tchaikovsky here, maybe for a bit of each-way thievery. Has got the mark to go quite well. Gate's tricky, but has that early speed to offset that. Obviously, in that previous race, it was just a lineup for the inside drawn horses. So we'll see if that repeats itself here. And obviously, Tchaikovsky is bona fide badly drawn, but we'll see. Anyway, they are putting them in. Always a great feature of racing here in Saudi Arabia is the swiftness of the loading. You can just about go to the bank as far as that's concerned. Number 14, Gazia, to come forward. Still got a few left to move in. 17 is Night of Desire. Yes, interesting move for that one on the international market. Sedjar to come in as well. Mohammed Al Daham is aboard Sedjar. Fadwat Uyunik. Been practicing that while the other lads have been talking about horses in the parade ring and the form. Tchaikovsky to come forward as well. Al Hajazi. Horse number 2, Al Rumayzan, still to go in as well. 21, Halt on the Nile. The 7, Saudi Front. Very much the favourites in the international markets. Alexis Moreno doing the steering. Saudi Front to go in. Al Rumayzan to come forward as well. Halt on the Nile. Will I think just about be the last. 1200 metres once more. They're ready. Flag is up. Starter happy. Gates back and away they go. They are racing. Slightly slowly away from a wide draw is Sedjar. That will have to be tucked in now as they make their way through the early stages of this 1200 metre contest. Al Rumayzan is the early leader. Also there is Rashed showing good early pace. Tchaikovsky is trying to get across from that rather inconvenient draw. Also going forward as well, Mariamne into a prominent position. And Night of Desire, who's been backed pretty strongly, is also into a 4-way go out in front They aren't messing around here. That's your leading quartet. Misk has now moved into 5th, followed then by Shed, who's in 6th spot, and then after that Jcsa. The rest have all got a bit of work to do from there as they start to make the turn for home. And it's Knight of Desire that's come through to just about lead them. Knight of Desire to Al Rumeizan, who's racing in 2nd. Then after that, moving through into 3rd spot now is Misk, who's trying to stay on down the centre of the track. There's been quite a pace burn up here, and it's Misk who now seems to be taking advantage. And Misk goes through in a twinkling of an eye into a 3 or 4 length advantage. Al Jcsa from the back of the field is absolutely flying as well, but Misk is well clear. Misk has shown a terrific turn of foot there and will not be caught. Misk, the very easy winner to Al Jcsa, who's finished in 2nd. 3rd horse home will be Stanley Street, quite a long way back, and another finisher was Halt on the Nile. Well, that race was put to bed in a matter of strides, wasn't it, in the sort of final furlong and a half or so. We said before there'd been quite a lot of pace up front. Misk had just been in behind. It hadn't been too far back, but just in behind that front rank of early speedsters. And in the end, they've all rather nobbled their chances, because Misk, just in behind, has come through to win in a reasonably quick time, certainly in comparison to the first 1200-metre race on the dirt that we had there. 1 minute 13.14 seconds. 6 lengths, the official winning margin as well. Al Jcsa has finished off really strongly in 2nd spot, hugging the rail. Stanley Street has come from a long way back as well to finish in 3rd. Halt on the Nile did indeed finish in 4th. So 4, 1, 9 and 21, the numbers that matter there. But Misk, very, very impressive. 2 wins now from 6 starts, possibly a horse that can go into the box marked progressive. Certainly on the basis of that, that was a very nice performance indeed, both visually and, as I say, as far as time comparisons go today, not bad at all. Just a maiden race, the previous race over the 1200, but 1 minute 13.14 was pretty good, and certainly it was a nice injection of pace in the closing stages. Misk, a nice winner of race number 3.
Misk comes in after winning in very, very good fashion. Couldn't be more impressed by that as your winner. There was a bit of a pace collapse in front, but Misk was right up behind those early pace setters all the way under Farhad Al Faradi, who did very well in the plate. This horse has now got 2 wins from 6 starts, and non-winners of 2 will not be on the ledger for him going forward. You can see the kickback in this horse's face. This son of West Coast has done really, really well, and looking forward to seeing how he gets on in the future. Let's go and grab a word from our assistant trainer as well. Just a quick line. Quick line here before we get run over by the horse there. We had to be very well to avoid the horse. Impressive. Well done.
Thank you very much.
This is his 2nd win now, 6 starts. Where next? He's a funny horse.
He's a really good horse. From the training we saw that he's very good, very, very good. We were expecting the win, and thank God, he achieved it.
Yeah, Farhad gave it a really good ride because they went so fast in front, and he was able just to sit behind them and come late.
Yeah, that's what we told him. My dad told him, let them go in front of you, but stay behind them, don't be late. So he did what he was told to do, and the horse, he came.
And your dad is doing really well. I think it was 3 winners last week, already a winner today. It must be feeling really good.
Yeah, thank you very much. But this is my dad, and the last week's, that's my brother's horses.
Oh.
Yeah, so it's the same. It's all the same.
The family's doing very well.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, great to hear from the assistant trainer there. It's an Alfa Rady winner, not the Alfa Rady we expected. It's Farhed Alfa Rady who has got the job done on number 4, Misk, and obviously a different part of the track, Rory, but in similar circumstances where there's been a huge pace collapse in the closing stages, and Misk has picked up the pieces.
Yeah, we turned to each other after about 2 furlongs here and said that they've gone too fast here. Obviously, there were 2 or 3 desperate to get to the front. Al Ramazan from stall 3, well positioned for a horse who's a natural front runner. And of course, Tchaikovsky from stall 17 really wanted to get across there, and the pair of them have gone very fast indeed. You also had Mariam up there as well in the early stages, but the pace was always going to collapse. We're going to see the start again. You'll see pace from stalls 2 and 3, and you'll see obviously the red colours there, the red stable runner, coming from stall 17, Tchaikovsky, very keen to get across, unable to get right across in front of the field as he had on his previous start, where he faded. You can see with 4 of them hooking up, they were going to go too fast. And the question is, who was going to come from off the pace? And it was Misk, who was well drawn in stall 2 as well. Wasn't as well away as those, but managed to get himself in a good position on the rail. I didn't mind Misk, but I thought the step back to 1,200 metres would be against him here, given he won over 1,600.
Yeah.
But he was a bigger price here than the horse he had way down the field behind him last time out. He ended up finishing 4th here, that being Holt on the Nile. Holt on the Nile put in at 14s and Misk at 16s. Partly due to the potential improvement from Holt on the Nile, who only had the 1 run, and partly I think due to the trip perhaps not suiting Misk. But the pace they've gone here has really suited him. And he clearly is effective with this trip off a fast pace. He's been able to sit up there fairly easily. And he showed improved form. He's been running pretty well through the summer, running in slightly better races after winning his maiden 3 starts ago. And took another step forward here to win here. You can obviously mark up those who've gone really hard in front as well. But it's a solid piece of form because, sometimes you get messy races where they don't go particularly fast, and those who are well positioned are at an advantage. But we ended up having a race running a fast time of 1 minute 13.14 here because of that fast pace, and that tends to bring the cream to the top late in the day. So good run from Misk, and given how effective he clearly is off a fast pace, he should continue to do fairly well.
Yeah, it was a steering job inside the final 250 metres. A word on Jcsa, who was the last to emerge from the stalls. If we ever show this form clip in the future, you won't see him for long, but he does pick up the pieces in the closing stages to finish second.
He runs on very well from stall 13. As we said, he had it to do on the figures with a rating of 61, but he came here in very good form, and that's something you've got to take seriously here. Horses who are running well are often a much safer proposition than horses with good form a year ago, and we're seeing that. We had the favourite in our previous race, have been off the track for the best part of 2 years. And horses who've shown their fitness and shown their ability in recent starts, even with a slightly lower rating, tend to be worth siding with. And Jcsa's run very well at 25 to 1 here to get second.
Yeah, missed the winner, number 4, 4, 1 and 9, the first 3 home in race number 3. We move on to one of the handicaps on the programme. This is a 0 to 65. It is a wide open heat here. John, go through the runners and riders for us.
Yeah, first handicap of the day, and the non-runners here, 19, 20, 21 and 22. Washa is horse number 1, Naif Al-Anazi, gets the leg up. Far Dai is next in the list, that's horse number 2 from stall late, Rayan Al-Toesh. Horse number 3 is Kanajer, stall 12, Yasser Al-Bakawi. Horse number 4 is Mokhtama, Abdallah Al-Humid rides from stall 14. Ralms Al-Thakuk is the mount of Mohammed Al-Hubail at stall 5. Horse number 6 is Til Al-Fard. Abdullah Al-Kradis is aboard from stall 15. Horse number 7 is Tawi Al-Baid, the mount of Abdullah Al-Lofi, stall 4. Zalawiya is the mount of Selman Al-Rashid and emerges from stall 2. Number 9, Jamrat Arab, Osama Al-Sharani, stall 6. Horse number 10 is Remal Al-Mokhtara, Ziad Al-Jabri rides, stall number 13. Horse number 11 is Wazam Al-Riyadh, Adel Al-Faradi is riding from stall 10. And horse number 12 is Yazlam Allah, Nawaf Al Mudiani. Horse number 13 is Al Rila, Eddie Castro, or stall number 11 for that one. Horse number 14 is Daria Abdullah Al Saidi, stall 9. Horse number 15 is Najmat Al Shaib, Alexis Moreno from stall 1. Number 16 is Rawaje, the mount of Mohammed Al Nevsi, stall 18. Number 17 is Waradom, Fawas Wanas takes the mount on that one, that's stall 3. Horse number 18 is Maja Alen, that's stall number 17. So those are the runners and riders. It's back to the lads.
Thank you ever so much, John, for taking us through those very difficult names in race number 4. This 0 to 65. Once again, racing over the minimum trip here in the Kingdom, that is 1,200 metres. And being that trip, we have a maximum field of 18 runners here. It's a very, very close heat in the international markets, where Najmat Al Shaib, number 15 on the programme, drawn in stall 1 today for Alex Moreno, is the 5-1 favourite. Tila Afarhad, a last time out winner, is Co's second favourite with, keep an eye on these, numbers 8, 10 and 14. Two of those are red stable runners, Rimal Al Mogatara and Daya, also 7-1. With Zala Wire, it is 8-1 bar those. I guess, Rory, this is one of the tougher races to solve of the afternoon.
It is, yeah. The lower down the handicap grid you get, the bigger the fields tend to be, and the harder it is to find winners. And it's not surprising that we're looking at sort of, 5-1 the field here?
Yeah.
And at least, I suppose, you know, our favourite is drawn in stall 1, which is a big plus and is ridden by Alex Moreno. But I find this a really tough one to get through. I think I know who I'm going to be with, but it's definitely wide open.
We can keep us hanging with the selection. Let's start with the favourite, number 15. A record of 1 win from 22 isn't exactly overly inspiring.
It's not, but then our winner's record in the last race wasn't very inspiring either, and we'll see. Callum has something to share with us now, then.
I've got more than something, team. I've got my paddock eye catchers. He makes my shortlist. Let's look at the giant Ramdal Sakok here. Horse number 5. I'm a sucker for a big horse, and this is a big horse indeed. Ramdal Sakok, good mover for his size. He looks relatively fit enough. I imagine a horse this size will always carry a bit of extra condition, so well worth keeping an eye on him. Let's go back to a horse completely different. Horse number 6, Til Al Fad, a winner last time out in a smaller field contest, but a completely different type on paper, or in the picture here, because it's a much smaller type, basically a pony, barely 16 hands this, but certainly got plenty of ability and looks fit enough. I love the strength of this horse's shoulder. Really lovely, powerful shoulder. Not too much in the hindquarters, but certainly no negative for me. Just a very tiny version of what we've just seen. Let's go back to horse number 8. This is Zalawiya. Now, I was really intrigued by this horse because we haven't seen Zalawiya since last season. I'd argue she's not quite looking fit and ready to go. On the form, if I was just doing this by form, she would be my selection. But she's not quite doing enough for me in the paddock. She's not a negative. She just looks like she will come on from this run. Let's go back to some of the other horses further back down the line. The horse we'll next look at is horse number 10. Who's just coming towards us now, Rimal Al Mokhtar, very good looking individual, this horse coming out of stall 13. We talk about power packed individuals, well built like a Rahi in an earlier race on the card today, just strong all the way through, short back, powerful neck, good hindquarters, I really like. Let's keep going back though, because we don't want to get trapped at the gate, and we'll go back to the horse that really caught my eye late on. This is horse number 16, I want to say, to make sure I've got that correct. This is horse number 16, Rawaje, a very, very good-looking individual here, carrying a little bit of condition, but I really caught my eye, this horse. It's clearly had a little bit of a nick recently, just on the hindquarters, on the hip, but take nothing away from that. Aside from that, this horse is certainly a paddock eye catcher as well. I'll let you know who my final selection is a bit later, guys, but those are the horses that certainly make the positive shortlist. And again, like today, like the theme of today, we have seen no paddock negatives. Everyone has been very, very well behaved.
Number 16 in shot there, Rawaje. There's a nice little novice hurdle for him somewhere at Killarney, surely.
He looks like he's got a bit of size about him, but it's worth pointing out the cameraman's quite small as well, so that does make the horses look a bit bigger. If Callum was stood next to them, that would give you a different indication altogether. Who are we going to talk about?
Let's go to number 6, second favourite, Til Farhad for Abdullah Al Kredis, 13-2. Travelled best and finished best when winning a small runner, non-winners of 2 event last time. Run okay in this grade on penultimate start. What do we make of this effort, Rory?
Yeah, he won nicely. He had the race set up for him. He was drawn low. He sat on the rail behind quite a fast pace. Pulled out in the straight and went away to win by a decent margin. This wasn't an especially strong race for the grade. He's done it. Obviously, he's done it nicely, and it's not like he's running in an open race here. He's into a 0-65 handicap, so you have to respect his chances. My negative with him was, although this is impressive on the day, he did take advantage of a low draw, which has been advantageous, and he's been handed quite a high one here with stall 15. So he'll struggle to run the same race as he did there, and he had to find a different way of winning.
And we weren't missing half the field. There were only 6 runners in that race. That's number 6, Til Farhad, second favourite at 13-2. Then we've got third favourites of 3, numbers 8, 10 and 14. 2 of those for the red stable. We'll start, though, with Zala Wire for Selman Al Rashid, number 8 on the race card. 1 win from 4, and that came last time out very impressively as well, Rory.
It was. I thought it was a pretty weak maiden. She went out back in March here over 1,400 metres, 1,400 metres even. But she was visually very impressive, and she is lightly raced, so I thought there should be a fair bit more to come from her, and she'd be an important one to look at in the parade ring in terms of fitness.
The red stable pair, Rimel Al Mogatara, drawn in 13, Dyers in 9, Ziad Al Jabrai, who is one of the growing stories here jockey-wise, gets the call up for the red stable. Let's start with the 10, Rimel Al Mogatara. How will you assess her chances?
Yeah, I quite liked her here. I don't love the draw, it has to be said, in stall 13, but it's not the worst. But she's fit and she's been running a little bit better than those form figures imply. A course and distance winner back in February. She's been running creditably in better handicaps than this of late, and was far from disgraced when 6th in a 1,600 metre winners contest here last week. That was a stronger contest than this. If she runs the same level again, she'd be there or thereabouts. But she does need to find a clear path from stall 13.
And Daya, who I presume is in the second colours, white cap for Abdullah Al Saidi.
Yeah, she was a winner in Taif in July over 1,200 metres and not a 60 company, but well beaten in this class last time, and I thought she had a bit to prove, to be perfectly honest.
Okay, back to Callum.
Thank you, team. Yeah, let's have a look at the horse that came into the parade ring late. This is Fardae. Now, the reason why I'm going to bring this horse up is because this is a horse who has a plan. This horse is not here to win today. If it does win today, it will be the biggest shock of the day's racing, because this horse is made for the turf. His 2 career wins, or 2 most recent wins in Saudi Arabia, came in the last 2 seasons, both in a Turf International Jockeys Challenge race. So looking forward to seeing how this horse gets on here, clearly warming up for the turf season. But remember, team, the turf season begins on December the 7th. Horses like Fardae are going to have a big year this year, and the biggest opportunity to come and mop up some prize money. So keep an eye out on horse number 2 in the future. Today may not be the day, but once they get going on the green stuff, this is a horse you really need to follow.
I really like Fardae. Double seeking Rayan Alta Ersh on board, drawn in stall number 8. A winner of a 0-65 back in March, and showed a bit of the old spark on return here 2 weeks ago, running on okay to finish 7th, but I think for day number 2, Rory could come on from that effort.
Should do. I mean, I take Callum's point that this is a horse who bounced back out of the blue to win that 0-65 Jockeys Challenge in March. On the turf, he'd been second in the same race the previous year, so clearly he's well suited by the turf. But 65 on dirt is a fair mark for him, and I don't think it would be quite as big a shock as Callum thinks if he went and won this. But yeah, he might be right that this horse will be a little bit easier to place if he finds another turf handicap suiting him. I'm not sure how many there are. So basically, there was one race in the calendar that suited him essentially. There might be more now that we're racing from December, but I don't have the programme book to check that. But Fardae is one to keep an eye on. Callum was with him when he won in March, so he's got that little soft spot.
Yes, exactly. A 10-1 chance as well. There was one more at a bigger price. Number 3, Kanaja, who is £10 below her last winning mark, has dropped in grade here. Hard to recommend, but possible chances for a place, Kanaja?
She's got chances on her old form, it has to be said, but she's not running particularly well at the moment, and it's only 14th and 15 here last week. But I gather that Callum's got a bit of news for us. What do you know, Callum?
Thanks, team. Yes, this is fascinating stuff we've got here. So horse number 1 was meant to be ridden by Naif Al-Anazi. Naif has been stood down by the doctor. Still waiting on some more decisions on that injury, but he's been stood down by the doctor. So Farhad Al-Faradi, the gentleman that's just about to get the ride, now gets the ride. Obviously, they want to keep pushing and make sure this happens as quickly as possible, but Awasha is going to have a jockey change here. Now, you'll see how quickly they try and tack up this horse, who's been incredibly well behaved during all of this. They're going to fire it out as quickly as they can, but it's been a very, very late jockey change. Horse number 1, a late jockey change here. Naif Al-Anazi not in the saddle. Farhad Al-Faradi is in the saddle. So we're going to have a good look at that. For this race, so team, I'm going to make a selection here. My mind is saying horse number 8. Keep an eye out on horse number 8. But the paddock pick for me, horse number 10, Rimel Agmortara. That is the paddock pick for me.
There's a groan there, Rory. What's that?
I find myself agreeing with, well, not necessarily agreeing with the paddock, but finding a horse that I like is Callum's paddock pick. I mean, we all know that's the kiss of death, don't we?
I think one agreement with Callum a day is enough.
Right. Who are we not looked at here who might be interesting?
18, Marjorie Lane.
John's, yeah, it's an 8-to-1 shot, Marjorie there. But of course, distance made in February. Came back from 8 months off to finish 5th behind Ancestral Land in what was a pretty competitive course and distance contest last time out. Holds Al Rila on that run, but again, stall 17 looks like it's liable to scupper him given how things have panned out so far today. Not stall 17. Number 17, Waradon, is quite interesting. Despite finishing out of the frame last time, I had a 10-to-1 shot. He is drawn in stall 3. Was ahead of Til Al Fad and Najmat Al Sheikh, went second over 1,200 metres 2 starts back, and didn't stay the trip, I didn't think, when tried over further last time out. Dropping back to this distance from a decent draw, I think, gives Waradon chances, and I think will be in the frame, but is a pretty infrequent winner.
Is there anything else at a bigger price that takes your fancy?
Well, I said it was wide open. So we've mentioned Najmat Al Sheikh. We'll mention that again. We've coming from stall 1 as the race favourite. 3 times in the frame and not to 70 handicaps in Taif this summer. Bounced back from a rare poor run when it closed 5th there last time out. So with the best of the draw, deserves to be favourite with Alex Marino on board. Alex needing a winner at the moment, though, isn't he? Because we expect to see him winning almost every day here in Riyadh. And when he rides winners, he's got a big smile on his face and he's very happy to talk. But when he's not riding winners, the smile turns to a scowl fairly quickly. And I prefer Alex smiling.
Yes.
How about you?
Well, he seems to ride better, doesn't he?
Oh yeah. He's definitely a confidence rider. So when he grabs one winner, then he's almost, he's very likely to follow up.
Okay, the runners are going in. I thought this was a very tricky puzzle. Day did make some appeal to me as he finished his race out. Pretty strong on return, more exposed than most. Yes, 2 wins from 26 isn't a great record, but Rayan Al-Taesh knows this horse, was on board for the last victory, and I just like the way he ran on up this long straight here last time. So it's number 2 for me for Day. Rory, just confirming your numbers?
Oh, confirm. You say confirm because I haven't actually confirmed at all.
Apologies. No,
really?
You did tease it earlier. I didn't get it out of you.
I'm going to agree with Callum and Rimal Al-Mutara. I thought she'd be running better and running well enough and slightly better race than this, and the drop to this level gives her a winning chance.
Okay, the runners are going in. There are 4 or 5 out the back, including Rimal Al-Mogatara. Arila is a big price here for Eddie Castro. Drawn in stall 11. Also waiting on Iwasha. Late jockey change just before the off here. Tawi Al-Bayid is at the back for Abdullah Olorfi. How we enjoy interviews with Callum. Just confirming selections here. For Day is number 2 for me. Rory and Callum are with number 10, Rimal Al-Mogatara. Let's get back to John Blance in the commentary box for race 4.
Thank you very much, Mark. Yeah, Daryar about to go in, still waiting for Awe Shah to go in for race number 4 here. Also still to move forward, number 17, Waredom. We're going forward into stall 3. Last couple are moving in. Waredom and Awashar. Once again, we're down at the 1200 meters. This is our first handicap of the day. Stand by. They're ready. And they're off and racing, and extremely slowly away was Awe Shah. So that one has lost plenty of ground at the start, making good early headway as Jamrat Arab into a prominent position. Also prominent there is Kanajer, who's making its way over from a wide gate. Another one is Rimal Al Moghtara in the red stable colours, trying to get into a good posse as well as they start to make the turn, that big sweeping turn. Zalawaya is also prominent as well. So it's the 9 and the 8 going on here. Jamrat Al Arab and also Zalawiya. These are the two that have kicked on once again. We're getting quite a pace burn up here. Followed in third by Kanajer in the blue jacket, who's 3 wide round the bend. Then after that, in fourth position, Wazim Al Riyadh getting a first mention and staying on. Another one that's getting into it late is Fadair, and also late is Tawi Al Baid. But they've swung for home, and very, very awkward there down on the rail. Jamrat Al Arab, and has now just caused problems for the horse who's trying to pass it in second. That's Zalawiya as they race inside to final furlong now. It's been quite a troubled passage for this leader, Jamrat Arab, but is still in front. But here from the back of the field, absolutely lashing home, is Najmat Al Shaib. Najmat Al Shaib has picked them all up there with a spectacular late run. It was very, very tight for second. Jamrat Arab was all over the place in the closing stages, cannoned into the rail. Bit of a concertina effect on the 8 horse there as well. But the upshot of all the that drama was that Najmat Al Shaib in the hands of Alexis Moreno has scored, and in the end has scored very, very well. We'll have to try and work out the second, third and fourth there. 1 minute 14.27 seconds. That's quite a slow time that for those handicappers. Actually the slowest of the 3 6 furlong races thus far today. But Najmat Al Shaib has come from a long way back to score. We'll have to try and work out who was second and third there. There was 3 or 4 of them who were in the lineup for that. Jamrat Arab has just held on despite that troubled passage, and Rams Al Thakok was staying on well and could well have nabbed third there. We'll wait and see. 3 1/4 lengths has separated the first 2 at the line, and yes, Rams Al Thakok was third, and the fourth also will be with us very shortly. Kanajer, who was quite prominent in the run, lost a little bit of ground and then has stayed on again in the closing stage. But it's Najmat Al Shaib who's won a rather eventful 4th race on the card there over at Riyadh this afternoon. Still plenty more to come though as we progress, and race 6 of course very much the feature of the day. There's Alexis Moreno though, the winning jockey on Najmat Al Shaib.
Alex Moreno has his winner. It's been a while, drew a blank last week, but no such concerns this week as he wins on Thursday here ahead of a good weekend of action coming up. In a very, very eventful race, Najmat Al Shaib is your winner. Has done it very well, maybe took advantage of Jamrat Arab really running around in the finish, colliding with the rail, getting in all sorts of trouble. So good to see that horse managed to hold on for second and make sure that he was okay here. So we're going to try and grab word with Alex. I didn't speak to him last week, always good to talk to him, and we'll know he'll be riding with a smile on his face. So he just collects his hat and his pro kush. Alex Moreno back amongst the winners, well done.
Wow, that's good, you know, on the way.
Last week was hard. How did you get over that to come here to this week?
Well, last week, you know, was hard.
I'm trying. Second always. But today I got a nice finish. She was almost win. And she did 1,200.
And it was a crazy race. The horse in front, Jcsa, hitting the rail, coming back in. It all got a bit messy at the end.
Well, I saw him from far away, and then I said I have to pass him by one time, you know. So my feeling was stronger than him, so I done well.
And that's 31 winners for you this season. You're 16 behind Adel Al-Faradi. Can you catch it?
Why not? Why not?
Love the confidence, Alex. Well done.
Thank you, Harry.
The change in personality you get from Alex Moreno, Rory, when he has a winner, all smiles there, and 16 behind Adel is no problem at all, according to him.
And this is a ride well worth looking at from the start. We'll see the runner-up collides with the rails there, and the jockey briefly loses his offside iron, but manages to straighten up. The horse still a little bit wayward late on, but Alex has come from absolutely nowhere. We'll see when we get to see the start of the race. The horse on his outside, a Washa, completely missed the break, and it took this horse quite a while to get into stride. He was last in the main pack after half a furlong, and I just thought he wasn't going to raise a gallop. We're going to see the start again.
Stall 1, bottom left of your picture.
Gets out okay. He gets out very close to the lead, but
and then just drops out.
Whether this is Alex dropping the anchor because he knows they're going to go too fast, I don't know. But yeah, I was surprised to see him not going the pace at all. I think that is deliberate. I think it is.
I think you're right. I think you're absolutely
right.
He's
not pushing along there, and I think he's bounced out the stalls and thought, right, let's let them go this ridiculous pace.
I mean, the second's done very well as well. Osama Al-Sharani, who lost total control, the horse who's currently leading, has done very well to finish second.
He has, yeah. He, as you saw, he collided with the rails, and the jockey lost the iron on the far side as we're looking at them at the moment, and recovered well just to hold on from Rams Altacock to get that second place in the finish. But again, they're going very hard in front here. Now we see the winner coming through in those purple colours with the white...
Just disappearing.
The white braces. We focus on the front two now, unfortunately, which is a shame. We miss his path through the field. But Alex just picks his way through.
Here he comes.
Here he comes.
This is the best of Alex Moreno, really,
There's a nice gap between the horses in front, and Alex takes advantage. Very confident ride.
Yeah.
If you take it, and I looked that way that he came out of the stalls and thought, right, I'm going to let them get on with it and come with a late run. Suited this horse down to the ground. And again, the most important thing here is getting space to run in.
Yes.
If you go hard early, obviously you got space to run in, but you're going to find the petrol gauge running empty towards the end of it. If you're in the pack, there's no room at all. And if you come round horses, then you're wasting a lot of ground and momentum. So what's often horses often catch the eye running on very late on the rail. Often they're not as good as the result, but they're just picking off beaten horses. But if you have the confidence to ride one like this, where you drop it out and just nip through on the rail between horses, then you can get the job done here. We don't see too many coming from off the pace, but when they do come from off the pace, they tend to look spectacular, as this winner has. It was the most obvious one on paper, been running very, very well all season in similar and slightly better races, so very much deserving of a victory, Najmat Al-Shaib, but delivered in perfect style by
really
Alex Moreno.
Definitely. Are we seeing a trend shift, perhaps? Lots of the winners today coming from off the pace?
No, I don't think so, but we'll see how the rest of the card passes. We've just seen horses go ridiculously fast here early, and I suppose that's one of the things, when pace is holding up on the track, then the jockeys will then sort of push the envelope a little bit. They just go that bit harder and that bit harder. And if you go far too hard on the front end, you're not going to last it out, and that will play to the strengths of those who are ridden very cold, as this one was. So it could be a trend, but I just think it's not so much that pace has been collapsing off a normal pace. It's been those races where the winners have clearly gone too hard early on, where they have predictably struggled in the last furlong or so.
The result then 15, 9 and 5. Najmat Al-Shaib returning as the 5-1 market leader. We now move on back to maiden company here. 4-year-olds in action over 1,200 metres. Some very tricky names here, Blancy.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'll do my best. Let's have a look at the runners and riders. Al-Hor Thabit. Fala Al-Dahasi is aboard. That's horse number 1. That'll be stall 2. Number 2 is Al-Jawar Al-Safi for stall 9. Osama Al-Sharani is aboard that one. Al-Thala is the man of Abdullah Al-Lawfi from stall 13. Garnook Always, the man of Abdullah Al Saidi. That's stall 11. Hawa Al Lali is the mount of Awad Al Mutairi. That's stall 1 for that one. Ibn Al Jazeera is the man of Eddie Castro from gate 8. Kabat, the man of Abdullah Akradis from stall 3. It's horse number 7. Mabdana Fawas Wanas, stall 12. That's horse number 8. Number 9 is Majid Selah. That's the mount of Abdullah Al Khamis. Number 10 is Poolman. That's from stall 10. Number 11 is Al Dokar. That's the mount of Mohammed Al Nevzi. Number 12 is Hobub Al Ardiyah, mount of Mohammed Al Habib. And horse number 13 is Noon Najd. That's the mount of Abdulaziz Al Yesh. Stall number 5 for that one. 13 got a post for this locally bred horses maiden contest.
Yes, thank you, John. Great to have John Blance with us today. A real lover of Saudi Arabian racing here in the capital. And certainly, Rory, one of the weakest races of the day here. We're back in maiden grade. 4-year-olds still looking for their first success. 1,200 metres. The favourite is number 6, Ibn Al Jazeera. Eddie Castro, who's been in excellent form the last few weeks, has the market leader here.
Yeah, this is it's a 61 rated horse, and it's a clear form pick. And I think very, very hard to get away from here at Ibn Al Jazeera. There were only 3 horses I liked at all in this race. And Ibn Al Jazeera is the main one. Showed fair form on debut, and after a couple of moderate runs, bounced back to that form in 5th of 20 for today's rider in a 1400 maiden here in March. You'd expect him to be ready to go for this return. You certainly hope he's ready to go, because otherwise the race falls apart a little bit. And I think takes an awful lot of beating here, because I cannot get excited about too many more in the race.
That's putting it politely as well,
Yeah.
I guess. The runners have just come into the parade ring. You'll see them emerging on the right side of that shot in about 5-10 seconds' time. You can see Callum right in the middle there. Give us a wave, Callum. There he is in his pink shirt. Cameraman to his left. Very excited reporter, Callum Helliwell. We'll hear from him very shortly. Also towards the 4 in the market, Rory, numbers 7 and 3 did Kabat for Abdullah Al Kredis make the shortlist.
Yeah, I thought Kabat was the obvious danger. As you said, Abdullah Al Kredis riding, drawn in stall 3. Smaller field here, so I think the draw's going to make less difference, and a lot of these don't have a huge amount of ability. But Kabat was in the frame in a 1400 metre maiden and a 1600 metre handicap in December and January. That handicap was only a 0 to 60. But the fact that that he was able to get in the frame in any sort of race is a positive in this contest. Below form in his last 2 starts, but if he finds the form of either of those runs, he's a player here.
There are the horses. Quickly, one more, Rory. Number 3, Af Halha. We'll have an eye on with Abdullah Al Orfi in the plate.
No closer than 9th on his last 5 starts. Athala, I didn't particularly like. I struggled to find a rating of 55 for it. The one possibility you have is perhaps this is a sprinter and they haven't realised it so far, because he's never raced the 1200 metres. This is his first try, but I thought his overall form was pretty weak. Didn't really merit that rating of 55. It's better than a few, but it doesn't tempt me at 5 to 1.
Okay, they are the 3 leading players according to the market. Callum, we're going to need some assistance here. Does anything stand out in the parade ring?
You'd be surprised, team. There are a few standouts in this panel. There's a few who look well and fit. I must say, obviously they've all got their quirks and their issues, but this is horse number 3, Alf Halal, who's an interesting horse here, who walks, not got the best of walks. You can see got a little bit of string foot in that near hind leg, but certainly very fit looking, looks well in the coat, got a nice bit of dappling is beginning to appear on the hind quarters as well. Looking forward to seeing how this horse goes, horse number 3. We'll go back to horse number 6, which is your favourite here on the international market. Again, like the favourite we saw in the opener, not blowing me away on looks, so I'd be slightly concerned about how this horse looks. Just very light leg individual, dull in the coat, not blowing anybody away, but clearly the class angle in this field. Horse number 5 has just been removed from the parade ring, gone back into pre-parade, so I'll get a word from the stewards on why horse number 5 has got moved back, but we'll keep moving on through. Let's have a look at horse number 9. Who just come into shot here. This is Maj Selah, another horse who I must say does look red hot fit and ready to do justice today. Really, really good looking individual. Carries a rating of 47 into this race. It will be hard to see him do anything on rating, but let's take nothing away from this individual here, this gelding, because he's walking out nicely. He's long, he's not particularly attractive, but he's clearly fit and will probably run a bigger race than his odds suggest. Let's go back one more to horse number 11 here. This is Aldaka, who looks like a real strong bull of a horse. Big, imposing type here. Carries a rating of 49. Wouldn't blow you away normally, but in a race like this, maybe he's a bit of a pick here with a rating of 49, especially to run into a place. You'd be hoping he can do better than he's shown in his recent starts because he's been badly out of form, but this is a low-grade race. Comes out of stall 7, which in the small field won't be too much of a negative, and certainly one to keep an eye on. And then we'll go back and we'll have a look at horse number 12 as well, Al-Ardia, who is also quite a good-looking individual as well. And 13, who my cameraman is looking at me horrifically, as I've missed out horse number 13 over the last one. This is Noonaj, another one who you'd have to put on a short list as well. Guys, the field aren't the strongest, but there's a few of them that do actually look quite fit and ready to put their best foot forward.
Yes, but I think it's fair to say, Rory, that most of these have found their grade. They're all 4-year-olds. They're all struggling to win. They're all struggling to really mount serious challenges in terms of winning. I know you wanted to highlight number 12 as well, Haboob Al-Adaya for Mohammed Al Habib. It's currently 0 from 12.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry too much about the long list of losses in a race like this. Runner-up in a 0-60 handicap at Tyne in August, and 5th of 18 in a similar race next time. It's been unplaced since, but you know those two runs are solid enough in the context of this race, and I thought was the 3rd best horse in the race, Haboob Al-Ardia. But this is the kind of race where something might decide to put its best foot forward, having been well beaten in slightly better races. You never know when these horses are suddenly going to express themselves. But none of them are stars.
That is number 12, Haboob Al-Adaya. You can see in shot, very much stop and starting. This is number 13, who we should also highlight is 3rd choice in the market, Rory, now. Noon Najad for Abdulaziz Al Yesh, who claims 1 kilo. Drawn in stall 5, finishing 9th when we last saw him.
Yeah, last 2 efforts are pretty disappointing. Has run a couple of races where it's hinted that it might have the ability to win a very small race. And priced accordingly.
Don't forget you can get in touch with us today on the YouTube channel. That is the Jcsa English speaking channel. And Harry Singh Tainer has said hello. If you do fancy anything later on, we've got some good racing to come, particularly race 6, as John highlighted, one of the features of the day. I think as soon as we get through this race, we can focus back on quality. Speaking of quality, Callum Helliwell.
You are too kind, Mark Francis. Just here with head steward, just to discuss horse number 5, who was just taken out of the parade ring and brought back to pre-parade. What was going on there?
Yeah, just a minor gear adjustment required. The horse is declared to race in blinkers, not visors. For those at home who don't know the difference between blinkers and a visor, visors look like a set of blinkers. They just have a small slit in the back of them to allow the horse to have a bit more vision. The horse has been presented with the incorrect gear, so I've just done a quick adjustment to put the right gear on it, and it's coming to the yard again now. So with blinkers on. So
a very good spot by the parade ring stewards as well there.
Yeah, the yard stewards are all over it. So it was just a case of trying to identify getting a spare set of blinkers out the back to put on. Now that's been done, so the horses, as I said, are going onto the track now.
And they're able to run if declared in the wrong gear, if that gear is changed in time. Is there a window where that changes too late and the horse has to be withdrawn?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. So if the horse was presented in the wrong gear and was going to delay the start of the race, then we would withdraw the horse. But in this case, as you've seen, it hasn't delayed us at all, so the horse is going to race.
Perfect, thank you very much, appreciate it.
Always a pleasure.
Thank you.
Yeah, great interview there from Callum. Tend to find that most of the English speakers here in Riyadh are very, very approachable, and very good to hear that last interview. As we see Kabat bouncing down to the start, remains the 2nd favourite at 11-4. Ibn Al Jazeera, though, for Eddie Castro, remains the strong 6-4 market leader. Afhalha 5-1, joint 3rd favourite with Noon Najad. Haboob Al-Adaya 8-1, 16s bar those. Is there anything, Rory, at a bigger price that you could factor into a place, perhaps?
No, as I said, there's a couple that I don't particularly like at shortish prices, those being Athala and Noon Najd. Not saying they can't get involved, but I don't like the way their form is going. So the 3 that I thought had any sort of chance are Ibn Al Jazeera, slightly worrying that Callum thought that was dull on the coat on its return from a break, because we'd like this to be as competitive as possible. Kebab, I thought, was the obvious danger, and the one that I could throw in at a bigger price was Haboob Al-Ardia.
Haboob Al-Ardia, who is an 8-1 poke as the runners are making their way down to the start. Hawa Alalay is the last one to leave the parade ring, currently 0 from 9, drawn in stall 1 today. Need to leave behind the last 2 efforts. And we do have a debutant here, Rory, Althor Thabit, number 1 on the race programme, 25-1. I mean, you're not going to really have to run to anything higher than 60 necessarily to win this.
No, it's not a particularly appealing profile either on the side or the dam side. The dam Flewa was tailed off on, I think, her only start. But yeah, these are not superstars, and it won't take a particularly well-bred horse to get amongst them. And Althor Thabit is drawn in stall 2, so it's well drawn if sharp enough here. People might want to take a chance on that because they're not convinced by those at the head of the market.
Yeah, I'd agree. The same price about number 11, Aldokar, 33-1 for Garnouk, Always and Mabdana. Both of those need to crack the sequence of duck eggs. Likewise, number 2, Al Jawar Al Safi, 40-1 outsider with Maj at Saleh. Look, Rory, we can probably put our shortlist onto one hand. I think it's a case of, are you with the favourite here, Ibn Al Jazira, or are you not?
Yeah, that's I think pretty much what it boils down to. And if Callum hadn't thrown a spanner in the works, as he's been doing all day, quite frankly, Ibn Al Jazira would be the clear pick. And to be honest, I'm gonna side with him anyway, because I think he's got a reasonably positive profile. Lost his way a little bit after a promising debut, came right back to form in his final start, and those are better runs than anything else in this race can manage. Does look like he might be able to improve the season. Doesn't particularly catch the eye in the paddock, but I'm going to ignore that and hope that he just carries that form forward from last season to this.
Yeah, I think my summary was that this is the weakest race of the day, along with the fillies maiden later. It's tough to really fancy anything, but something has to win. Ibn Al Jazira, top rated and has been well found in the market. Coming back from a summer off, Eddie Castro is definitely a big plus and was on board when we last saw Ibn Al Jazira. Let's just simply get through this and on to the next one, because the quality goes back up for race number 6. So for me, it's Ibn Al Jazira. It's also Ibn Al Jazira for Rory Delaghi. Callum, are you going to make it a hat-trick?
Unfortunately not, team. I think you're both absolutely right, and if you were looking for the winner, I think Ibn Al Jazira is certainly the play to go, but I'm looking for a little bit of value. And I couldn't take my eye off Aldakar here, horse number 11. Looked good in the parade ring. Look, I'm not going to admit this horse didn't look absolutely red-hot fit, but was just a big eye-catcher. Strong type, was getting the type that would just get better as he matures. Still hasn't had too many starts. Has had the 9 runs. There's plenty of time. So I'm hoping that horse number 11 can do the business out of stall 7 and at least run into the top 3, because with 13 runners, you get 3 places. So well worth trying to find some value deeper in the international market. John Blanc, are you sticking with the boys, or are you making a play like me somewhere else?
No, Callum, those that know me well know I'm a pretty tedious individual, and I'm going to stick with the favourite here. Although there are 1 or 2 obvious issues, and you highlighted the fact that he doesn't necessarily look absolutely brilliant in the parade ring, but let's hope that well, handsome is as handsome does, as far as this particular race is concerned. Haboob Al-Riyadh goes in. Horse number 4, Garnouk, Always to come forward as well. There is Ibn Al Jazira, and the 5 is Hawa Alalay. Mark Francis is really enjoying me trying to get some of these pronunciations correct. Horse number 13 is Najd. If I do pronounce anything wrong, by the way, feel free to get in touch via YouTube and educate me in the correct way of pronouncing some of these Arabic names. I do my best, but sometimes it's still not good enough. Althor Thabit to go in. Horse number 1 into stall number 2, Distinctive Spotted Jacket. just getting a little bit nervous as well. More than a little bit nervous. Has got 7/8 of the way in there and then backed out. This is not something we see regularly in Saudi. Blindfold has come off. Horse seemed to be resenting that a little bit. Starting team going to try again. Falah Al-Dahasi gets the leg back up. And they are trying the old blindfold trick again. Others waiting patiently. This is the fourth race of the day over the 1200-metre trip. There's not much strength in depth, it has to be said. Next race coming up, though, is a good little open contest. Mahalik, the highest rated horse of the day to run there. As we wait for Al-Hur Thabit, who's now got 6 or 7 of our stalls handlers trying to persuade him to go in. Blindfold off now. Al-Hur Thabit is, I think, just about in. Star's not happy with something, but the flag has gone up now and they're off and racing. And after all that, Al-Hur Thabit's completely missed the kick, as indeed has the 8 Mabdana as they make their way through the early stages. Good pace from Hobub Al-Riyadh, and that's your leader in the early stages. Also there, Noon Najd, so 2 horses who've gone on there are followed towards the outside in third by Majd Sela, one of the outsiders, and 4 horses wide is this jolly old favourite, Ibn Al Jazeera, already just being nudged along. Then up the inside, Kabat, the grey there in the green colours, is racing in 5th, just latching on in behind that. We have Al Dokar, and then the 5-horse Hawa Alale, and the rest of them are really struggling at the moment. So they make the turn and head on down the home straight, and it's Noon Najd who's just about the leader to Hobub Al-Riyadh. They're well clear. This favourite's being driven along for all it's worth. Now relegated to 4th, Ibn Al Jazeera. Staying on to 3rd is Kabat, but as they race inside the closing stages now, it's the 12-horse Hobub Al-Riyadh who's the leader now inside the final furlong. The leader's getting a little bit tired. The favourite's out with the washing. Staying on strongly is Kabat, but racing up towards the line, it's going to be the 12, Hobub Al-Riyadh, who's going to score. In 2nd position was the fast finishing Kabat, tight for 3rd, Al-Jawar Al-Safi and Al-Halal, both getting involved there, and nothing to be seen from Ibn Al Jazeera. So the 12-horse Hobub Al-Riyadh has scored a time of 1 minute 15.28 seconds, so very, very slow compared to all the other 1200-metre races there. But the winner, the 12, it was interesting as well. The lads have talked about the pace and how it's holding up. Now, this has not been a particularly great race, but that eventual winner was involved in a bit of a speed duel and still managed to stick around. Kabat's finished in 2nd. Athalar has finished there in 3rd. 2 1/4 lengths, the eventual winning margin. A very happy jockey as well, Mohammed Al Habib. He's given that one a nice ride and has got the job done. And the favourite absolutely nowhere to be seen. This winner only rated 53, clearly nothing out of the ordinary after 12 starts, but has got that win on the board at the 13th time of asking. Lucky for some.
Al-Adia is your winner of probably one of the most challenging races on the card today. Horse number 12 comes through. The pace didn't quite hold up, and this horse swept through and won nicely. It's done very well underneath the rider too, so very positive all round indeed. What I really enjoyed about this was the scene that the horse crossed the line. The gentleman leading up this horse. Now I'm quite loud when I celebrate my horses coming through, but the gentleman leading up the horse now in the colours was louder than me comfortably. And I mean, if this horse wasn't going to win, I think he was going to come out on the track and drag it to victory. So really lovely scenes here, and great to see everybody involved. Plenty of trainers involved with this one. I think our winning trainer is quite a popular member of the training ranks, so a few of the trainers have come and said hello and well done and congratulations. They're all getting in the photo with Habib Al-Daraya. As we have a look at Habib, we're going to go down to the washroom and see all these horses once they finish and get washed. So we'll just wait until this picture's taken and the horse is untacked, and then we'll jump out in front of the horse and we'll make our way down and have a good old look at them at the washroom and show you what happens after horses finish running here, especially in this warm desert heat on this dirt racing. So now me and my cameraman, we've seen Habib Al-Daraya just getting a little bit worked up there. We'll let him go. We'll make our way down now. We'll head across now. Because what's wonderful here is there is definitely a post-race sort of scene that goes on. The horses are walked off initially and checked by the vet. So you'll see the horses are now in front of me. That's Kabab, who's just finished in second there. They're all coming in front of me. Now, these horses have all been walked and checked by the vets, who are on the paddock vets or the yard vets, however you want to describe it. These horses all get checked. They're all walked off, so you make sure everything's walking well. There was my selection, horse number 11, Al-Dakar, making his way back as well. You can see the size of Al-Dakar, why I like that horse. I think that horse had run quite a good race for a long way. Arguably got a bit tired late on, but that's a positive thing about races of this level, is the fact that these horses are able to really get an opportunity to run against horses of their level. And you saw with our short price favourite getting well beaten, there is still some quality to be found here. So it's all about taking advantage of your chances and getting every opportunity. So we'll come and see. I really love this grey Kabab. It's just coming towards us now. A good looking individual. You go ahead, go in front of me, don't worry about us. And then we'll see them in their wash bay as well. So lovely scenes here. I can't believe how big. I want to take Al-Dakar home with me, actually. That's as Rory mentioned earlier, and this horse is certainly there's a novice hurdling Killarney waiting for this horse somewhere, because that's absolutely gorgeous. And now we end up in our wash bay area. Now I say we end up in the wash bay. I hope that people are using the wash bay area here. We do have a couple. Here's your favourite is getting washed down. Oh, this wasn't the favourite. Actually, this was the debutant here who got a little bit worked up coming out of the stall. This was Alor Sabat, who just got a little bit worked up coming into the stalls and worked up out the stalls, and is now just getting washed down by connections here, which is lovely to see. You can just see the amount of kickback that's on some of these, and then how much they get when they're caught out the back of the field. But again, this is all just to bring the horses back down to temperature, because what you don't want is them overheating, because that's when you can really get some health problems and some concerns. So just good to see that. All the bandages have come off as well. Just make sure we give the team enough space. But as you mean, like, all horses of all levels, this is no superstar, but they're all treated exactly the same way and made sure they're given the best care possible. Let's have a look at a couple of the others further down. Here's one of your other runners as well, just getting a late wash down too. We're doing this, what the gentleman's doing on his own here. This is when the real skill comes in. This is when you know you've got a nice one. They're well behaved and they'll just stand up for you and you can wash them really easily. And we've also got some extras here as well, just one of our last ones coming down. And a couple of the late, there's our winner just coming in behind us as well. Great to see the winning horse coming through too. That's your winner, just going down there. That horse we walked off to the stable yard. So behind us, as you go behind this wall, there's a stable yard as well. So they can also get washed down in there, but it's more of a sponge down type of situation down here. You get the hoses down here. I cannot stress how much I like this setup, because you've got 2, 4, 6 boxes available, all padded, all with hoses, all very easy to use. And we can see how important it is to get all these horses washed down, get all the heavy dirt off them, and be able to get them settled again. And as you can see, a lot of them absolutely love it as well. So it's really good to see the horses just being given the utmost respect and treated in the best way after they finish running here. And just make sure they stand up, that's the main thing too. As I say that, just being a little bit of a pig. But that's them very well stand up. We'll wait until this one comes out, and then we'll follow it all the way around, because we can get a good old look at this entire process and find out what's going on. You'll see the breastplate down below us as well. This has just been removed too, just to give the horses, just make sure you can get all of them covered and all of them washed down. That piece of tack is actually crucial for keeping everything together. We've actually been quite fortunate. I can count on the one hand the amount of times we've had tack issues here. I remember Rory and I being very questionable about some of the nose bands last season, especially in Taif. Don't think we've had those issues this year so much, so plenty of tack adjustments going through. Let's go around, let's sneak around this corner and see what else we can see, because we've got our outriders to our left here. So these are the outrider ponies, and these are all the outrider team. They're all praying at the moment between races. And then, as we see, we'll get a really last-minute shot, and this is where the horses all go. So they'll all then end up going round the back to our outer stable areas. So once they've been washed down, cleaned up, they head out to the outer stables. Gentlemen, that's what happens when you run in a race here in Riyadh.
Well, thank you very much, Callum, for that very, very fascinating education there. I think there's plenty that racing jurisdictions from around the world can learn from Riyadh. That is one of many elements here. Of course, the outriders as well, of course, we have in America, but particularly back home could be of good use. And of course, the colours on the stable lads and lasses in the parade ring, just to highlight a few. But let's go back to the race, Rory, which was won by one of the horses you did flag up at a bigger price being 7-1, Haboob Al-Adaya. And it's safe to say the winning rider, Mohammed Al-Habib, who we won't see here, was very happy to come the line, and Connections all smiles as well.
Yeah, two very slow starts. Obviously, we had the newcomer who was nervous about going on the stalls, missed it on the inside, and on the outside, Mabdana from stall 12 also missed a break. And Garnook always got away okay, was then very slow to hit stride. So those three were very poorly positioned early on. Again, I find it slightly surprising that Eddie Castro, who's been riding really well over the last couple of weeks, went 4 horses wide into the bend on the favourite Ibn Al Jazeera.
Was beaten here, surely.
Was in trouble here, to be perfectly honest. The winners got to the front at this stage. Haboob Al-Hardia. I've decided that's how it's called. Yeah. She travelled well on the front. There wasn't an awful lot of pace pressure. She had one horse on her inside, and she's cleared away quite nicely to win. She was one of only 3 that I thought had any chance in the race, and the second of those 3 was runner-up in the race, the second favourite, Kabat, doing good late work to sort of close her down, but never really looking like winning. And unfortunately, it was Ibn Al Jazeera who let the side down with a disappointing performance on his return from a break. But yeah, I didn't see anything else apart from those 3 getting involved, and at least the other 2 held up the form and finished first and second.
12, 7, 3 and 2, the result of race number 5. We certainly switch upwards in quality now for race number 6. Open grade here for 3-year-olds and upwards. Once again, we race over 1,200 metres. And John Blant, we have a very short price market leader.
Yes, indeed we do, guys. We'll get the runners and riders for the 6th race on the card here today. And horse number 1 is Beehive for Mohammed Al-Hubail, stall 9. Number 2, Mahalik, top-rated runner in the race. Alexis Moreno is aboard, and that one will be emerging from stall 15. Number 3 is Muk Tahem. That's horse number 3. That's the man of Mohammed Al-Daham. That's stall 7. Number 4 is Akai of Abdullah Al-Saidi, that's stall 10. Horse number 5 doesn't go. Number 6, Alcon, is from gate 6 as well. Fahed Al-Faredi rides. Horse number 7 is Mustango, Mohammed Al-Nasser from gate 8. Horse number 8 is Swinton Noon, Khalid Al-Mimoni, horse stall 11. Horse number 9 is Tabashir, stall 14, Abdul Ella Al-Hussein. Number 10 is Talentum, stall 13, Abdullah Al-Kradis. Horse number 11 is Upper Class, Brazilian bred, gate 1, Nawef Al-Mudiani. Horse number 12 is Fast Start, gate 3, Abdullah Al-Khamis is aboard. And horse number 13 is Mujib Ziad Al-Jabri, taking off 3, stall 16 for that one. Spring Jig, horse number 14, gate 5, Turkey at Lofi, And horse number 16 is Gwenalina Osama Al-Sharani. Horse number 15 is also out. So those are the runners and riders for this open contest. Once again, we're over the 1,200 metres, due off at 5:30 local time.
Yes, thank you, John. Mahalik, a very short price favourite here, rated 100. The son of the Gurkha, who is a 5-time winner, but you'd probably say he's probably thrown away another 6-7 races in the sequence. Alex Moreno looking for a double, 8-13 at the top of the international markets. Beehive, an old rival of Mahalik's, is second favourite here, right at the top. For Mohammed Al Hubel, 9-2, Muqtahem 11-2, and then a yawning gap back to the rest, headed by Talentum at 12-1. Let's look at them with Callum.
Thank you, team. Let's have a look at horse number 1, Beehive. This is the horse I'm hoping will upset the apple cart and beat Mahalik, although I absolutely adore Mahalik. But this is Beehive, good-looking individual. We know has got fitness on side, was second very recently ahead of Mahalik when last ran. Never going to be the most beautiful horse to look at, but has a lovely walk. Look at the way the front legs go on this one. This is a really extended walk, really strides out. Love this type. Now let's go back to the horse I absolutely adore. This is Mahalik. Absolutely love this horse. Gorgeous, gorgeous individual. I saw him coming up completely untacked as he walked up to come in to be stabled. He looked magnificent. He looks great in the coat. Everything you see is good. The thing you don't see is this horse's mind, which I think maybe, just maybe, might go against him. So I'll be slightly concerned about this horse's mentality and attitude. But is he too good for them here? Will this be an opportunity for him to simply run away? Let's go back to the other two horses that caught my eye. We go back to horse number 6. This is Alcon. Very good looking individual here. Well spotted by my cameraman as he walked in. He said we have to look at horse number 6. Look at horse number 6, and he was right. 6 looks well. Alcon in good shape, shining up well in the coat. I could argue that Alcon could come on a touch fitness-wise, but there's no negatives here, no condition, looks good, not got the best of walks, but certainly not a massive negative for me. Intrigued to see how this horse gets on. And let's go back to horse number 7, who is Mustango, this teeny tiny runner, very small, but very well put together individual. Looks very much, has quite a purebred Arabian vibe to it, actually, does Mustango. But Mustango, small but mighty, looks great in the coat. Team, I'm going to go slightly against what I do normally here. I'm going for Beehive here, but not because he's a paddock eye catcher. He's a horse that I think is going to upset the apple cart and beat the short price favourite. Have to go with him. Alcon looks great in the paddock, and I'll do my best Michael Fish impression. The rain is coming in. I can feel the rain. We might get some storms later on tonight.
Weather Watch is Callum Helliwell. The floodlights very much on here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse as we approach the halfway stage in the programme. So Mahalik is 8-13 at the top of the international markets. Beehive, an old adversary, at 9-2. 11-2 Muqtahem for Mohammed Al Daham and Thama Al Dahani, and 12-1 and bigger the remainder. Only one horse to start with, Rory, in my opinion. We always say that, you know, the shame that there's no 1,000 metre races here for Mahalik, but as you highlighted earlier, he can stay a mile. How do you assess his chances today, albeit over 1,200?
Well, first of all, we need to talk about him as a character. He's been called a few names, Mahalik. He wins races in his turn. He's improved in his time in Saudi Arabia. Was trained in the UK by Carl Burke, where he had a reputation of emptying later on in his races, and he's carried that forward here. But he tends to empty incredibly late. So you look at him, think, is he going to? He's got a one. He's got a one. He's gone clear with. He'll be 3 lengths clear with half a furlong to run, and then he will suddenly empty on the last 20 or 30 yards, and he's gone from looking sure to win races to stopping close home multiple times. But he does win races.
Callum's with the rider, Alex Moreno.
Thanks, team. Jockey trying to get 2 wins today is Alex Moreno. You're on Mahalik. How do you ride this horse?
Well, actually, I'm working the stables. You know, we tried to give him a chance to the Prante last week, and he did it 4. So it's my time now. So we will see.
Will you go forward with him or hold him up?
Like I told you, depend on the pace, you know. So I'm break from the 14. I'm trying to break well and keeping the horse in the pace, you know. And also, he have a short the last 200, so we will save something for him.
And the finish last week, he drifted across the track and the jockey changed his whip. Would you keep your whip on the same side and just let him get to the rail, or how would you ride him when he starts to wobble in the straight?
Well, I think he do that because he was getting tired, you know, so that's why he drove outside. But also, I think the race last week was more strong than today, so I think we can do it today.
Well, best of luck. The bell is gone. Good luck.
Thank you, boy.
That's Alex Moreno speaking to Callum there, who has the very short price market leader. Look, Alex has said that it's dependent on the pace. He's in stall 15 today. He's going straight to the front, isn't he?
Yeah, he's going to come across. But yeah, Callum asked Alex on a regular basis, how are you going to ride this? And you're never going to get a straight. You're going to get the same answer. It depends on the pace. But we saw him in the last race drop his horse right out and come from the back of the field. And
that's true.
You know, that might work for Mahalik as well. But he wants to avoid traffic from stall 15 he is. But the top three are a fair bit better than the rest, so he should be able to get across.
And Mahalik meets Beehive again. This is them two in action last time.
First and second as we join this, and Mahalik is going better than Beehive. At this stage, Beehive comes under pressure. Looks like he's going to drop out of it. Mahalik goes a couple of lengths clear at this stage. And in between the dark green colours, Messiah, who was the first of these off the bridle, ends up battling to the line. Honky Tonk Man out wide, looks like he was going to come with a big run. He flattens out. Mahalik begins to shift to his right late on. Still looks like he's going to win at this stage. But in the shadow of the post, the brakes go on. Messiah comes to the fore. Beehive rallies for second, and Mahalik is third. But he meets Beehive on much better terms. That was a handicap. He's rated 100, and Beehive's rated 91.
This is Muqtahem finishing second, I believe, on penultimate start.
Yeah, he's the danger here. He's 3 from 9, and he ran a cracking race here. 2 starts to go to finish second to another in the same colours, showing plenty off the bridle. And he's the sort of dark horse here. Horse should be running very well in Taif. Looked for a long way. He was going to just wear down the winner, but couldn't find any extra late on. This fast 1200 metres will suit him better, I think. And he's also a player. He's a little less exposed, a little younger than the other two. But Mahalik, we've got to keep reminding ourselves, he's only a 4-year-old.
Yeah, I know.
He feels like he's been around forever. But Muqtahem is the youngster here who gets a couple of kilos from the top two. And he's a difficult one to rule out. I find it difficult to fancy anything else in the field against him.
I agree. The footage we just saw for Muqtahem, that was in the Taif Sprint Cup prep. He did actually go on to run in the Sprint Championship at the end of the season, but was a real no-show. I guess if you put a line through that, he's got to have every chance here. Yeah,
very easy to do, because I think he's a horse who wants to maybe not absolutely dominate, but he wants to be competitive from the start, and that race was just too deep for him last time out.
We should speak about Beehive more in depth. Did win twice at Taif in the summer, but he does run almost every week. He's got to win at some point. Connections definitely get their money's worth from number 1 Beehive.
They do 64 runs now and 10 wins here, and normally very, very consistent. Obviously back to form, went second in that handicap last time out. His mark is a fair one, but of course this isn't a handicap. This is an open contest, so he's giving weight away to most of them. And listen, he's obviously got his chance, but for 95% of that race, he looked beaten by Mahalik. And they went head-to-head, and Mahalik won the battle in the first place before sort of giving it away later on, as is customary. He probably, I mean, I don't know. I'm not sure that Alex is going to go hell for leather to get to the front. I think Mahalik is a horse, ideally you want to ask for his effort as late as possible, but he's got such good speed that he tends to find himself in front. And I think when he finds himself in front, he idles. And then he waits for other horses to come to him. So Alex will be looking to ask him for an effort. He's got a really good initial turn of foot. So when you ask him for an effort, he will go clear briefly, and then he will stop in front.
Yeah.
So ideally, Alex wants to be able to pounce on Beehive. He's also got lots of early pace, and deal a killer blow to him as late as possible, so that horse can't rally. Whereas last time, Mahalik almost put him to bed with a furlong and a half to run, but gave him lots of time to rally, and ends up finishing a neck behind him.
So the top 3 we've covered in the market. Best of the rest is number 10, Talentum. And if they go too hard, as they have done in a few races today, Talentum might run on to a place?
Could do. I thought it was held by Tabashir on its last. And they're both on 13 and 14, which is not ideal. But Talentum was a respectable third Ancestral Land last time out. But Tabashir holds him, who was second. Tabashir then disappointed in his next start, and that's the issue you have there. Maybe just highlights. That looked a decent race that Ancestral Land won, but I think most of those behind him weren't particularly strong. And these two, well, they're solid enough 70-odd horses. They're both rated 74 officially, but they've got 26 pounds to find with the top one. 22 once you adjust the weights, but that's still quite a lot to find in a race of this nature.
A couple more I want to discuss. Number 6, Alcon.
Before you talk about it, look at that shot.
that.
It's an absolutely tremendous shot.
Fantastic.
Across the track there. It's almost, you'd think that was AI if you didn't know any better, but it looks absolutely
Grass looks great as well,
magnificent.
doesn't it?
The grass is looking very good for the upcoming turf season, kicking off next month.
And
now, belatedly, back to Alcon.
Yeah, 6, Alcon returning to 1,200 metres here, which is a big plus, but plenty of work to do on the figures.
Just the wrong sort of race, I think, for Alcon. Was successful over this trip in maiden company at Taif in July. Wasn't completely disgraced, stepping up in company last time out and finishing 8th, but just isn't up to this sort of class, as his rating of 68 tells you.
And very quickly, 12, Fast Start, had one of his better days here last week, but still ended up being well held.
Yeah, he's not the most reliable. Well, he runs his race, but he's not one to trust when it comes to winning races. He's been in the frame of 5 of his last 6 starts, including with that 4th to Societas last week, but does need to raise his game to be involved here. And I can't see him finishing in the first 3 this time, to be honest.
Are you with Mahalik?
I'm absolutely with Mahalik, and knowing that Callum's against them just makes it all the sweeter, quite frankly.
And in our private battle, it doesn't matter what the price is, it's just let's get winners. Sadly for you, I'm going to team up with you with Mahalik. I think he's the best horse in the race. You know what you're going to get from Mahalik, whereas Beehive can throw in the odd stinker. Mahalik is slightly more reliable, despite watching the last furlong behind the sofa. Let's see what Callum thinks.
Look, lads, I remember you both teaming up with a short price favourite in the last race. What happened there? So I'm again going away from you. I'm stuck between Beehive and Muktem. I think Beehive with a better look in the parade ring, so I have to go that way. Muktahem is certainly an interesting player. I think Mark Francis knows more than most. He was commenting on the racing from Taif, and some of those sprint races, the quality was high, so keep an eye on that one. But I'm going with Beehive here. John, they're already loading, so it's over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Callum. Mahalik's going to be tough to beat here, surely, but we will see. We've got the 14 coming in now. That's Spring Jigs, soon to be followed by Mustango. Still got a further 4 out the back. The 8, Swinton Noon, Khalid Al Mamoni aboard this one. Now the 16's just been dismounted. Gwenalina, one of the outsiders here. Filly by Decorated Knight, Osama Al-Sharani riding. It's just leapt off for the time being. Muktahem to go in. And also Mahalik, who is certainly a very striking looking individual, no doubt about that. Gate 15 to overcome here. (16) is Gwenalina. And the 3 is Muktahem. 1,200 metres. Open race here at Riyadh. Gates back, away they go. Favourite got away pretty well. Mahalik, the green colours there towards the right as we look at the overhead shot, also prominent in the early stages. Muktahem, Beehive has got out well as well. And that's your leading trio, although the favourite just there in 3rd spot, as you can see over on the far side. Also prominent is Fast Start, living up to its name. And then after that, towards the inner, we have Upper Class, the Brazilian bred. Then the red colours of Akai. Pretty well strung out here. They're not messing around towards the back of the field at the moment. Swinton Noon is just about the back marker as they start to make the turn, and it's Muktahem who got away well. Favourites out 3 wide here. Mahalik trying to make headway. The sheepskin noseband still travelling pretty strongly, but has come the scenic route. Fast Starts on the inside, followed then behind then by Beehive, and the rest are a long way out of their ground at the moment. Muktahem is travelling strongly. Mahalik's got a bit of a fight on his hooves here as they go towards the final furlong now. It's Muktahem in the hands of Mohammed Al-Daham, who's well clear. Mahalik's not going to catch this one now. Deep inside the final 200 metres they go. Final 16th, and it's Muqtahem who is well clear, grabbed initiative early and has absolutely skated in. Muqtahem had a bit to find on official ratings, but certainly found it here. Mahalik has finished in second. Third horse home was Fast Stars, and Beehive finished in fourth. The rest really struggled to land much of a blow at all. So Muqtahem has scored very easily, showed good pace. I mean, Mahalik was marooned out 3 wide round the bend there, but the margin's so big, I'm not even sure that a slightly more economical track position would have done any good. Mohammed Al Daham, another winner on the card for him. 1 minute 11.72 seconds, comfortably the fastest 6 furlong race of the day. Obviously, that's no great surprise given the level of competition here, but 1 minute 11.72 seconds is still a pretty good time. Mahalik 8.5 lengths behind in second there, 1 minute 13.14. Fast Start was third, 1 minute 13.63, a further 3 lengths back. Beehive in fourth. And like I said in the call, the rest really struggled to get involved in any way, shape or form. The cream somewhat rose to the top there. Muqtahem had a bit to find, but managed to find it in no uncertain terms and has scored and has now won 4 from 10. And Mohammed Al Daham is having a very good day in the saddle as well. Muqtahem, the winner of race number 6, halfway through the Riyadh card. Still plenty more to come. Our next race comes up at 6 o'clock local time, but it's Muqtahem who's going to be welcomed into the winner's enclosure here.
We've seen a good one. We have seen a good one. This horse was going 67 kilometers per hour over the first maybe 1.5 furlongs, maybe even 2 furlongs. Now, most horses, when they do that, fall into a hole. I cannot stress enough, there's a headwind here as well at King Abdulaziz Racecourse today. This is a good performance, and a performance that you really need to take note of, because this is a proper horse and a proper sprinter who got it wrong last time, but certainly did not get it wrong today. All power under a very good ride from the jockey Mohammed Al Daham. Just see Mohammed just in, and we've also got the trainer as well. Tamer Al Dahani is doing the training too, so we'll grab a word with the jockey and the trainer. We'll make sure we get both of those, because this was a hugely impressive performance from a horse that maybe let down in one of his last runs in Taif, that good sprint there. Probably wasn't the best run of his career after putting up a good effort in the trial. Has bounced right back here and won really well. And we'll get a good word with Mohammed here, because if you look at Mohammed, he's perfectly clean, Mohammed. Never saw another horse. Brilliant to see. We'll grab a word with him now. They're going to have the red tape on the horse for a sample check. Mohammed, where is the dirt?
Alhamdulillah, thanks to the God and thanks to the owner and trainer. They gave me this horse. Alhamdulillah, my horse very good. And last time he little bit nervous, and today he come relax.
Very, very exciting horse, isn't he? Very, very good.
Yeah, mashallah. This horse, I think, for 6 furlong, inshallah, very good horse.
Well done. There's 2 wins for you today. Best of luck for the rest of the card.
Inshallah, I hope so. Thank you.
We're going to try and get Tamer really quickly. He's with the Arabic channel right now, but I might just try and steal him away super quickly. Our cameraman's just looked away. We can't get him right now. He's doing the Arabic channel, but we'll get him afterwards, guys. Don't worry, we'll get him.
Yes, a win for Muqtahem, number 3. Mohammed Al-Dahan with 2 winners on the day. Mahalik, rather, holding off Beehive on this particular occasion, but neither could really land a blow on Muqtahem, Rory, who has certainly improved from the Taif season.
Yeah, this is a really good time, 1:11.72. I'm digging back from last year to find any times that were faster than that. And I happened to stumble across the King Abdulaziz Racetrack Championship Cup for fillies, which the mighty Sunset Flash won last year. She's got a rating of 108 or thereabouts, and she did a time of 1:11.73 when winning that by half a length from Aizan Al Riyadh last year. So this compares very favourably to that. And I have to say, I didn't think the times this season thus far had been as fast as last season until this. We've seen a couple of very well-run races today, including this, but to do this from the front is really impressive. We've seen a couple of horses pick up the pieces later on and do good times because the pace has been really fast. But our winner here at Muqtahem is always up with the lead. I did think he'd be better suited by this track than the deep surface in Taif, but obviously he's a 3-year-old against these established horses. Beehive, a 7-year-old now, Mahalik, with that experience last year as a 4-year-old. I thought that might just make it difficult for him, but he was a difficult one to weigh up off the 3. Getting the 2 kilos off Beehive and Mahalik, obviously, but clearly much superior to that one by a wide margin in the end. And you can say what you like about Mahalik. He's run to the form of last week. He's beaten Beehive easily with the swing and the weights, but he couldn't lay a glove on this. And that's that. See, Mahalik's not really. You talked about him maybe being a 1,000-metre performer. He's not an out-and-out sprinter. He's a horse who actually travels really well and races up to a mile. But obviously has that tendency to weaken late on. But he's not a blazing speed sprinter like this horse is. And although he was disappointed behind Nonsense, that's a really good horse, by the way.
Definitely.
Last time out, didn't get his own way that day, and just looked a happier horse here. But the fact that he was able to show a clean pair of heels to horses with the speed of Beehive and Mahalik was really impressive. And once he did get the call on those early on, he was really impressive late in the day. He is a little bit one-dimensional, it has to be said, and if he gets taken on for the lead, he's vulnerable, and he did last time out before dropping out of it. But this is a really good performance, given a setup that suited him. There only really were 3 or 4 horses with the speed to go forward early, but he's dominated those and come well clear. Handicap's going to hit him hard for this, but he will win more races.
He'll go north of 100 surely, and safe to say the ownership, Sheikh Abdullah, Al Malek, Al Sabah, got some very good sprinters. So looking forwad to seeing a few of those over the next few weeks.
Also paying quite a compliment to Big Evs, who beat him in the Windsor Castle Stakes at Royal Ascot last year.
Callum's got the winning trainer, Thama Al-Dahani.
Thank you, team. Yeah, Thamar Al-Dahani joins me now. Muqtahem, very, very good.
Yeah. I love him, this horse. He's a good horse. He ran quite a good races in Taif. He don't like the Taif weather, and he don't like, the way how he ran in Taif. The last run, he was too much nervous in the stalling gate. Before the stalling gate, the groom made a big fault. He closed his air, and we never closed him. He came to the race with the closing air, and he was really nervous, and he killed himself before the race. We take the air closing, and we try to relax him. We cannot. And even in the stall, he jump up and he go down. We cannot, do anything for him. But now, today, we coming from the stable in the ring. If you see him walking alone, step by step, slowly, stalling gate, because he jumped in the stall. They give him advance to be the last, and he entered the last because he's a nervous horse, really. And he jumped good, and he made what he have from machine.
How many of your horses would wear the earplugs? How many would they? Because clearly he doesn't need them.
So many horses, they don't need. I don't like it, really. I like my horse to be calm in the race, to come to the race calm, and to do her performance without any pressure, I used to bring my horses in the paddock. I used to gallop them and walk them in the paddock all the time. I make them, ready for the race before 1 week. And this horse, the main problem, the groom. He's not working with me. He worked only 1 year, He didn't know me very well. He thought I have to put it. And I said, no chance, don't do it again. And today he bring it with the foreman, with all the groom, they're coming together. And only one guy catch the horse, no two guys, and he relax good, and he go to the race, he do the best, and I'm sure he have more.
Yeah, I was just about to ask, because we saw Theodad win quite a good sprint last week for the Red Stable. Now, we kind of know Theodad's level. Is this horse better or lower than Theodad?
No, so he's a marvelous horse. He won for Prince Faisal more than 19 races. He's really a machine horse. We hope we do like Saudade in the coming races, But my horse is a 3 years old import horse, not like local breed. They cannot meet together, I don't think that they will meet together. But Saudade is a good horse for the local breed horse, He's from the top of the horses. But my horse, I think he will go to the Saudi Cup for the sprint. I think this year we manage him to go to the big race,
The dirt sprint would be really, really exciting. You're having a very good season yourself. Second in the Trainers' Championship. You're only one winner behind.
Yeah, I got good horses, only import horse. I don't have local breed, and even we don't have a luck with the local breed. But I train very good local breed. I know them very well, since maybe 20 years. But our stable very new. All our horses we bought a yearling from England, and we go step by step with them. The Prince, he loved the import horses. He loved to buy a yearling, and he bring him for us. And step by step, we bring a good horses from these horses.
Well, we look forward to seeing the future, and step by step, hopefully they keep on winning. Thank you for your time.
I hope you watch me in Saudi race. I hope. This is my thinking about I hope to get one of the big races in Saudi Arabia. I hope.
Saudi Cup, the Saudi Dirt Sprint, the Saudi Derby, all for you. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Say hi for all.
Hear from Tharma Al-Dahani.
Thank you, I will do.
Great to hear from Tharma Al-Dahani. Mohammed Al-Dahan with 2 winners of the day. The Trainers' Championship is really stacking up at the top, Rory, isn't it?
It is, yeah. I don't recall it being quite this tight last season, certainly not between 3. We started the day with 4 trainers north of 20, and it's now 25, 25, 24 at the head of the table with Thamar Al-Dahani getting another winner.
And as we heard from Callum, that it's possibly a horse that we might see in the Saudi Cup or Saudi Cup meeting, of course, here in February. We move on swiftly to race number 7. This is a local bred maiden over 1,400 metres between 4-year-olds and 5-year-olds. Let's go back to John.
Thank you very much, Mr. Francis. Yes, the runners and riders for this race on your screens now. Horse number 1 is Al Nazar Oshkana. That's the mount of Thab Al Timyat. Horse number 2 is Al Zal Mawi. That's the mount of Raif Al Obeid. Horse number 3 doesn't go. That's Anna Al Wafi. Number 4, Dabeya, is there in stall 9. Horse number 5 is Eid Al Nazar. Adil Al Faradi is aboard. That's stall 3. Horse number 6 is Gala Hamad. Horse number 7 is Ibtali. That's stall number 5. Horse number 8 is Kafu Kareem, Nawef Al Mudiani, gate 6. Horse number 9 is Mote Eta, Abdullah Al Lofi, stall 7. Horse number 10 is Motawak, gate 16, Mohammed Al Nasser. Horse number 11 is Motsaheb, that's the mount of Abdullah Al Masad, stall 1. Horse number 12 is Taf Al Bada, Fahed Al Faradi, gate 8. Horse number 13 is Daywat, that's the mount of Abdullah Al Saidi, stall 17. Horse number 14 is Modea, mount of Alexis Moreno. Horse number 15 is Mota Janessa, Ayed Al Tarizi. Number 16 is Shukrana, mount of Wigberto Ramos. Number 17 is Zakat. Stall 11, Mohammed Al Nevzi. So another decent sized field here for another local bred horses maiden, this time over the 1400. And it's back to Mark and Rory.
Thank you very much indeed, John. As we approach race number 7 on the programme here, you can see the runners are filtering into the paddock, where we have another 6-4 market leader here, Rory, in the shape of Eid Al Nazar. Quick word on the 5.
Yeah, Eid Al Nazar's got a decent chance on the book. This is, again, not the strongest contest you'll see, and he's got a rating of 66. 2 solid efforts, matched the debut form when finishing second last time out. Adel Alfaredi on board is a massive plus, as is Toll 3.
Adel Alfaredi, the champion jockey at Taif. Let's go to our champion reporter, Callum Helliwell.
Thank you, team. Yes, let's start with horse number 2, Paddock Negative in this parade ring. The wind has picked up here, and this horse has got a little bit worked up in the prelims. Typically, as soon as they say that, he's now walking around like a lamb. So I think the groom's going to be hoping that we stay with him all the way through, because I think he's enjoying having a little bit of company. I think he got a bit lost and isolated in the parade ring, but horse number 2 was a bit of a Paddock Negative for me. Let's go back and look at some of the others. I thought we had to have a peep at horse number 8 here, who is Kafu Kareem. This is horse number 8 coming towards us now. Big scopy type who really does cover the ground well. Quite an upright individual, there's no doubt about it, but looks very, very well in the coat and is taking everything in. You can see horse number 8 there, Mustafa, just one extra up here. Just got the cross nose band on here and is walking out really nicely. Like I mentioned here, just a bit of an upright individual, so not quite too much bend there, not too much knee action, but purely, for me, shot out the skin because it looked really, really good in the coat. So hopefully this horse, who doesn't look totally fit, will run a big enough race. Let's go back to one horse that does. The Red Stable already doing so well this season. They've got horse number 9, Moeta, leading stable, and you understand why. This horse looks ready to go. Typical Red Stable type. They don't buy these leggy, tall types. They always go for these short, powerful individuals, and Moeta is no different here. All power, all about speed and covering the ground as quickly as possible with minimal effort. I'm looking forward to seeing how this horse gets on. Maybe not quite catching the eye as much as horse number 8, but certainly worth a follow. Look at the hind quarters, just all strength and speed and power. Let's go back a couple more though, because there's one more I really do want to look at, which is horse number 12, who you will see just coming towards us now. This is Taf Al-Bada. Horse number 13, I should say, who's just coming towards us now. This is Daywat. Just walking towards me now, my cameraman Mustafa, making sure I follow the right horses this time. You'll see this horse has got the looser noseband on and the blue blinkers. I just thought this little horse looks really, really well today. Not carrying a lick of condition, looking fit as well. Walking out, you can clearly see this horse is ready to go. Not getting too worked up, but certainly not looking lackadaisical. I'd be inclined to make horse number 13, and lucky for some, my paddock eye catcher.
Thank you very much indeed, Callum. Yes, the next race on the programme due off at 6 o'clock local time. Callum's gone for number 13, which is Daywat for Abdullah Al Sayidi. Favourite though is Eid Al Nazar, 6-4, who we spoke about just before going to Callum. Also up towards the 4 of the market is number 8, Kafu Kareem for Northa Mudiani, who has form here with Mota Etta, Rory.
Yeah, I was behind Mota Etta last time. I'm building up a solid profile for all. He's now not from 9. In the money on his last 4 starts. Was third with Motetta second last time out, but that was on return from a break, and she had fancied Kafu Kareem from a decent draw. Would have a good chance of reversing that form, even though he's about 3 3/4 lengths behind Motetta last time out. But I probably prefer his chances in this contest, and the market tends to agree.
Exactly right. Eden Al Nazir. Let's see some visual clues. Number 5, who was second last time, Adel Al-Faredi on board today. What do we make of this run here, Rory?
Yeah, this is a good performance. Looked like he was going to win off the bend. This was a career best on his 3rd start. Gets to the front, does everything required to win his race, and quickens away from the eventual 3rd, but gets run down very late in the day and has to settle for 2nd. Does wander around a little bit under pressure, but I thought he was game enough on this occasion. Your only question would be how fit he would be after a break, but as you can see, only gave best right on the line there.
And here we're also seeing Mota Etta with Kafu Kareem and a few others.
Yeah, a few of these are down the field in this contest. Mota Etta runs one of his better races to finish 2nd, but I wouldn't be absolutely certain about him confirming the form. It's a good run, as you mentioned, from Kafu Kareem in 3rd, not giving a hard time at all on the last furlong, and could have been closer to Mota Etta if asked. Mota Etta was fit for that run, finishing 2nd. Does drop to 1400 metre for the first time, having generally raced at 1600. isn't badly drawn and is an obvious enough player here at around 8-1 coming off a good run, but he's not the most consistent. He needs to show he can back that up.
Mota Etta now 6-1 being supported as well. Between Mota Etta and Cafu Karim in the market is number 2 Al Zamawi for Rakan Al Abeid. Number 2 on the race card is a 9-2 chance. It's safe to say that the return to 1400 metres is a plus.
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, he's not from 19 in his career so far with a rating of 60. He finished behind Mota Etta and Cafu Karim in that 1600 metre last time out. Does drop back to a trip that suits him a little bit better and has run well over course and distance in the past, so he's got solid enough place claims. Does he look a likely winner from stall 14? I think it's asking a little bit much for him to put his head in front.
And does it sort of show us the quality of this race when the 5th choice, number 14, Ode, 10-1 Alex Moreno, hasn't been seen for a long, long time?
Yes, I mean, that's again, I think sometimes the market misses these horses who've been absent for a long time. Did show a little bit of ability on debut, but that's over 2 years ago. The jockey booking is interesting. I mean, it suggests that the horse has been working fairly well.
Yeah.
But I'm always massively wary of horses coming back from long absences, and I'd prefer to look elsewhere as a rule.
If you are looking elsewhere for a bigger price, Al Nasser Oshkana 12-1, Mota Jcsa 18s, Mota Zaheb 20s. Is there anything at a bigger price that sort of screams off the page as a possible place contender?
I suppose you can give half a chance at a massive price to Motowak, who's 33-1 when I looked earlier on.
40s now.
That has been very disappointing in Taif, but has run okay here. Might just be one of those horses who prefers Riyadh to Taif, and I could see it bouncing back and finishing, close up-ish. But with a rating of 45 does tell a little bit of a story. But you can be forgiving of Taif runs if you want to take that view that the tracks are very different.
So 1400 metres here as we see the runners leaving the paddock, Mota Etta and also Motowak, who Rory has just highlighted. Next to emerge is Mota Zaheb at 20-1. Gets the plum draw today from the inside. Any sort of squeak for Mota Zaheb?
Mota Zaheb, it does have pace, so could well lead from that inside draw. Hasn't been getting home in races, but a drop to 1400 might be a positive. The worry there is that the horse has just looked a weak finisher, whatever sort of trip. But if Mota Zaheb is going to get in the frame in any kind of race, I think this sort of setup with a very good draw and the possibility of leading. When you see a race where 3 or 4 horses break away and the horses, and they stay in front the whole time, the horses that finish 3rd and 4th aren't necessarily much better than those behind them. They're just helped by the fact that they're able to get away. Assuming the horse that gets to the front doesn't go too fast.
Yes.
So being drawn on the inside and having the speed to take a good position can be enough to get you in the frame, even if you're not particularly competitive in the numbers.
So it's safe to say we're identifying horses towards the top of the market again. Eid Al Nazar 6-4, Cafu Karim 11-4, 9-2 Al Zamawi, 6-1 now. Mota Etta has been back from 8. And it is 10-1 and bigger the remainder. Are you expecting the top 4 to all play a part in this race? Is there anything too short for your liking?
Well, they're all a bit too short for my liking, but I thought Al Zamawi was a little bit too short at what was 9-2 this morning. That may have changed slightly from stall 14. Did run pretty well last time out, but that draw, I think, makes it potentially difficult for that horse to get involved. But you should get a solid run from Eid Al Nazar, and stall 3 is a positive for that. And Cafu Karim is in form, will be suited by the trip, and is well enough drawn in stall 6 as well. So I'd be disappointed if either of those two is out of the 4.
And next door to Mota Etta as well. I think we know what we're going to get inside the first 200 metres.
Yeah, it seems that way. There might be a surprise package somewhere in there. But we know where a lot of the pace is coming from, and obviously stall 1 is going to should show pace up as well. So I think the fact that there are 2 or 3 pace angles from those low stalls makes it even harder for the wide stalls to get involved.
Right then, time to nail colours to the mast. What do we fancy,
It's
Rory?
not been a great day for the market leaders, but I think Eid Al Nazar is the obvious one to be with here, and I'm not going to start fishing around for outsiders to get out of trouble. That's not the way to do things.
I'll go with Mota Etta. I think the prices is a decent play here. Abdullah Al-Orfi. How we'd like to hear from him with Callum post-race, of course.
Absolutely, yeah.
So Mota Etta for me. Callum, the final word?
Thanks, team. Yeah, just a little update from the paddock here. The Cat, horse number 17, was awash with sweat. I would not be surprised if they check that one down at the start. That's the Cat, horse number 17, big negative. I'm making a last-minute change here, team. I am going to go for the 8, Cafu Kareem. I've pulled out at the last minute. I can't do it with the 14. I'm going to go with the 8, Cafu Kareem. Just very upright, but looked well, and you guys you've talked very positively about him too. So I've got to follow your advice here and look at Cafu Kareem, who is resplendent under these lights at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. Horse number 8 on your race cards. Jumps out of stall 6, has been in good form. Surely that's the recipe to get me off the mat, but we've seen how we've gone so far today in the first 7 races. It's going to be tough. So I'm going to stick here with horse number 8, Cafu Kareem, in this contest. Still circling down at the start, just checking to make sure that horse number 17 isn't getting vet checked. But boys in the studio, going with horse number 8 with a late change.
5-2 second choice. Cafu Kareem drawn next door to Mota Etta. Very interesting tactics here. A lot of the horses we've flagged up today, Rory, have all come from out wide. It's rather pleasing on our part that we've got horses that actually have a chance at the gates.
Yeah, maybe what you want to do is, when you print your cards out, just put a big black line through all the horses drawn wide, so you can't be tempted by them, and you're forced to find something that is drawn low. I'm going for stall 3 here, so not being daft.
Eid Al Nazar for Rory. Callum is sticking with Cafu Kareem. Mota Etta for myself. We've got 3 of the big 4 in the market covered ahead of the 7th race on the programme here in Riyadh. This is a local bred maiden over 1,400 metres, and it's time to hand over to the one, the only, Mr. John Blant.
Thank you very much. Some astonishing introductions this afternoon. The horses are down at the start, and favourites tough to oppose here. I think is around about a fair price on the international markets, given the form, given the ratings, given the draw and everything else. Adel Al-Faredi, very high quality performer in the saddle as well. So I think it all points to a good run from Eid Al Nazar. They are putting them in for race number 7 on the card. About 5 of them already in, but you watch them load up pretty sharpish. The 8 is Cafu Kareem to go forward. There's the 5, Eid Al Nazar. Horse number 12 is Tarf Al Bada, one of the horses at a slightly bigger price. Fahed Al Faredi is riding that one. Still waiting for De Beer to go in as well. That's another one at the back. Indeed, is Tarf Al Bada. We talked about that one. Horse number 6, Gala Hamad, a grey, to come forward as well. Motzaheb. It's the advantage of stall 1. Good start for that one. Could see it sneak round into a decent posse from stall 1. A bit to find on official readies, but not an absolutely massive amount. A good draw couldn't offset to an extent. There's Eid Al Nazar going in. 11 to come forward, Motzaheb. 9 to go in as well, Mota Etta. 6 is Gala Hamad. There's Gala Hamad, a 4-year-old gelding by Flashy Bull. Gala Hamad is in. Oh, the wingman's got off. Shukrana. He's back on now, though. Flag up, gates back, away they go. They are racing. Once again, we're back to the 1,400 metres. And a good start was made by Cafu Kareem, also prominent in the early stages. Motzaheb trying to push forward from that good draw. Gala Hamad is also prominent in the run. Rather wide on the track is Mo Day, who's trying to get a little bit further forward into a prominent position. De Beer is just off the front rank as well. Towards the rear of the field at the moment, Azal Mawi, who's had a bad draw to overcome and hasn't really been able to do that just yet. And Daywat is also towards the back as well. So it's Gala Hamad who leads them. them as they start to make the turn. To in second position, Motsaheb, who's now just being ridden along up the inside. Here now around the outside comes Eid Al-Nazar, the jolly old favourite, the yellow headgear, and lopes alongside the leader Gala Hamad. And these two have just gone on now to Motsaheb, who's being ridden along in third position. Bit of a gap then to Ibtali, who's now moved into fourth, but a bit of work to do from there. Motawak is getting going as well, but again has plenty to do from its position as they start to make the turn for home. And the favourite Eid Al-Nazar has just about gone on now to Gala Hamad down on the rail, who's getting a little bit tired, perhaps understandably. From the back, Tarf Al-Badr is getting going at any old price, and also staying on well is Kafu Kareem. Inside the final furlong they go. Petrol light on the dashboard on for Eid Al-Nazar, but still just about the leader. Still staying on well is Kafu Kareem. Up towards the line, Eid Al-Nazar, Kafu Kareem. Kafu Kareem has beaten Eid Al-Nazar. In third position was Gala Hamad, and the fourth horse home, Tarf Al-Badr. Callum Helliwell knew. He knew all right. Horse number 8, Kafu Kareem, has reeled in Eid Al-Nazar, who had a lovely run in transit, just got on the shoulder of the leading duo there. But in the end, despite having a nice lead entering the final furlong, was taken out by Kafu Kareem. 1 minute 28.68 seconds, the final time there. Eid Al-Nazar probably run a perfectly respectable race, but in the end has gone down by a neck. Gala Hamad, who was prominent throughout, has finished there in third. And confirmation of the fourth very shortly. That was Tarf Al-Badr, who wasn't really in the race in the early part of the contest, but has stayed on well. And Mota Etta has also got into a reasonable late finishing position there, fifth for that one. But Kafu Kareem it is, who has scored a first win at the 10th time of asking, Nawaf Al-Mudiani aboard this one. And as we said, Callum was prepared to stand against the international market's favourite Eid Al-Nazar, and it's all worked out very nicely. Kafu Kareem has scored there in race number 7. 5 more still to come at Riyadh this afternoon. Stay tuned.
Nawaf Al-Mudiani has guided Kafu Kareem to victory here in this 7th race of the day, this maiden contest over the 1400 metres for the 4-year-olds and 5-year-olds, and he has done it well under one of the real good rides you'll see today. And the Nawaf Al-Mudiani, I was cursing this jockey after the first few hundred metres, had a very low draw but didn't get involved with the early speed, let those get on with it in front, and then reeled in the favourite and got up in the dying strides. A very, very good ride. Look at the side of this horse. Like we mentioned, a very upright individual in the parade room, but just looks really well and up for this today. Looked well in the coat and has done this job here and secured a victory in our 7th race of the day. We're going to try and grab a word with Nawaf as well, because he is a jockey that's worth following. Always chips in with a winner or two every single week as well. Nawaf Al-Mudiani, a very talented rider indeed, and hopefully they'll get more success with this horse, because he's a very, very tall leggy type who you imagine will do better with some time. this son of Private Eye, still in tyre as well, so looking forward to see how he gets on in the future. And now Naif is going to go and weigh in. This may only be a few words this interview, but we'll see what we can get. No victory for Abdullah Al-Orfi, who's become a bit of an internet celebrity over the past week. Naif, congratulations.
Thank you, Pete.
A very good performance from our winning jockey there. Naif Al-Modiani, your winner of race number 7.
Yeah, North Modiani back amongst the winners, usually riding plenty in the colours of the red stable here, though. He was in the colours of Mohammed Al-Mazouki, and it's safe to say that Kafu Karim has been deserving of a success, Rory.
Yeah, been running well, as we said. He's been in the frame. Had been in the frame his last 4 starts, or in the money at least. Just sat a little bit off the pace here. Gala Hamad and Aid Al-Nazar softened each other up a little bit. I thought Aid Al-Nazar would win Al-Nazar early in the straight, but he wandered a little bit off a true line when he was left on his own, and the winner has run him down. Seeing a replay of the race again here, it wasn't too long before the principals were handy, but you see the winner just dropping in behind there, didn't get away too badly, but allowed to drift back in the field towards the rear before finishing strongly. And again, we've probably seen a slightly overly strong pace in front, which has collapsed late on, but it did look, coming off the turn, the second and third now move into first and second places at this stage. And they've got a bit of a break on the field in behind, but again, cast an eye back and you'll see the winner just beginning to make stealthy progress again on the rail. You can't go around horses here, you're wasting ground, and he just takes his chances and hopes that he's going to be able to squeeze between horses where he wants, and horses beginning to weaken around him. He's taking them off one by one. Still got a fair bit to find on the front too. They're about 10 lengths clear of him at this stage. Once he straightens out, he's able to pull out into the 3 path and makes a pretty steady progress from this stage. Gala Hamad weakens fairly quickly then, leaving Aid Al-Nazar in front, but he's got a bit lonely then when he hasn't got company, and you see he wanders a little bit and gives a target to Kafu Karim, who runs him down late on. That's a very similar story to what happened to Aid Al-Nazar the last time we saw him in the spring, when he led for almost all of the last furlong, got caught on the line. It's much the same sort of story here, but do you blame him at all for that? It's hard. It seems harsh to crab him. When he will get himself to the front, and he will try, but you see that his ears are pricked, that he's stargazing a little bit in front, and that helps the winner get to him. He's just a little bit green still, I think.
Yeah, I agree. He looks left, he looks right, doesn't look completely forward going. And here looms
you just get the impression that if the third had stayed with him for a little bit longer, it might have helped him just to dig in. But Gala Hamad weakened a little bit quickly and left him with nothing beside him, and that's where he started looking around and not really knowing what to do. And unfortunately, when you're in that position, you're getting a bit tired. You're presenting it to a finisher, and that's exactly what's happened here. But I'd still be reasonably positive about Aid Al-Nazar going forward. Hopefully he'll learn from this.
Yes, I agree. Perhaps cheek pieces could be a good idea in the future. Not too sure. As North Modiani gets up, he's only been beaten a neck at the line. The favourite, as you say, I think I'd very much want to have him on side next time.
Would you say cheek pieces on top of his blinkers?
Well, I'd take the blinkers off, obviously, and then put the cheek pieces on. But
it has been done, you know.
It has been done. I mean, there was a horse we were researching that had every piece of headgear, which might run later. Anyway, a man that needs some headgear as well, Callum Helliwell.
I need more than headgear, team. I need a gelding operation and everything. There's no chance. I just need headgear. I'm in awful racehorse. I won't get racing till 3, and I need all the ability. I need all the help. But I thought I'd come out and show everyone at home a bit about the dirt surface that we run on here in Saudi Arabia, because a lot of our British viewers will be talking about dirt after City of Troy running in the Breeders' Cup. Now, the reason I discuss the Breeders' Cup is because this is Saudi dirt, very different to what you see in America. What we're looking at right here is our dirt surface. Now, this is a sand-based substance, right? It's really soft, and it just crumbles in your hand here. It's not so much a silt-based surface as you have in America, and especially at Del Mar, where we saw it was very light sand, very silty, and not quite the easiest. We saw all the kickback coming up on City of Troy. one of the other bits I love about it is just how deep you can get into it. We're talking a cushion surface here. I cannot stress it enough. Rory and myself have been here for this is our second season now. Tom Collins was just here, it's his second season too. You could count the amount of racecourse related injuries on one hand, and the reason being is this surface is as cushioned as you can get. I cannot stress this enough. You just keep digging. Like, my heel goes in and it just keeps going further and further down. So we're talking a really, really safe cushioned surface, but as we hear from Jimmy Jerkins, it's not cuppy. What we talked about with Jimmy at Taif was a surface that you literally dug your way in and had to come back out of. This, completely and utterly different. We're talking, it's got some strength to it. Now, you're not diving all the way in, but it's got a bit of give back to it. So you hit it, you don't jar, but you also don't dig. And that would be the difference between here and Taif. Worth mentioning, you know what, we're going to go across. We'll go across as well, because we get a good view of the turf track over on the other side as well. This has just been harrowed, so I'm going to annoy a lot of ground staff here. Bob will be fuming with me. But if we can come under here. Mustafa, how do you feel about hurdling a rail? Are you okay ducking under or going over? I'm ducking under, okay? Oh, Jesus. Oh, God. Oh. I've got my mic, it's gone all over the place, my earplugs have gone everywhere, but we're still good. I think we're still live, so that's all good. Now, the thing about this course is this is a turf course. This is totally different. Paul, are you okay? That's amazing. Is my cameraman okay? We've got intrepid camera work here in Saudi Arabia. This is the turf course over here now. This is the one that I'm really excited about, because you can see it's not fully in yet. It's not fully grown in. You see, there's plenty of growing still needing to be done. But what we love about it is the difference between this and last year's track. At this time last year is night and day. We're ready to get going on December the 7th, and in my mind, and I'm no grass expert, as I keep telling everybody, it looks in very, very good nick. Now, there's no doubt we'll probably be running on a tighter track and off a narrower circuit. So there'll be a rail probably drawn, I imagine, about 6 wide from me. And we'll be running with limited runners in the field to start with. So these horses will probably be running in 10, 11 runner fields in December. But by the time we get into the new year, maybe into January, we could see full fields for the entire time on the turf. That will help horses like Farday, who we saw in an earlier race today, who was running in these type of races, who will relish the turf. European trainers, think about it. Here's an opportunity to run for really good money on a really good turf track before the Saudi Cup.
Oh, excellent work, Callum. And look, the tractors are on overtime as well. Get harrowing the track that you've ruined just after the across the line. They've got the work cut out, the ground staff now, haven't they?
They have, yes. No surprise to see the tractors out after Callum's dug up the outside. No wonder they're only winning from the inner when he's digging up the track. But fair play. Fair play to Callum for getting out there and explaining what the surface is like, and again trying to get an idea of the difference between this track and US tracks. Mm-hmm. It's less about the kickback. We don't see any kickback here. Mm-hmm. The surface is deeper than dirt surfaces in the States, but also it's got that cushion, and it gives back to the runners as well. So you get reasonably fast times. You'd get faster times in the States, but again, I think half the issue with racing in the States is they're obsessed with time. And that sometimes takes precedence over safety, whereas here, as we've seen, we see hardly any breakdowns at all on the track here, or in Taif slower again. But obviously, Jimmy Jerkins described the track there as cuppy, and Callum has decided to take that term on board as part of his vocabulary. But yeah, it's not as kind to US bred dirt horses, but it's a lot safer.
Well, compliments to Callum, and particularly the cameraman there. Excellent work to see not only the dirt track but also the grass. Of course, we'll be racing on in the next few weeks. Back to our commentator today, John Blance, who's going to take us through the runners and riders ahead of race number 8.
Many thanks, lads. Yes, this is a big field, even with some non-runners to report as well. It's a local bred fillies maiden over the 1400 metres. Ain Mohammed is horse number 1 from stall 11. Ali Al Mutib rides. Horse number 2 is a non-runner. 3 Elam Radar is the next horse in the list there. That's from gate 14. Mohammed Al Hubail is aboard. Then horse number 4, Bint Al Khayal, Adel Al Faradi. That's in stall 16. Horse number 5 is Dahamat Alays, stall 6, Mohammed Al Daham. Horse number 6 is Hiroshima, stall 5, the mount of Faisal Al Sanoon. 7 is Jamil Khair, that's the mount of Abdullah Al Kradis, gate 17. Horse number 8 doesn't go. Number 9 is Malakaya, the mount of Salman Al Rashid in stall 1. Horse number 10 is Mazeda, the mount of Rahid Al Fayroz, that will be emerging from 16. Horse number 11 is Nomasin, the mount of Abdullah Al Shra, Ahmed Al Shra, Nomasin from gate 7. Kashasha, horse number 20, Abdullah Al Saidi, is from, say, stall 20 from horse 12. Horse number 13 is Sass, that's gate 8. That one is the mount of Thab Al Timyat, who is still claiming the £2. Next is horse number 14, Sanabik. That's the mount of Riyadh Al Abaid, stall 13. Horse number 15 is Shalfa Ali, Abdul Ella Al Hussein, stall 9. Number 16 is Shalfa Satam, stall 12, Abdullah Alofi. Horse number 17 is Shamonia, mount of Khalid Al Mimoni. Horse number 18 is Taglub Shakra, Nawaf Al Fayrus, stall 3. Horse number 19 is Tusti, that's the mount of Abdullah Al Odib. One is from stall 15. Horse number 20 is Watira, gate 4, Mohammed Al Nevzi. Horse number 21, Tanasob, Osama Al Shrani. 22, 23, 24 all don't go, to add to horses 2 and 8, who are also non-runners. Fresh from his exploit over there on the track, he's rushed back into the parade ring, so it's time for us to hand over to Callum Helliwell.
John, I am earning my keep today, running all over the course here, and I'm glad I made it back so I could have a look at horse number 4, Bint Al Khail. Absolutely gorgeous filly. She really does stick out to me. She looks magnificent in her coat. She's walking out really well. She's a bit green. She's a bit nervy. She's a little bit on her toes, but she's beginning to settle. She was a little bit difficult in the early on around the parade ring, but she's just beginning to settle down now and take everything in. I'm really keen on her. You can just see as she gets down here. Just everyone just be quite careful of her and just give her some space, because clearly this is all still very new to her. It is only her second start. She was fourth on debut. She's well worth a watch here. Good looker, looks fit, tall, leggy individual. No doubt she will definitely come on from this run mentally and physically, but I could not take my eyes off horse number 4. We'll go back to horse number 9, who's the other paddock eye catcher for me in this contest. Really looking forward to see how this horse gets on. This is Malakaya, who is just a bit jig-joggy as well. Some of these fillies just getting caught in this strong wind we're having here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. This is another one that, if I was to say was more forward and more precocious, I would definitely say horse number 9 fits that bill. Got that breastplate we see earlier on. We mentioned when we were down the wash bay that this is in order to keep the tack all in one piece and just to give the saddle just an extra grip there on top of the girth. So hopefully that will all work its magic and we won't see any saddles flying anywhere. But I quite like the look of horse number 9 in this field. Jig-joggy, well put together. Malakaya is a nice looking type. No one else really caught the eye, team, so it is horse number 4 for me, will be Callum's paddock eye catcher.
Fresh off the back of a winner as well. Bint Alakeo is the 9-4 favourite, number 4, Rory. Fourth placed effort on debut. Can she go 3 better here?
Yeah, she ties into a couple of these on that fourth placed effort, and if she wasn't on stall 14, she'd be stall 18, she'd be blindingly obvious. We're going to see the run now. This is the winner's in front on this occasion, but she's you'll see our favourite here, Bint Al Khail, running on from back in the field.
From a promising position as well.
In about 6th place at this stage and runs on really strongly to grab 4th. Beaten a reasonable way in the end, but I thought this was very promising in terms of her education and what she had learned from it. So yeah, 9.5 lengths she was beaten in the end, but surely will come on for it. Number 3 here, Alim Rada, was 6th on that occasion, coming back to form, having been fairly disappointing before that, but you'd expect that Bint Al Khail would confirm form. They're both drawn quite wide, and yeah, Adele Alfaredi on board, so there's no better man to find some sort of passage for her from stall 18, but stall 18 has been very hard, hasn't it? That's the only thing that would put you off her in this contest.
Second favourite is this horse, Shalfa Satan, who is drawn in 12 for Abdullah Al-Lawfi, 130, second favourite. Was fifth on first start, but beaten nearly 20 lengths.
Yeah, 19 3/4 lengths fifth to Misail in a 1600 metre maiden here on debut. Did promise more, but that was this sole start for her last season. She's been off 9 months since, so fitness has to be a slight concern for her.
3 is Alaim Radar Mohamed Al Habail, who we've already touched upon. 5, Dahama Alays, also 7-1 with Sanabik, numbers 5 and 14.
Was also in that contest and was well beaten, Dahamat Alays behind Bint Mastery, but not well drawn that day. She's been in and out, but she was runner-up twice this year over 12 and 1400 metres, and she is drawn to play a part here in stall 6. So I think you can't rule her out. Obviously, her last 2 or 3 runs have been disappointing, but she has bounced back from poor runs to finish second before. So I think she is a player, given that she's capable of running to a mark of 57, and there are a lot of apparently dead wood in this race.
Including possibly number 14, Sanabik, who's the mount here, Rakan Alabay, 16th start at the racecourse for this 3-year-old filly, yet to really show any winning threat.
Normally a horse that you would strike off your card fairly quickly, but a 7-1 shot here, because a rating of 54 puts her in a competitive position. But she does have placed form over 1400 metres in Taif, but she hasn't really progressed. She's rarely absolutely disgraced in her races, but her recent efforts are not close to the best that she's provided, and she's moderately drawn in stall 13, so she needs to turn it around a little bit and find her rule form.
A bigger prize is number 17, Shamonia, for Khalid Al-Mamoni, one of the right jockeys on board. Does have bits and pieces of form that could possibly land a blow here.
Yeah, it was been in the frame in a non-winners of 1 and in a maiden over 1400 metres in August. Hasn't carried that improvement forward subsequently, which is a concern, but needs to find a bit more to figure. I say 20-1 is a tempting enough price, given there's a little bit of back class there, but a rating of 44 will put plenty off. I'd say I don't want to go mad about her chances, but a rating of 44 is a little bit harsh on her and what she's achieved.
Yeah, I agree. One more we should mention is Shalfa Ali for the champion apprentice from Taif, Abdullah Al Hussein, drawn in stall 9. Best effort has come on the green grass, as we saw Callum on a moment ago.
Yeah, 4th on the turf here, but ran badly on dirt either side of that. Does have a little bit of ability and isn't in the toughest race, so it wouldn't be a huge surprise. But yeah, the fact that the best effort has come on turf is a little bit of a concern in a dirt maiden.
Anything else at a bigger price? Tusty 28-1, number 19 on the race card. Some of the bigger numbers are right down towards the bottom. It is more wide open than we actually think.
I thought the newcomer Maseda was worth a mention. Obviously, we said the standard isn't particularly high here. Again, not a great draw in stall 16, but this is quite a well-bred filly. The dam is a half-sister to 3 winners, including a Grade 3 winner over 6 furlongs. That's smart enough. And if she takes it after the speedier sides of her family, she wouldn't be too far away here. But I suspect stall 16 on debut will probably scupper her. But I thought she was worth a second mention at the very least.
Okay, that's most of the runners sort of covered. Bint Al Khayal remains the 9-4 favourite with 1 run to date so far. Shalfa Satam, a similar profile, drawn in stall 12 today, 5th place effort on debut, 130. Alain Radar 7-1. Dahama Alay is now usurping that as 6-1 third choice. Sanabik 15-2, and bigger prices about the rest. Pace not too sure. I think some of the bigger numbers obviously find themselves towards the top of the market. Are you happy to neglect those towards the top, because I feel like they're very easy to take on?
No, I mean I'm tempted by Dahamat Alayez, despite a disappointing run last time out because it's drawn in stall 6. But I'm not sure there's an awful lot of genuine speed in this race, so I am going to go against one of the rules here, and I'm going to go with Bint Al Khayal from stall 18, because I just think she might be a class above these. She looks good on the track. She showed she showed a lot of promise for the future. She was already in front of a couple of these who would have chances on paper anyway. On her debut, she's bound to improve, and she's got the best jockey in the country riding her, and Adele Alfaredi. So there is that one significant negative, but I think there are too many positives to ignore her.
Okay, yeah, I'm going to go with 17 Shimonia, who is a big price, 20 to 1.
Money.
Yeah, 20 to 1 this morning, 16 to 1 now. Has certainly been in the frame on a couple of occasions, and I think the mark is a little bit undermining, mining rather. Not that it factors really that much here. So just confirming with you, Rory, you're on the favourite here, Bint Al Khayal.
Bint Al Khayal, number 4 here will do for me.
Number 4 for Rory. I'll take a chance with 17 Shimonia. Callum, you're with the market leader as well, right?
I am with the market leader, Bint Al Khayal, a real good-looking type in the parade ring. Couldn't take my eyes off, and we know Adele is a jockey. Yeah, you really should be on the right side of. All the signs look right, and when Rory and I have teamed up in the past, sometimes it's actually worked. So hopefully it can work again today. Looking forward to this contest. Not too many negatives to worry about. A couple of horses getting tack adjustments as well, but as you can see, this horse, when she was going down to post, she looked so well, and I could not take my eyes off her in the parade ring. So hopefully she can run a big race. Not many others jumped out to me. There's plenty of these who've had either one extreme or the other, very little experience or plenty of experience. Talking to Rory about form all through the week, he's always the one to side with a horse who's less exposed than the overexposed type. But today, we've had a few horses who had plenty of bites of the cherry finally getting their heads in front. So it's not always the case that the unexposed horses will win, but I think it's best to side with one on this occasion. So yes, I'm joining Rory on number 4, Bint Al Khayal. I imagine the loading process is starting pretty soon, so it's about time to hand over to the man who will talk us through this local bred fillies maiden over the 1400 metres. It's Mr. John Blanc.
Callum, many thanks. Getting a nice drone shot there of the surface, which you so well ably illustrated a few moments ago. Fascinating stuff there to compare just when dirt isn't the same as dirt elsewhere, and it's always good to have that little bit of information on side. Interesting, given the way Jimmy Jerkins is here now, former top trainer in the States, of course. Happy to train and race his horses on this surface, and yeah, there does seem to be a pretty good record in terms of horses finishing safely and without injury on this particular incarnation of dirt here at Riyadh. So well done to all concerned here at the track. Look at this, they really are loading up quickly. I'm sure there were no horses in before we got that drone shot, and suddenly they're going in like the clappers. There's the 13 just backing away there, that's Sass. Sass going in now. The 19 to come forward, that's Tusti. Abdullah Odib is aboard. One that's a little bit away from the rest of them is number 17, Shimonia. That's Mark Francis's tip. 21 to come forward, Tanasob. 3 still to go in as well, Alaim Radar, Mohammed Al Buhail. Considering this is a field of 3-year-old maidens, you've got to hand it to the stalls team. All in, more or less. Big field here. Fillies maiden, 1400 metres. Gates back and away they go. 1 or 2 tardy starters. Jamal Kayer was very slowly away, as indeed was Mazeda, as they make their way through the early stages. Good speed from Alam Radar, the 3-horse getting into a good posse. Also prominent is Dahamat Alays. These two kick on in the early part of the contest. Ain Mohammed is also up with the speed, as indeed towards the near side is Malak Kayer in the blue and orange colours. Also there, taking up a fairly prominent position, is Tanasob. The dark blue jacket gets a little bit closer. One that's wide round the turn at the moment moment is Tusti, forfeiting lots of ground. So they make the turn. They'll be levelling up for home very shortly, and going strongly out in front is Alaim Radar. Leads by a couple of lengths to in second position Dahamat Alays. Then towards the outside, getting into this now in third is Chamonix, the white sleeves, who's now travelling pretty stealthily and goes into a strong travelling second. They've swung for home, just over 400 metres left to go, and this long-time leader Alaim Radar is now just beginning to struggle. Chamonix is now making really good headway towards the centre of the track and quickly goes past Chamonix, going on by about 2 or 3 lengths to a tired Alaim Radar, who's in second spot. Staying on now from the back of the field is Sanabic, but that's got plenty to do as they race down inside the final couple of 100 metres now, and out in front still by about 2 or 3 lengths, getting a little bit tired now, Chamonix, but is going to score. Gets to the line in time. Chamonix the winner. Tight for second, still holding on there was Alaim Radar, the long-time leader. Third horse home was Sanabic. That was the 1, 2, 3. Well, there we go. Chamonix. You won't care how it's pronounced if you backed it, and you will have backed it if you followed in our very own Mark Francis. And this is a bit of a boil over on the international markets as well. So well done. Had a few shrewd tips today from our team, and this is probably the crowning glory at the moment. Maybe there's more to come, but Chamonix at a very nice price indeed has won in a time of 1 minute 29.28 seconds. Alaim Radar was second there, Sanabic was third, and the fourth horse home, Dahamat Alays. There is your winning jockey, Khaled Al-Mimoni. We love an Al-Mimoni here on the English-speaking service. And Chamonix has scored, and has scored very nicely indeed. Just there was a little moment with about 50 yards to go where maybe the exertions of coming through to take it up and shoot clear began to just cause her to tire a little. But she had enough. She'd done enough already. And the job has been well and truly done by Chamonix. Alaim Radar has finished in second, Sanabic in third, Bint Al Khayal in fourth, I should say. But there we go. Mark Francis with a big priced winner here on the English YouTube channel. Don't say we never give you anything.
Win for the team. Great work from Mr. Mark Francis, our presenter and commander-in-chief, who has guided you to the selection of Chamonix, who has won. But he's been ridden by John Blance's favourite jockey, Khaled Al-Mimoni. They both come together to really form the ultimate partnership here, and Chamonix at the top of the bend. You thought, how far was this filly going to win, because she was travelling like the proverbial good thing all the way around, and she's done it in very, very comfortable style. Congratulations to everybody involved with this one, and if it was very well found by Mark Francis, and if you followed him, congratulations as well. Chamonix, not too many connections out here, but we have a winning trainer, 2 grooms and a jockey as well, so well done to everyone involved. And we'll grab a quick word with Khaled Al-Mimoni as well, because he has guided this horse to success in good fashion. Congratulations all round between trainer and jockey. And this horse is a horse who looked fairly exposed making 10th career start today, but clearly had a little bit left in the tank. Saddlecloth again. See, I could have told him that. Saddlecloth, get that off there, Khalid. I knew that one. See, I know what's going on. Khalid Al-Mamoni weighing in perfectly there. That's all good. Saddlecloth is back. I need to be in charge of this weigh-in section here. Khalid, congratulations. Well done.
well done. ما أعرف إنجليزي ترى.
Shukran.
شكرا. Thank you.
Thank you. Well done. Congratulations.
What a win for number 17, Shimonia, who has finally broken the maiden and travelled very sweetly throughout the race, Rory.
Yeah, travelled really well. Good pick from you. She showed useful form in the summer at Taif, and I just thought she'd gone off the board a little bit in recent starts, but right back on it with a solid performance to break her maiden. Again, you know, we're not suggesting this is absolutely fantastic form, but she's deserved to win a little race like this, and she's given Connections a lot of fun. Not one of the bigger yards, but a filly who's been knocking on the door.
And she breaks best.
She broke very well to lead briefly, and then sat just behind the pace again. You know, you see this quite a lot with winning rides. Khalid Al-Mamoni, one of the better jockeys here. It's useful to get a good break, but you don't necessarily have to push forward after that. Depending what speed your horse wants to go. So he's taken a lead off the front two, tucked into third place. He's made sure he's got a bit of space on his inside there as well, so he's got manoeuvrability, and that tends to be very important. So in the ideal position, tracking the front two and not being pressed at that stage, that's helped her show her best form. My selection got way back in the field and has run on very strongly from an impossible position. She just needs further, I would say.
I was going to say, is it as simple as saying she needs further, or is it a case of a better draw?
A better draw obviously would help. She was drawn awkwardly, got towards the end. She was never going to cross over. She didn't have the speed to cross over.
Yeah.
So she had to come inside and cut behind runners and then come through. But she's got too much to do at this stage. And although they've gone fast here, they haven't gone at a ridiculous speed. The winner was never that far off it. And although our race favourite has run on quite strongly towards the end, Bint Al Khayal, she never really threatened to get involved. But yeah, she's not an early speed type, and I think at the 1200 and 1400 metres, you really need to have the toe to go there, unless you're looking at a race that's going to fall apart. So I imagine she'll be up to 1600 metres next time out, and I think you probably see a better filly as a result, because she wouldn't have to be ridden along to stay up with them over that sort of trip, and she'd have learnt again from this performance. It's just the second start of her career, the second in a couple of weeks as well. And
just a word on the second, Elaine Radar has certainly run her race.
Yeah, she's been running in the context of this race reasonably consistently. She was behind Bint Al Khayal last time out, but she was able to hold a better early position here, and has run up to her form. But I think her form is summed up by her mark of 53. I don't think she's necessarily stepped forward from that. So things might just fall her way in a race like this, or a little handicap.
So Shimonia is the winner of the 8th race of the programme, a maiden no more. Shimonia on start number 10 has finally got her head in front. 17 beat 3, 14 and 4. Bint Al Khayal, the 9-4 favourite. Fourth again for Adel Al Faradi. So that is the 8th race done and dusted. We move on to race number 9 now, which is a local bred maiden for 3-year-olds over 1600 metres. We still have 2 purebred Arabian races on the programme today. And of course, race 10, which we are looking forward to, is a 0 to 70 handicap. But we go now back to a former winner of Presenter Bingo. It is Mr. John Blance to take us through the runners and riders.
You're too kind. Many thanks, Mark. Yes, looking forward to this. I hope you've had your cards out and your dabbers poised over the last few hours as well. Amid Al Maidan is top of the list here for race number 9, another big field. Fahid Al Faradi is aboard gate 15, number 2, Al Kasi Mohammed Al Nevzi, that is from stall 8. Almo Sameh Ali Al Mutib, stall 3, horse number 3. Horse number 4 is Bab Al Rayan, and the Madam Mohammed Al Gharib. Horse number 5 is Batal Al Maidan, and horse number 6 is Easy Horse at a gate 5. Horse number 7 is Gala Saad. Horse number 8 is Ghazal Al Saudia. Aid Al Turizi rides that one. Horse number 9 is Morib Al Dareya. Abdulaziz Al Faredi, gate 19 for that horse. Horse number 10 is Mota Saned. Madam Mohammed Al Habib. Horse number 11 is Mutakdem Lil Khair. That's the mount of Abdullah Alofi, stall 18. Horse number 12 is Orub, who's in stall 10. Or Kub, I should say. Horse number 13 is Raf Yelam, gate 20. Horse number 14 is Sam Al Garif, stall 9. Number 15 is Sam Al Muhammadir, gate 14. Horse number 17 is Tanaf. Number 16 doesn't go. Number 17 is Tanaf, stall 11. Number 18 is Thunderstorm, Rayan Al Toesh, gate 1 for Thunderstorm. Horse number 19 is Wahei Shan, gate 16. Jimmy Carrion gets the leg up on that one. Horse number 20 is Wakti, Mohammed Al Hubail. And horse number 21 in a bumper field is Kadeh, gate 13, Abdullah Al Khamis. So we're over a mile for race number 9 and back to the parade ring now. And Callum.
Thank you, team. We just decided to spend some time in the pre-parade ring here before racing. We've got one more lap in here until they come through. There's so much going on in this pre-parade, but I'll wait till some of the horses maybe try and work their way out into the main parade ring, and we'll show you some of the boxes where the horses are tacked up, because as you can see, we've got absolutely loads of them. While we are in here, though, we can talk about a couple of the horses that caught my eye in the pre-parade. Horse number 7, who's just looking in behind me, is certainly a good-looking individual. That's Gala Saad. I think Gala Saad's caught my eye a few times. It's a totally Callum's type on paper here. Horse number 7 in the blue and grey colours. May find this all a bit too tough, and there's plenty more quality in behind. The Red Stable have got a runner here who looks well too. That's horse number 13 that I thought was another nice cut. This is Rafa Nealam, who is just coming past me here, horse number 13. We're just going to have a good old look at this individual as it comes towards us. And yeah, we talk about horses that look well in the coat, typical of the Red Stable. Again, another very, very good looking individual. We're going to see, the number 1 is going to come out now, but Mustafa, I'll just show you the people this. We go back out. You'll see the reason that these horses come out in order. It's all exceptionally well organised. They're going to be shot out now, I imagine. Is it going to go, or we're going to do one more lap? One more lap? We're going to do one more lap, yes, we're doing one more lap. The stewards here are brilliant because they see me coming and they know I'm going to ask a very silly question. But at this point, everything's in order, and it's crucial that the horses stay in order, because if they are not, they get told off in the main parade ring. So you will see a couple of times where we'll be looking and a horse isn't in shot, and we'll go, oh, is it a late non-runner? And usually if they are, they're being yelled at and dragged straight through. So it's worthwhile noting that these horses are all going to be paraded in order, and it's great to see all the grooms again wearing the team colours, which I always think is hugely important and makes it so easy for you, me and everyone at home to really enjoy this sport and be able to see what's going on all the time here. Now, Mustafa, I'm going to drag Mustafa away here. We're going to try and sneak into this corner here. I'm going to explain what goes on in a box. So if we try and jump out between horse 19 and 20, we're going to sneak through here and show everyone at home how big these stable areas are here. Make sure we're all very careful. Front end bites, back end kicks. Here is one of the tack-up rooms here. So just to give everyone an idea at home of just quite how big this space is and how much room people have got to tack up their horses, I think it's hugely impressive. We've got padded walls on either side again. As I mentioned before, in our washdown area, these walls are all padded for protection. You can't get into them. That's a really important thing. We've got space either side. What I love the most is there's no hooks. As someone who's ridden all his life, there's nothing worse than going into a temporary stable area and someone's got hooks that you're meant to tie horses up to, because it's a recipe for disaster. You want this whole area to be as smooth as possible. They're always cleaned out as well. You'll see no manure lying around or anything like that. It's a great setup. It's airy, it's bright. You can see everything and feel safe and comfortable. You can get plenty of people in here as well. In these type of races, most of these horses are well behaved, but for the 2-year-olds and those younger horses that are just starting their racing career, the last thing you want them to do is to be cooped up in somewhere like this. And you can see we have have clearly had incidents where you'll see we've got indents here, but this is what the padded wall does. It means that you don't end up getting injured. You get horses will spook and kick, that's normal. But if they're spooking and kicking into this, they're much, much safer than spooking and kicking into some white breeze block or anything else that normally makes a stable. So team, hopefully, will be drama-free, but if there is drama, if you're in a place like this, you'll be as safe as possible.
Yeah, stellar work, Callum, who will quickly gallop over to the main parade ring where the runners are starting to circle. Favourite here is number 15, Sahim Al Mohammedir for Adil Al Faradi, who is yet to strike this evening and afternoon. Gaith Al Gaith doing the training aboard number 15, who is drawn 14. Motasaned second choice at 130. Ghazal Al Saudia 7-1 with Raf Yalaim for Abdullah Al Saidi, both of those the same price. And it is 10-1 bar those. As has been the case throughout, Rory, we should probably start with the favourite, who is Sahim Al Mohammedir. 10th start at the races today.
Yeah, 0 from 9 thus far, third 2 starts back. Has a rating of 65, but it's a slightly unusual one. He ran well in a handicap 2 starts back and not to 60 company. And then because your mark doesn't go up straight away, he was able to run off the same mark. I think he was third not to 65. He was able to run in a weaker race last time out off that old mark of 60, but he was only 6th that day. That suggests that maybe the mark of 65 is a little bit flattering to him. Obviously, that run might have come a little bit too soon. When you're going up in the weights, there's a temptation to run as quickly as you can. But yeah, given the promise of his penultimate run, I thought he was a wee bit disappointing last time out. You can say he sort of joined top rate on top rated rather than 65. But I would say that the second favourite, Motasane, has probably got a slightly more robust mark, given what they've achieved, and also a lower draw as well. So I thought there'd be less between the pair of them in the betting. And 13-8 seems a very short price for a horse beaten in not to 60 company last time out.
And Motasane, who you highlighted, who's second pick at 100-30, has certainly made some money for connections so far.
Yeah, I mean, Motasane is very consistent on the whole. Disappointed last time out, but I would say that given his overall profile, you would give him a chance to bounce back, because generally speaking, he's given his running, so it's not hard to forgive one effort, and I think he bounces back here. And to be honest, he's probably the more solid of the pair at the head of the market.
Ghazal Al Saudia is third choice, or joint third choice with number 13. 8 Ghazal Al Saudia, who is 0 from 3 so far, an opening rating of 62. Is that fair?
That's fair enough. Ghazal Al Saudia was a promising enough fourth over 1,600 metres, so his penultimate start. Down the field next time out, but he'd shown enough in 2 starts there to suggest that he might find a small race. The concern for me has been off since January, and even though he's got a good draw, he might just be in need of it, so we'll see what Callum says.
Okay, we'll go back through the rest in just a moment. There's number 13, Raf Yalam. Callum, back to you.
Thanks, guys. Yes, let's look at horse number 5, one of the debutants here, Batal Al Maidan. Really interesting here, because I looked at the pedigree and I've got no idea who the dam is, who this one is, and looking forward to just see how this horse looks in today. And I thought, if I'm looking on looks, it's a really gorgeous individual. This is all a learning experience for this runner who's making debut today. No doubt we'll see an improved performance in time, but this horse looks fit enough and ready to go, and certainly an eye catcher for me. Just really marching around the parade ring and taking everything in. Maybe a bit jig jockey, but he's a big strong boy and well worth following in this contest. We mentioned a couple of the others earlier on, horse number 7, horse number 11, I think it was, or I can't remember the other horse number 13, but let's look at horse number 14, just in behind that red stable runner. Horse number 14 will be Sam Al-Magiraf. Certainly a very good looking individual. 13 caught my eye and 14 did exactly the same, and I think if we're looking at horses that will excel over this trip, this is what I like. Just a bit leggy, walking out here. This is a horse with a bit of class. This isn't just a ball of speed, and I'm intrigued to see how this horse gets on, horse number 14. Giving me a good old look as well. He's got a real kind eye, intelligent eye. The groom's enjoying all the extra attention as well, which is lovely to see. Not carrying too much condition either. A good, smooth mover. I can't stress it enough how nice it is to see some of these dirt horses move so well, especially when they're local bred. These are the important races in Saudi Arabia. Yes, they're tricky. There's no doubt about it. It's hard to find winners in these contests. But these races for the local bred horses are hugely important. It's not just Naj Stud who are the ones to watch. You've got to watch all these locally bred individuals from good families here. We're just having a little problem here with horse number, I think that's horse number 18, who's just proving a little bit tricky going forward. That would be a bit of a paddock negative there for horse number 18, but these are important races, and hopefully we'll see some future stars. Boys, it's back to you.
Thank you, Callum. Yes, talking of the road stable, they have Raf Yelam. It's not really been a day to remember for them. They've had a few chances and a few places. What do we make of number 13, Raf Yelam?
Well, ran okay on debut in December, went third over 1,200 metres. You'd like to think the step up and trip is a plus, but the widest draw is a big negative. Drawn a stall 20, and while promising enough, it's just really hard to overcome at the moment, isn't it?
One with a better draw is number 6, Easy Horse for Faros Wanas. Colours we see pretty much every thoroughbred race. Look, the last 2, maybe 3 efforts are very, very disappointing. 12-1 today. Possible player?
On all form has chances, but not been showing that form of late. Not badly drawn though. His most recent placing, you see a 2 back there in the form. That was in a 0-60 handicap, so you don't want to be getting too carried away with that sort of line of form. Has placed claims of bouncing back to it, and this isn't a lot better than a 0-60 really, on paper at least. So Easy Horse might appeal from a fair draw, but does need to bounce back from 2 or 3 poor runs.
And another one with a decent draw right on the inside is number 18, Thunderstorm for double-seeking Rayan Altaesh, who rode our second race winner earlier aboard Juju. Thunderstorm, new connections today?
New connections. It's been running okay though, and it's a 25-1 shot.
Big price.
Yeah, it's overpriced, I think, on the balance. Improved on. I mean, had looked pretty limited until finishing third at Taif in July. That probably wasn't the strongest contest, and he's run just respectably since. But finishing 6th shows that he's retaining a little bit of form, despite that rating of 46. Mixed debut for new connections. If he chimes the first time of asking for those new connections, we're seeing with the post now, looks okay.
Yeah.
You look at this and go, well, you can't win a 46. Well, our last winner did.
44.
Rated 44, winning that maiden, so it wouldn't be the biggest surprise on earth. And I think horses go up and down the handicap quite slow. Well, they can go up quite quickly, but they tend to move around quite slowly, and that's trainers will mention that all around the world really, that the handicap is slow to release their grip. But sometimes when the handicappers decided a horse after 2 or 3 starts is only worth a rating of 20 odd, it can take quite a while for them to, a couple of good runs, they won't actually be rated as high as the horses are finished amongst. So I think that 46 may be a little bit harsh on our 18 runner Thunderstorm there, and I wouldn't rule him out. I thought 25, not many of the outsiders really appeal, but the 25 seems very fair about him.
I agree. We spoke about most of the principles. Is there anything else at a bigger price you want to highlight at all?
There's not an awful lot. We should mention those that are drawn low, given there has been a fairly strong bias at the track for that, and put their chance in context. So number 3, Al-Mosame, is drawn in stall 3, but it's not from 4 starts. And to be honest, despite that good draw, I don't think this one has shown enough ability to take advantage of a lowish draw.
Galasad, 7.
Galasad in stall 2 has shown enough to get this rating of 54, which doesn't leave him with a huge amount to find, but gets the rating of 54 for a good second on debut. And if it was able to find that form, it'd have a massive chance here. But unfortunately, all the runs since have been considerably less promising. And hasn't been in the first 5 in any of those races since. So the debut effort seems a bit of a flash in the pan.
Okay, as we see number 14, Sahim Al Garif going down to start.
This is Callum's paddock pick.
Indeed. Taking it in just about
It's
okay.
a biggish price, but Callum has popped up with her 40-1 paddock pick before. And in fairness to him, he will talk about horses catching his eye, and you look at the form and go, can't really have that, and then you see it in the picture and you go, oh, okay, I can see why you might like that. And some of them do look quality, but you know what they say, handsome is as handsome does. Just because these horses look good in the paddock doesn't mean they run so well on the track, and a lot of them don't like getting their hands dirty, so to speak.
Anyway, 5 minutes to the off here of race number 9. 3-year-olds only in action. 1,600 metres we're up to now, as they are just about making their way to the mile start. So, selection time. Sahim Al Mohammedir, the 13-8 favourite. 3-1 Motasaned. 7-1 Ghazal Al Saudia. 6-1 now Rafraf Yelam. All of those single figure prices. The rest are 10-1 and bigger. I'm guessing, given everything you've said, that you like Motasaned.
I like Motasaned. Yeah, I just think I'd have made him and Sam Al Mohammedir roughly the same price. And I think from stall 6 he's got a better draw. He was disappointing last time out, but generally consistent, and I think he'll bounce back.
I'm going to take a punt on Easy Horse, number 6, who is a bigger price at 12-1. This was actually the only race where I didn't highlight a selection before we turned up here. And given everything we've said, it is screaming at me on the page to not ignore. But I guess Thunderstorm as well, if you like something at an even bigger price, 25-1 is a little bit silly. And can surely outrun those odds. So it's Easy Horse for me, number 6. Rory is with the second favourite, Motasaned. Callum, would you like to confirm your pick here for race 9?
Yeah, guys, this is a fascinating race. I've managed to break down my paddock selections into a short list of 3. That includes Batal Al Maidan, the debutant, number 5, a name which in English means champion of the field. So that's Batal Al Maidan. I also thought number 9, Morib Al Dareya. This was a horse that didn't come into the parade ring as early as we thought. It was one of those that just came in a little bit later. As I mentioned in the pre-parade, one of those that were getting shouted at as it came in later, no doubt. A very good-looking individual as well, a lovely hindquarters. If you were to give a best turned out price, so not necessarily a paddock eye catcher, but the horse who was turned out the best, that would go to Marib Al Daraya. But Sal Margarith is going to be the paddock selection here, horse number 14. Coming out of stall 9, as Rory said, the form gives us nothing to go with, but I could not take my eyes off this really good-looking individual. He's a 3-year-old colt. I like him a lot, and I'm sorry, he's a 3-year-old gelding, and I like him a lot, and hopefully he'll give Khalid Al-Mimoni another winner today. He was the one that caught my eye, and I couldn't look anywhere else, but I did have to give a good mention to horse number 9, who's the best turned out, and horse number 5, who I think will run an interesting race on debut. Well worth keeping an eye on this one. But again, these local bred contests, they tend to be looking better and better with each year I come to Saudi Arabia. So looking forward to this race. The first horses, I think, are just going forward in the stalls. So as a reminder of my selection one more time, that is horse number 14, Sam Al Garif, and John Blance can call them home.
Thank you, Callum. Yes, another big fields here, minus the 16, 22, 23 and 24. And the loading process down at the 1,600 metre start for the first time today will be getting underway shortly. That's Bab Al Rayyan, who's just been dismounted by Mohammed Al Gharib down at the start. 15 there was Salm Al Mohammedir, who is the favourite, who doesn't have a huge amount in hand on official ratings. In fact, is rated exactly level with Motasaned, Rory's choice, who's the clear second favourite on the international markets, but trickier draw for that one to overcome as well, Sam Al Mohammedir. So we will see how it all works out in the next few minutes. A bit of money on the markets for Rafraf Yalem, 6-1 from 7-1. Nothing getting particularly interesting at a price, although Al Masaume has been backed at a huge price in the international markets as well. So the loading up process is getting underway. The 12 is being brought forward now, or Cobb. Horse number 5 to come forward as well, Batal Al Maidan. That's here the Arabic translation as well from our intrepid linguistic correspondent, Mr. Callum Helliwell. Waqti is about to go in. Motasaned will be moving forward as well. Waiting for Sam Al Mohammedir. The 1 is Ahmad Al Maidan. The 3 is Al Masaume. This horse has attracted a little bit of money at an enormous price. Rafiaf Yalam still to go in. The 11 is Mukdem Lil Khair. One is Ahmed Al Maidan still to come forward. And they'll be left with the 11 and the 15. The 11 being Mukdem Lil Khair, and the favourite being their horse number 15. Still to go in. You just see it there, the sheepskin noseband. So, a lot of big field maidens today. A lot of horses who, as yet, are not thought of as much good by the official handicapper. There might be still a bit more improvement to come in one or two of these. Easy horse to come forward for Fawaz Wanas. Waiting for Al Musawme to go in. 10 is Mota Saned, and the 11 is Muktam Lil Khair. Another big field, this time over the mile, the 1600. Off they go, they are racing. Very, very slow start there by the, I think it was the 9, wasn't it? Morib Alderea. Another one that's slowly out the gate was Wei Hashan, as they make their way through the early stages over the 1600 metres. And it's Al Musawme who's got away well there, the yellow sheepskin noseband, the yellow cap, the rail. Followed then by Easy Horse, who's also prominent, as indeed towards the outer is that's Tanaf, who's getting into good early position as well, the 17. Towards the inside, Gala Saad is also making a little bit of early headway. At the back of the field at the moment, we have Bab Al Rayyan and also Gassal Al Saudir as they start to make the turn. The favourite is in mid-division at the moment, needs to make a little bit of headway from there, but more than capable of doing so. As they make their way around the turn, it's Al Musawme that leads them to, in second position, Easy Horse, followed then in third by Gala Saad, right round the outside now, Raf Ye Alam. There, then followed by a rather detached fifth place runner, Tanaf, in the red and white colours. Still looking for the favourite, who's got plenty to do from there. Is now trying to stay on Salm Al Mohammedia, but needs to find plenty of lengths and find them quickly. Inside the final 400 metres they go, and it's Rafriaf Ya Elam that goes on by a couple of lengths now to Easy Horse, who's rather tired in second. That's Gala Saad, who's trying to stay on down the centre of the track, and Mota Saned as well, trying to get going, but that one too has plenty to do as they go well inside the final furlong now, and it's Rafraf Ya Alam who's going to be far too good for them here. Rafraf Ya Alam is going to win for Abdullah Al Saidi. Tight for second, very close for second, between the 6, the 7 and the 9. Easy Horse, Gala Saad, and also Morib Alderea, who stayed on very well. Rafraf Ya Elam, the winner. Third start today. And this 3-year-old by Astrology out of a mare called Bint Meerkat Miss has scored. And has scored very nicely. Another sort of decisive move made with a furlong and a half to go. 1 minute 42.85 seconds the winning time. And there did appear to be a little bit of upside to this horse's form. Obviously, that was something that could be said about a lot of these. But Rafraf Ya Alam has definitely stepped up to the plate here. Easy Horse was prominent throughout and has been given second. Gala Saad was third there, the 7 nearest the camera. And Marib Alderea got going late to finish in third. But it's Rafraf Ya Alam from gate 20 overcoming the wide draw this time round. Obviously a slightly longer run to that first turn over the mile, but still no mean feat to score from there. Easy Horse finishing in second. Gala Saad in third, and Morib Alderea finished in fourth. Favourite in the end, pretty disappointing. Never really landed a blow. Flattered to deceive for a furlong or two to make a little bit of headway as they swung for home, but in the end couldn't get anywhere near the eventual winner, Rafraf Ya Elam.
we've been in Saudi Arabia for 3 weeks, and in that period of 3 weeks, Abdullah Al Saidi has gone from a 3-kilo apprentice to a 1-kilo apprentice and has ridden yet another winner today on Raf Yaelan, who's done it in good style on his third career start. This 3-year-old colt by Astrology. A good-looking individual as well. He caught our eye when we looked in the pre-parade ring. He walked around well, didn't eventually make the late shortlist, but has done this one in good fashion and is clearly, as you can see, a typical mile type. Strong but will come on, no doubt about it. Our winning jockey here is just coming to get weighed in. We've also seen that the sampling will be done on this winner as well, horse number 13, Raf Yaelan. We see the red ribbon is on show. Abdullah Al Saidi, he doesn't do any talking, but we'll give him a congratulations and just get a word. Abdullah, congratulations. He's running away. Well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, the Red Stable were on the board. Abdullah Al Saidi, who's certainly been a man to follow, not only in Taif, but now in the Saudi capital, always in the box seats. Pretty straightforward in the end, Rory.
Yeah, has done it nicely. He was one of the least exposed in the race. Didn't have a rating coming into this. Run well when third on debut. Was coming back from a break here. Entitled to be better for that break. Just a quite a finely put together 3-year-old. Yeah. So he could have done with a little bit of time just to strengthen up. And this is a big step forward. The concern, obviously, with him wasn't the form. He looked very promising, but stole 20.
Look at him.
Not easy to come from. Let's see how he actually manages to escape from this draw under his impressive apprentice. Gets away reasonably well, but he's happy to let this horse come forward. Settles. Now he's basically settling where he is. But normally that's a bad position to be in. You're liable to get thrown very wide on the bend. But he's shown plenty of natural speed. He's allowed others in front of him just to go forward, so he's not forced particularly wide in the bend. Just tucks in a little bit at this stage. Typically, plenty of pace on up front. And now, as they just find their positions, he realises the horse is going pretty well underneath them and moves forward. He is about three or four wide in the bend here, but the positive, I suppose, with the mile trip is they do sort themselves out a little bit before they actually get to that sweeping bend. So you're not being pushed wide by 4, 5, 6 horses, and he's going very well.
Yeah.
So I think he might have been happy to sit there for a bit longer, but clearly the horse was travelling very well under him, and he thought he could improve his position fairly easily, and he did that. So it's quite an impressive mid-race move to go from mid-division to disputing the lead and go straight by the leader, who went well for a long way, Easy Horse. And in fairness to Easy Horse, beaten at this stage.
Just rally on again.
But does dig in to hold off. I expected Easy Horse to sort of drop out of the frame at this stage. But he kept galloping. Galissad in the grey and blue alongside Easy Horse at this stage. It's just held off for third place. And Montesano ran pretty well. I thought he might have found a little bit more. He made good headway from the back of the field in those blue colours with the halved sleeves at this stage, still travelling okay. But he just sort of threw his head around a little bit coming into the straight and decided that the effort he'd made to get in touch was enough for him. You just see that awkward head's courage when the whip comes near him, and he doesn't want to be beaten up, flattens out late on to finish just a respectable 4th or 5th in the end. But the winner's away and gone, and holding his form quite well, I think, in the last furlong or so, which is important because we see horses who get into winning positions here and they hold on, but sometimes the action begins to go late on, or you can see they wobble a little bit or get obviously tired. But that's not the case with this one. And so there should be a lot more to come, I think.
I think it's the only clean horse in shot as well. There was a lot of kickback in that race.
There was, yeah, the kickback, but the wind was sort of throwing it over the rail as well. And ironically, being wide of runners was not a massive inconvenience with the kickback, because he'd been well out of most of that. So that might have helped him to a degree there. But clearly a young horse who's unexposed and is liable to go places won't be hit hard for this by the handicapper, because again, the runner-up is rated 55, the third's rated at 54, so that makes an awful lot of sense. The 55 and 54 rated horses have filled the frame from good draws there, so you can't give him too high a rating on the back.
What would you give him?
And I think he'd be worth a rating in the mid to high 60s on the back of that, but he might end up getting under 65, which would qualify him for those handicaps.
Okay, a winner for the Red Stable, Abdullah Al Saidi and Raf Yelam. We come to our final thoroughbred race of the programme. This is race number 10. It's a 0 to 70 local bred handicap, and John Blance is the man to take us through the runners and riders.
Yeah, thank you very much, chaps. And we take a look at the horses now. Another big field here. Horse number 1 is Aku Nuf, Mohammed Al Hubail, gate 3. Arlind Aware, gate 16 for Salif Al Mimoni, isn't it? Horse number 3 is Lay Ayun Maram. That's gate 20, Mohammed Saeed rides. Horse number 4 is Mohammed Al Sad, gate 18. Abdullah Al Kradis is aboard. Number 5 is Motamasek, stall 15. That's the man of Alexis Moreno. And horse number 6 is Najd Al Wafar, stall 1. Tharb Al Timyat. Horse number 7, Shibban Al Anaya, Fawas Wanas. Horse number 8 is Ala De Ra. That's the man of Fahed Al Furedi. Horse number 9 is Al Shahab Al Thakeb. Number 14, or gate 14, Mohammed Al Daham rides. Horse number 10 is Asar, stall 8, Mohammed Al Nebsi. Horse number 11, Faizat Sarah, Ayad Al Turisi. And horse number 12 is Mabdak, gate 11, Mohammed Al Nasser. Plenty more where that came from. Number 13 is Lasco, Abdullah Al Rashed. Number 14 is Mota Shamek, gate 9, Abdullah Alofi. Horse number 15 is Sanuja, Adel Al Faredi, stall 10. Horse number 17 is Moedar, gate 6, Osama Al Sharani. Horse number 18, Palance, stall 4, Khalid Al Mamoni. And horse number 19, Tomahawk, stall 2, Abdul Ella Al Hussein. Horse number 20 is Mubikum. Is the last of those to go to post. That's the man of Abdullah Al Humid. Horse number 16 is a non-runner, Sam Al Moghtara. The reserve's not required either. The horses are in the parade ring, and Callum is down there.
Thank you, John. Yes, let's have a look at a couple of these in the parade ring. They've come through very quickly. Now we've got these short gaps between races, which we like to see. The first horse is horse number 1, Aku Noof, who caught my eye straight away because this is an absolute bull of a horse, this four-year-old colt. Just really caught the eye, walks around, looks strong and imposing, and certainly the type of horse you want to put onto your shortlist. Probably would need a little bit more on the fitness side. Carrying top weight here might be a bit of an arse, but certainly has winning form in the back. Let's go back a few horses here, a few that are quite interesting looking individuals on your screen and horses that we want to keep an eye on. Let's go back to horse number, I'm just looking at it in front of me here, horse number 9, who we're looking at coming towards us right now. This is a really good looker. This is a horse that I quite like. This is Alisha Al Kaseb, who's walking around. Typical for the owner, they tend to have these horses looking very light and athletic and ready to go. You can see this individual's ribs. This is a horse who I would describe as red hot fit. Not a lick of condition on board horse number 9, and hopefully this will run a big race here. A horse who doesn't have much winning form in the book, just 2 wins from the 17 starts, and hoping that he runs a big race today. He's walking out really well and striding out nicely, and certainly one I'd want to put on the shortlist. Let's go back to another horse here, Mabdak, who is the grey horse just coming in front of us now. Mustafa, don't forget the horse. He's just come past us now. There's horse number 12, Mabdak, who's just walked straight past my cameraman as we've got him back. I really like this for Connections. The Connections have had a really strong time of things recently and have had winners and place horses over the last couple of weeks. This horse is carrying a little bit of condition, but is a good mover, and Connections cannot be ignored. Abdullah Al Manif certainly doing very well. We also know this owner recently purchased the goat out of the UK for I think 90,000 guineas, so hopefully we'll see that horse sooner rather than later. And then we'll just go back a couple more to the red stable runner here, Mota Tharmek, horse number 14. Absolutely gorgeous type in front of me now. The red stable are turning into the white stable. You just see each of their horses and you have to put them on a shortlist because they just look so well. Shining in the coat, no different here. Walking out really well, and I'm really struggling to find a paddock eye catcher guide, but the red stable runner has to make the shortlist.
Yes, thank you, Callum. This 0 to 70 handicap, we've got as many as 7 runners racing off top weight here of 62 kilos. Numbers 5 and 6 are towards the summit of the markets. The favourite, though, is number 15, which is Sanuja, 3 to 1, and has been well back today. And once again, Rory, we see Adil Al-Faredi right at the top of the international markets.
When in doubt, go for Adele, that's what they say. Placed twice in similar events to this over this trip in Taif this summer, and Adele gets the ride for the first time now, so obviously merits serious consideration in what's a really tough race when you got 7 horses on the ceiling rating of 70, and very small gaps after that. It's not easy, but yeah, Sanuja's been running well, and Adele Al-Faredi taking the ride. Only 3 from 56 career-wise. So not a win machine, but not a massive surprise to see that at the head of the market.
I'm already going to flag up to you my selection here. Number 5, Mota Masek, who really should have won last time.
Finished, yeah, that was a return to form from Mota Masek. Didn't show its form last season really, but bounced right back when second to Sarajevo in a 0 to 65 a fortnight ago. Yeah, that was a big effort. The only negative, well, 2 negatives I would have. Still 15
Draw,
makes that
yeah.
a little bit tough, but also going up £5 for getting beaten.
Yeah, that is quite tough actually to negate. Alex Moreno from stall 15. We'll speak about the rest. Before that, straight to Callum.
Thank you, team. Yes, joined by Southampton University alum Abdullah Al-Manif. Firstly, how was your stint in the UK?
Yeah, it was a great experience. The weather was like very, very good, to be honest. It wasn't raining a lot, which is
surprising.
Yes, when it's not sunny in the UK, everyone is smiling. So we enjoyed it so much. The sales was fine. There wasn't that much of options that I was looking for, especially the 2 years old ones. I was looking for like 4 years plus with a high rated. We've successfully secured 1 horse by Cracksman, by Frankel. He's rated 92. He's a very consistent horse, very sound. He definitely has won maybe 2 times or 3 times turf and dirt, so he should be very suitable. Frankel, like this kind of line, definitely suits home. So and also I kept him in training as well during the quarantine. This is maybe the first time I do that. It should be fine for me to keep the 2 years old one, to have a little break, and then bring him here. But for the 4 years of plus, they are already like mature, and I don't want them to lose their intensity and their strength and the muscle. So, and he placed, to be honest, in October. He's not a superstar horse, but he should be a very competitive. He's rated 92 back in the UK, so he should be like a competitive horse here.
And that's a goat who was trained by Andrew Balding as well, so certainly coming from a very good stable. Let's talk about Madbark here in this race. This is a really competitive handicap, and you'd think he's getting a little bit of weight from some of the field, but this is a tough race.
To be honest, especially this race, I did not get what the horse wants yet. Unfortunately.
What does he want?
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Like top nutrition plan, top workout plan. Everything's like ongoing. But he's 6 years old. He won 2 times at the King Stable. But he's a little bit. He got an attitude, so he should definitely do something. At least, come on, 0 to 70. I mean. If he's not doing that good, he should be out of my stable. I treat all of my horses like same, like imported feed, top care. So he will be like a loss for me and for the owner.
So this is a big day for horse number 12, Mabdak, who it really needs to get that together and try and win a race for you. I also have to mention our presenter, Mark Francis, who's in the studio behind you, also went to Southampton University. So you've got another alumni here.
All right, very good to know that then. So it's very good to see you again, guys. Thanks for your highlights when I was back in the Newmarket regarding Riyadh Angel. He's now under Prince Faisal Silk. So yeah, they brought him. Yeah, so yeah, and they will keep him with me. So I have a good number of 2 years old now. We'll see how things will go. I have also a runner-up was last week by Cantharis. First time, yeah, he was a beast. To be honest, he should be like Riyadh Angel and the other rest. So I'll just hope to be like part of the Saudi Derby, to be honest.
It's very exciting and nice to hear that Prince Faisal's bought the horse but is staying in training with you. So congratulations and best of luck with Riyadh Angel and best of luck with Mabdark in this race.
Yeah, thank you so much, man.
Thank you.
Oh, lovely interview there from Callum, connections of the 12 rather, Mabdark. Speaking of the 13, Lasco is joint second favourite here, Rory, at 11-2.
Yeah, I'll need to dig my notes out. Lasco, number 13, ran his best race to date with second of 20 in the course and distance maiden on his final start last season. Could easily improve again, and he's well drawn if ready to go after a break. That's a slight concern, but stall 5 is good. The return to form in the final start last season, producing a career best effort, suggests that Lasco might do better. Not the easiest race to come back in, it has to be said, but does have some upside about him.
And also well to the fore is number 6, Najd Al Wafa for Thurb Al Timyat, who has form over further and still won here.
Yeah, I like that Najd Al Wafa. Only won from 15 in his career, but running respectably in better races than this in time, so higher class handicaps at 2,000 and 2,400 metres, hitting the frame twice. Handicap has given him a chance here, dropping him to a mark of 70, which allows him to get into this lower class handicap. In fact, it is a very competitive one of its kind, it has to be said. But that definitely gives Najd Al Wafa a chance, and stall 1 will definitely be a help. Thurb Al Timyat has been riding winners at our last couple of meetings, so yes. The apprentice riding with a lot of confidence at the moment, and would definitely be on my shortlist.
And best of the rest, number 4, Mohammed Al Sad for Abdullah Al Kredis, has been in decent form of late, a last time out winner, and remains at 2,000 metres today.
Yeah, I was fairly concerned about this. The form looks okay. Last 4 runs read 2:021, and the win was probably a career best effort for Mohammed Al Sad, but that was 20 months ago, and a long absence like that is tough. The handicapper's not given him any leeway for that layoff either, and that put me off.
Anything else at a bigger price?
Well, Akho Nuf we haven't really talked on. He's obviously he's got a couple of moderate form figures next to his name, but he ran in good company last season. Has been given a chance in not a 70 handicap. He won the primary championship of the race course back in December for his age group, for 3-year-olds at that stage, and he ran very well when taking a not a 70 handicap. After that, so that was over a slightly different trip. It was over 1,800 metres, but 2,000 metres should be fine for him. He caught Callum's eye. He's got a touch of class about him. He's big, strong, and should progress again from 3 to 4. So I thought he was a player from stall 3 as well. He was shortlisted for me.
We are ticking ever closer to the scheduled off time. Might be a few seconds behind time as they're just making their way down to possibly the furthest point from the racecourse. This is the 2,000 metre start. The 2 best backed horses are the 2 right at the top of the market. Mota Masek, the new favourite, now at 3-1 for double seeking Alex Moreno. Sanujar now joining in at 3-1. Adel Al Faradi doesn't go too many meetings without a winner. His brother has been in the winner's enclosure today. Farhad Al Faradi on Misk in race 3. Najd Al Wafa and Lasco both joint third choice now at 11-2. 7-1 Akho Nuf. 11-1 Mohammed Al Sad, same price Mota Shamek. It is 14-1 Al Hindawaya, and bigger prices the remainder. I guess, Rory, it's now selection time. What do we like here in the final thoroughbred race of the night?
Keep you waiting for a second, just to touch on that Mabdark again, who we spoke to, Callum was speaking to Abdullah Al Manif about. He's got a D in his form figures, his penultimate start. That actually was a race 2 weeks ago that was declared void, so he wasn't disqualified as such. The starter called a false start and the field didn't come back. I think it was an issue with the flag man there. So it was declared void after the event, so that's why it has a D in his form figures. He looked like he wanted more of a test that day, but I think he's just a little bit of a thinker as well. So he stays very well. But he looked like he wanted to drop himself out at one stage that day before staying on again late. And he might pop up as something. He's got the talent to win off his mark, but he's a 40-1 shot here because he's not really putting it all in at the moment. And you can see that his new connections are just trying to find the key to him. That leads us to my selection. It's a toss-up for me between Akil Noof, who's coming off a layoff, and Najd Al Wafa here, who is fit. And I've learned a lesson that you want to stick with the fit ones when it's a toss-up and that kind of scenario. So Najd Al Wafa have been running well in better races than this, given a chance by the handicap, but just dropping enough to get into a 0-70, and stall one is a big, big help.
Certainly is. So it is Najd Al Wafa for Thurb Al Timyat and Rory Delagi. I'm going to go with Mota Masek, who now finds himself at the top of the international market at 3-1. Joint favourites with Sanujar. Just confirming, Mota Masek is my selection, Najd Al Wafa is Rory's selection, numbers 5 and 6 on the race card, numbers 1 and 3 in the international markets. Quickly to Callum.
Thank you, team. Mutashamek is going to be the play for me. Horse number 14 getting lumps of weight, and Abdullah Alorfi, my best mate, on board as well. So looking forward to seeing that one. John Blance, it's over to you.
Thanks very much, guys. Yeah, big field to load up. 2,000 metres for our final thoroughbred race of the night. Still got an Arabian Horses maiden to come, or 2 Arabian Horses maidens to come. So they've saved those for the last part of the card. Going in now, we've got the 6 Najd Al Wafa to go in, the one that Rory was giving a good talk up to. There's Al Sehab Al Thaqeb going in. The 17 horse there in shot is Moedar. And you can see the red stable colours of Mota Shamek. Next to come forward is number 5, Mota Masek. Greys in the race. 4 to go. Will book him to come forward. And Palance. Horse number 14 will be the last. 1 to go. Mota Shamek goes in. 2,000 metres. 16,000 Riyal to the winner. Off and racing. Goodness me, it was a good start from Sanujar. That one got away well. So too did Mota Masek, and it's Mota Masek now that goes on as they make their way through the early stages. Also prominent now is Tomahawk, who's got through to a prominent posse. So too Aku Noof as they make their way through the early part of this 2,000 metre race. Then after that, towards the outer, we've got Mohammed Al Saad, who's pushing forward. At the moment, the back of the field, Faizat Sarah is last, and Leun Maram is last but one as they make their way past the cutaway, the intersection, not quite the intersection of the track, but you know what I mean, as they go through the first 2.5 furlongs or so. And it's Tomahawk who's got the lead at the moment, the green and blue colours to the rail. Then Aku Noof, who's racing in second. Then Mohammed Al Saad, who's in third. Followed then in fourth position by Asar, the 10. Then towards the outer, we've got Muhibukum, who's cut across from a wide draw. Then after that, Mota Masek, who's taken up a reasonable position. Then right up the inside, Mota Shamek, the red colours there, the sheepskin noseband, now just advancing positions but being worked at to do so. They're then followed after that by Moedar. And then towards the outside, very wide on the track, is Al Hindawea. So they're starting to make the long sweeping turn here, going along at around about 55 kilometres an hour. And it's Aku Noof that leads them at the moment. To in second position, right on the rail still, Tomahawk. These two have been at it for a while. Now moving into third is Palance, the red cap, who's getting closer and certainly being asked for an effort. And a long gap back to the rest. They've levelled up for home. And the leader is now Aku Noof, who goes on. Aku Noof to Tomahawk down on the rail. But this sweeping run being made by Palance has now come to fruition and leads by a couple of lengths. Does Palance in the closing stages, looking for a second win at the 14th time of asking. And Palance is clear to in second position Tomahawk, and then after that staying on is Aku Noof. From the rear end of the field staying on is Najd Al Wafa. To race up towards the line, the leader does need it, but Palance out in front. Is it going to hang on? Oh, it's tight. No, late doors, absolutely diving was Najd Al Wafa. What a tremendous late surge from that one. And Najd Al Wafa, Thurb Al Timyat, well, he'll look back on that with a a fair degree of pride. And Najd Al Wafar, Rory Delaghi as well. What a ride that was. Never looked like it was going to win until it did. Terrific effort. Terrific effort from all concerned. Got to feel a little bit for Palance, who came there with a long sweeping run. I suppose if you were watching the run of Palance round the bend, you're thinking, has he peaked on his run a bit too soon? And he had. Najd Al Wafar has got there in the shadows of the post, to coin a horrible old cliche. Najd Al Wafar the winner. To Palance, who's finished in second, 2 minutes 10.07 seconds. Terrific late run here from the 6th, and has got there to actually win by a head in the end. Easy peasy. Najd Al Wafar, one for Rory Delaghi, our top team. Tell you what, he was very keen. Is that a head? I think that's a bit shorter than a head, but anyway, he was very keen that he'd won it. Najd Al Wafar's jockey, he was doing his best Mikhail Barcelona's impression, wasn't he, from Pour Moi all those years ago. Tharbal Timya timed it right. Palance in second. Akuduf was third. Tomahawk has finished in fourth. That was your 1, 2, 3, 4. A dramatic conclusion to our last and longest thoroughbred race of the night. We've got a couple of Arabian races to finish things off. I'm not too sure either of those will provide a finish quite as dramatic as that, though, as Najd Al Wafar has now won 2 from 16 in all, and well, probably won't get too much of a hit from the handicapper either, so it might be worth keeping on the right side of as well on the basis of that. But well done to Tharb. He's got that timed to a nicety there as Najd Al Wafar wins race number 10.
Saab Al Timiat is worth every single bit of his 2 kilo claim, and he has timed that to absolute perfection aboard horse number 6, Najd Al Wafar, who has got up in the shadows of the post to win here in an absolute humdinger of a finish. If you're a supporter of Palance, you can come up from behind your sofa now. It is over, and I am so sorry, because it was a heartbreaking finish if you like Palance. But if you like the winner here, like Rory Delaghi did, he would have been celebrating all the way up the straight, because he was closing with every single stride, and has got up in the shadows of the post to win it. And John Blance is right. Shades of Mikhail Barcelona aboard Pour Moi in that Derby victory all those years ago, celebrating as he crossed the line. I know Rory doesn't actually like jockeys celebrating across the line, so it'll be interesting to find out whether he'll like it when it's his own selection that's celebrating across the line. Now, we know Saab doesn't speak much English, but he always takes his time to talk to me. Saab, don't you run away from me. Look, he's running. I'm going with him. I'm going with him. I see you. Congratulations. Well done.
Sure, come on, thank you.
There you go. I never let him go. I'll never let him run.
Yes, a winner there for Najd Al Wafar, and certainly a contender for the Saudi weekly highs as Rory Delaghi is off the mark here. Najd Al Wafar, it didn't look likely throughout the run, Rory, but it has eventually got there in the shadows of the post. Well done.
Thank you very much. Yeah, he's a strong stayer, and I thought he's nicely drawn in stall 1. If he can hold his pitch early, didn't hold his pitch early. Got out okay, but didn't go the pace. Carried his head to one side in the early stages, and I thought I can see what's going to happen here. He'd end up running on past horses later on and finish third or fourth. And even earlier says, look at him flying home now to get second or third.
Come on, there's a smile there.
And you know, about 10 yards from home, it seemed like he might just get there. You see him on the inside in the yellow colours, and he breaks okay. He breaks in the first half of the field, but you can see the head slightly to one side there, and he's not holding his pitch at this stage. But that's the thing, you've got to ride them like that. There's no point asking horses to go faster than they're comfortable with, because that's a sure way of them not seeing the race out, and you've got to be finishing at Riyadh. So Darb Al-Timiat just allows him to stay on the rail, get a little bit of room in front of him so he's not being intimidated by other horses. This is something you see with the best jockeys here, that it's not about getting as close to the lead as you can, it's about getting a bit of space, getting you know, a position in the race that your horse is able to find his own stride and isn't compromised by other runners. Very difficult in a big field, but you'll see that what happens is you get a couple of, you know, who go to the front, and then you'll get a big pack chasing them, and that pack rarely produces the winner, in my view, unless you go on that just manages to get into the catbird seat, into a really good position. The pack tend to do as much against each other as they do for them. Now you see the winner begins to pick up, and the yellow blinkers disappeared again, and he's about to pick up a few places, but it looks unlikely because the field is sort of broken up a little bit here, and he needs to steer a clear passage. Still not in shot now, as Naif Al-Anazi makes a bid for home on Palance. I'm going to say Palance, as in the actor Jack Palance, who some will remember from very old cowboy movies, or indeed City Slickers. Or City Slickers 2, indeed. But Palance was a funny old horse last season. I thought he had much more temperament than ability for a while, because he used to be hard to get out of the parade ring. He caused problems on a number of his starts. But he found form in February with a win in a second, and maybe just taking a few runs again this season to get the fitness. But he looks sure to win the race at this stage. Now, finally, the winner comes into shot, Najd Al-Wafa. And he flies in the last 150 metres and wins right on the line. That must be heartbreak for Naif Al-Anazi, who's been looking for a winner on the thoroughbred circuit. Oh, sorry, I forgot that Naif was injured earlier in the day.
Well, at least it wasn't Naif on board.
Well, so I don't feel so bad now that he's been beaten, because. But he must have thought the race was in the bag at this stage. But once you get to the front and your opposition drops away, it's a lonely place to be. And here's our winner, who's swept from way back in the field to get there on the line. And poor old Palance has been robbed of victory, but he'll be winning races. He showed that last season that when he does find his form, he's not a bad performer. So hopefully he'll be making amends in the next few weeks.
If you're ever following the colours of Prince Abdulaziz bin Mosaid, they tend to be produced in the same sort of fashion. Well done to Thurb Al-Timiat and the connections of Najd Al-Wafa. That is the thoroughbred racing done for the day. We have 2 purebred Arabian races coming up. First of all, a 3-year-old only maiden over 2,000 metres, and there's one man that loves purebred Arabian racing more than I. His name, John Blant.
Thank you very much, Mark. Yes, it's a small field going to post here on the dirt over the 2,000 metres. Just the 6 of them in all. One is Barik Al-Kata, the man of Abdullah Al-Kradis. That's horse number 1. 2 is Urshan. It's the man of Abdullah Al-Hussein. Horse number 3 is Bazar, the man of Osama Al-Sharani. Horse number 4 is Slick, the man of Mohammed Al-Daham. Number 5 is Alia Madison, the man of Mohammed Al-Nasser. 6 is Fatilat Al-Khaladia. Always great to welcome back the Al-Khaladia. 7 runners, of course, in this spot. Mama Al-Khaladia, the other one. Adel Al-Furedi is aboard. So those are the 7 runners and riders for the penultimate race on the card. It's an Arabian Horses Maiden. And with that, it's back to the studio.
Thank you ever so much indeed, John. You may have heard 1 or 2 loud noises from the paddock. The horses are now just going round. It might have even been Callum, you know, who's making his way out onto the green grass. I can see he's just studying Ershan, who is the market leader here, at 4-6 for the champion apprentice Abdella Al Hussein, who rode so many winners in the colours of the Age Mill stable at Taif, and seemingly, according to the market, has a bit of a penalty kick here. Odds on at 4-6. Marmar Al Khaladir, though, has been backed into 2-1. Fatilat Al Khaladir 6-1. Both of those meet yet again, and the other four are all 22-1 out to 28-1. So that is the field of 7 ahead of the 11th race on the programme, Rory. One place to start with Ershan. I imagine we'll get 3 picks here for myself, you and Callum.
Yeah, it looks... He's not a fast horse, Ershan.
Just the least slowest.
He was in a tough race on his debut. He improved when fourth second time out. I thought he might get the job done last time, but he got a real tartar on debut when second to Makeen Athba last week. Looked like he was going to finish 4th or 5th at one stage, but he finished with a flourish to grab second place. Marmar Al Khaladir and Fatlat Al Khaladir were behind him that day in 5th and 6th. No obvious reason why they should turn the form, to be honest, other than the fact that you always respect horses carrying those colours. Al Khaladir's stables horses do particularly well. I'm always slightly wary of the unexposed, the inexperienced 3-year-olds, because I think they're often running to get experience as much as they are to win. But you know, they will at some stage. Fatlat Al Khaladir got a lot closer to his stable companion last time out. He was about 50 lengths behind on debut.
Yeah.
And they were first and second favourites for that race last week. Marmar Al Khaladir a little bit disappointing on paper, only finishing 5th, but could easily do better.
We'll discuss the other 4 in a moment. Meanwhile, it's back to Callum.
Thank you, team. Yes, let's have a look at each and every one of these individuals. I think there's only 7 in the field, and I love these 3-year-old Arabian contests. Horse number 1, Bakir Al Qatar, for me, looks like an actual foal. I've seen wheelings that are bigger. Let's go next. No way we're going for that horse. That's a negative to me in the paddock. Ershan, your short price favourite. Big, powerful individual. All stocky, all power, has shown good form. I've got absolutely no paddock negatives. Not shining in the coat, but he's a dark liver chestnut. That's not a concern for me. Let's go back one more to Fazar. This is an interesting type, a wee bonny sort, looking really well in the coat. The team are really well turned out as well, has walked out nicely, and again is certainly more eye-catching than horse number 1. Horse number 3, Fazar, on debut, really shining up in the coat, looking well, could probably come on a bit for fitness, but certainly a horse to keep on the right side of. Here's one of the greys. This is horse number 4, Slick, who is walking around here. I'm going to call it Slick, I think is going to be the best way to name this horse. A good mover, leggier than what we've seen before, definitely taller and certainly more, I'd say more mature than a couple of these that we've just looked at. A bit barrel chested and carrying a little bit of condition, and looks still quite weak in behind, but certainly one maybe for the future. Maybe not today, but certainly one to look forward to in the future. I really like horse number 5, Alia Madison, who is just coming towards us now in a bit of a jig jog. This is a gorgeous individual. Let's get a good look at this, Mustafa, because this is a really good looking type. Such a wee bonny individual with a jig jog coming around here, shining up in this gorgeous coach as well, hoping that this horse is going to run a big race as well. I'm intrigued by this. Another one that you've got to put on your shortlist here. Alia Madison is certainly a horse I'm keeping an eye on. Let's go back to the 2 Al Khaladir runners here as well. They're a long way behind here. They've kind of been sent about their own task, and we can talk about them from a behaviour perspective, because if I had to pick one of the 2, I'd be picking number 6, who is Fatalat Al Khaladir, over horse number 7, Mama Al Khaladir, because Fatalat is just slightly better behaved, having to cut out all the running here, doing it on his own. Notice the 2 of them have been well separated from their team here, but Fatalat Al Khaladir just getting a bit revved up now. These 2 both look quite immature compared to their rivals as well, so I'm not entirely convinced that they're both going to be the ones to go for here. I'll be avoiding Fatalat Al Khaladir and Mama Al Khaladir, and I'll throw a spanner in the works here. I like the debutant Fazar. Horse number 3 is going to be the paddock pick.
Okay, Fazar for Callum. I just want to go back to the Al Khaladir pair, Rory, if you don't mind. Mama Al Khaladir 2-1, Fatalat Al Khaladir 9-1, have competed against each other in the 2 starts to date. Do you think Mama Al Khalidiyah will once again finish ahead of Fatalat?
I don't have a strong view, to be honest. There was a lot less between them last time than there was on debut, and you could argue that Fatah Al Khalidiyah is the one who's improving, whereas Mama Al Khalidiyah stood still from first to second start, or if anything, maybe went backwards a little bit. So I don't have a strong view. My view is much the same as what Callum said, that they look a little bit too immature to be racing seriously at the moment, and these quick runs seem to be all about experience for them. So, despite the fact that the yard is respected, I think something like Alia Madison was in front of both of them last time out as 16-1, and they're 2-1 and 7-1.
Yeah, I'd agree. Alia Madison is now an 18-1 chance. We'll discuss the other 3 in just a moment. But the favourite is Ershan in the colours of the Age Mill stable. Abdallah Al Hussein is on board, who rode more winners in Arabian races than anybody else, and we won't mind seeing this race back, Rory.
No, not at all. This is the big price win of Maki Nathba, who should have been almost favourite for this race, but somehow someone got themselves in a little bit of a knot and put him in at 33-1. He was supported at that price. He's come home to win very easily. Ershan runs on late in the day to grab second. Not the greatest shot of him, because we had to focus on the winner. He won by quite a wide margin. But you'll see as it gets to the line, Ershan got up late over that mile trip, and you'll see the Al Khalidiyah horses well beaten in 5th and 6th. In 4th there was Alia Madison. So we've seen 4 of the 7 runners in that contest. And stepping up to 2,000 metres, you'd have to say Ershan is a bit of a standout. He struggled to go the pace early there, but came home strongly, and he looks like he really needs this step up to 2,000 metres.
What was the gap between Ershan and Alia Madison? What would you say?
A length and a half.
Length and a half?
Yeah.
So you've got one that's 8-13 and one that's 18-1.
Yeah. I mean, if you're finding value and looking for an angle, you can certainly. Alia Madison is overpriced compared to some of these, because she's got half a chance of turning the tables with Ershan. That was an improved effort from her as well, by the way. She was well beaten in her first 2 starts, and that was a step forward. The question is how much she's going to benefit from a step up and trip, whereas Ershan, you could see that he wasn't particularly comfortable with the speed of that race, but kicked in late. So if you're supporting him at a short price, I don't think he's going to cruise through this.
No, I agree.
And you'd be slightly concerned if it became a falsely run race and turned into a sprint, because he looks like what he wants is a well-run end-to-end gallop at a mile or further, and the 2,000 metres should suit. But he's not liable to be flashy through this contest. He should prove to have too much class in the end, but it may not be all plain sailing given how he shaped last week.
Just quick lines on the debutants, 1 and 3, Barik Al Khatir and Fazar.
Really hard to weigh up the first timers here, because there's not much to read into the pedigrees.
Yeah.
Unless you know the local purebred Arabians very well and know all the sires. We know who the leading sire, Laith Al Khalidiyah is the leading sire. Taj Al Khalidiyah I'm not sure that actually raced, but obviously he is the sire of a few horses we're seeing. Sire of Barik Al Khatir, who looks very small. Fazal looks better and is a bigger price. So if you had to pick between the newcomers, it would definitely be Fazal. But hard to be against Ershan when you just got a choice of who wins the race here.
And is Ershan your pick?
Ershan is my pick.
Yeah.
What about you?
I'm sorry to say, Rory, but I can't ignore the Age Mill stable and Abdallah Al Hussein and Ershan right at the top. 8-13 now. 2-1 Mama Al Khalidiyah, 9-1 Fatila Al Khalidiyah, 14-1 now. Alia Madison should not be discounted.
If you could have a forecast,
it'd be 2 beat 5.
It's 2 and 5 would be very appealing,
yeah,
for the sort of payout you would get for that, but we're not really. But that's certainly how I would play. And indeed, last week, Ershan to be second to Maki Nathba would have been a terrific forecast as well.
Indeed. So Ershan for myself and Rory Delagi. Callum Helliwell, are you going to make it a presenter hat-trick?
You know I'm not going to do that, T. You know I'm not going to do that. He looked well in the paddock, Ershan. Looks real muscular and definitely the most mature of all of these physically. But Fazar or Alia Madison for me. I'm sticking with Fazar. Just blew me away walking around the parade ring. But Alia Madison, that price is just ridiculous, isn't it, team? John Blance, call them home, and hopefully you'll call home a Fazar or Alia Madison victory.
Well, they're putting them in. It's going to be a fairly quick loading process as well, given there are only 7 of them, although the 6th is a little bit away from the rest of them. Fatalat Al Khaladia, we're over the 2,000 metres here. There is 7 Marmar Al Khaladia as well. The Al Khaladia is keeping us waiting here. It's the 6 going behind. Moving forward now, though, is horse number 1, Barik Al Kata. Abdullah Al Kradis aboard. Here's the other Al Khaladia now, Marmar Al Khaladia. The favourite, though, this Urshan. As we wait for the last couple to make their way in. Urshan now 4-7 on the international markets, 2-1 Marmar Al Khaladia. They're ready. Flags are up. Off they go. They are racing for the 11th on the card, this Arabian horses maiden contest. Through the early part of it, the lead is with Alia Madison, who goes on to, in 2nd position, Fatalat Al Khaladia. And then in 3rd position, just up the inner, is Marmar Al Khaladia. The favourite, Urshan, is now just making its way into a slightly more prominent posse. Spot the dark blue and gold colours with the dark blue sheepskin noseband. Barik Al Kata is following there, the big white face, and then the last 2 in the run at the moment are Slick and Faza. And Faza is just at the back of the field. So they are heading towards the final mile or so. And I'll tell you what, this favourite's now going on. Content with the pace that the race was going at the time. Abdul Ella Al Hussein, the initiative has been seized a long way out here to Alia Madison, who's following in 2nd. Then in 3rd, Barik Al Kata, and then followed up the inside there by Marmar Al Khaladia, who's going the shortest way. Fatalat Al Khaladia is after that. Then round the outside, Slick, who's trying to get a little bit closer, but being worked at to do so. Faza's at the rear of the field. Urshan, though, the favourite, really piling it on out in front. Hasn't messed around here. Abdullah Al Hussein has taken the race by the scruff of the neck, leads by 4 lengths to, in 2nd position, Alia Madison. Round the outside, Barik Al Kata is trying to make headway, but it's the other Al Khaladia of the inside rail there, Marmar Al Khaladia, that's now going on. Black cap Fatalat Al Khaladia is beginning to struggle. So they're heading for home, and it's Urshan who leads, but is now being worked at by Abdullah Al Hussein. The 5 in 2nd, Alia Madison. That one's also being asked for a question or 2. Marmar Al Khaladia is trying to get into gear down the centre of the track, but it's Urshan who's beginning to puff out the old cheeks a bit, making somewhat hard work of it, but still the leader. To, in 2nd position, Alia Madison is just drifting across towards the centre of the track, losing ground in the process as they go inside the final 200 metres. And it's the jolly old favourite, Urshan, still by about 3.5 to 4 lengths. Hasn't been a completely convincing performance, but a win nonetheless. Urshan, too good for them this evening. Alia Madison has finished in 2nd. 3rd also, Marmar Al Khaladia. The rest were strung out. So, well done to those who flagged up the forecast, most notably my colleagues here in Riyadh. Urshan, though, who's won, maybe suffered's the wrong word, but maybe just was a little bit tired in the closing stages because Abdullah Al Hussein decided so early on in the race to make a move which was at some point going to take its toll, and I think it probably did in the latter stages. But the damage had been done, and the main rival there, Alia Madison, was also a little bit tired in the closing stages. You could see, by the way, he was drifting out, or she was drifting out in the final furlong or so. Alia Madison finishing in 2nd, Marmar Al Khaladia in 3rd. 2 minutes 24.46 seconds. They were coming in at intervals there, 3 3/4 lengths the winning margin, and there's 10 lengths further back to the horse in 3rd. To the guys in the studio.
Well, that was easy. If you liked Ersham, you were never really in any doubt there, and great work from the boys in the studio, giving the forecast here with Ali Madison, who he said just before the off was far too overpriced, running well enough to finish second. Probably another step forward in the right direction for that horse. The top two have both taken their form forward, but shout out to Abduella Al Hussein, who was on board here for a very good bit of jockeyship. Clearly felt the pace was too slow to start with, and kicked on at a very early stage, and really sort of ran this lot into submission, tore a very small field apart and made it look easy. It's worth having a look at this horse as well, because if you just take nothing away from the performance, this horse is a real barrel of an animal. He's a strong, mature type. This very much reminds me when Fudapine first burst onto the scene last season, and he just looked physically better than his rivals, and this horse certainly is physically better. We're just probably going to get this horse circled around and just make sure everyone's staying okay. Maybe not swinging it that way. Yeah, let's swing it the other way. That makes sense. Someone knows what they're doing. Remember, the front end bites and the back end kicks, and they're all posing for photos now. Great to see young and old connections here, all enjoying the moment. And Abduella Al Hussein, your winning jockey, whose nickname is Abzi, as I can see. Abzi, it's a 33, is certainly a very, very talented young man, and yet another apprentice jockey to keep on the right side of. You can see the girth and everything being sorted. Again, another horse that comes with that breastplate as well. We're going to wait for him to get weighed in, getting congratulated by connections as well, which is lovely to see. And this is a very strong, power-packed individual, this horse as well. Certainly a horse to keep on the right side of. And in these, my favourite races here, these 3-year-old Arabian races, because they are just so cute and very, very lovely young horses. And you can kind of judge them like I judge yearlings. So looking forward to seeing more of those in the future, and looking forward to grabbing Abduella Al Hussein. Now, you won't see me because I'm not in shot, because I'm not quite. We're going to try and block off his exit. Mustafa's done well. Abduella, congratulations, well done.
Welcome.
You're very impressive. You rode him very, very well.
Yes, good. هذا حسان مرة زين بس مخه عطلان شوي يجي إن شاء الله.
Shukran, thank you.
Welcome.
Yeah, it's another winner for the Age Mill Stable, and Abdullah Al Hussein. Pretty comfortable, it's fair. In the closing stages, Ersham obliges at very skinny odds, and of course, as John said in the latter stages of commentary, the forecast ticked as well. Ali Madison, just far too big a price, has eventually chased home the winner again in second place. The Al Khaladia pair well beaten in the end. Pretty straightforward for Ersham, Rory.
Yeah, again, the old adage, keep it simple when you're on a good thing, springs to mind. That's not the way he ran last time, but he lacks tactical pace, and we know he was going to stay this trip. So Abdullah Al Hussein has kept it pretty simple, and after finding his spot out of the stalls, and again just letting his horse find his stride and his rhythm, he's moved up to take the lead fairly early in the race, and it's a race without drama, really.
The only worry, I guess, is just trying to get through this gap here. That was the only concern that he had throughout.
Yeah, but again, he didn't have to force that because it was so early in the race, so he was able just to move up, and as long as he knew the gap wasn't going to close, and he was confident that it wasn't, because he's gradually moved into it and taken himself to the lead. And at this stage, he leads from the horses who finished second and third, and that's the end of the story. It looked, I suppose, briefly like Marmar Al Khaladia might make a move and get involved. Sorry, it's Marmar Al Khaladia actually who moves through from a little bit further back actually to take third position, and he's moved up fairly smoothly on the rail, but. Essentially what's happening here is that Ersham is just turning the taps on gradually, and although the second and third have sort of moved into challenging positions, the winner needed to stop for them to come past, and he was never going to do that. He got stronger as the race went on, and relished the step up from a mile to 2,000 metres, and he'd probably stay further still. Indeed,
in total control at this stage of the race. He knew that the stamina was going to kick in up the straight. He's asserted a long way out, but Alia Madison has certainly run her race in second. I'm not really too sure what to do with the Al Khaladia pair.
No, again, they're going to be next year's horses, aren't they? So they're gaining experience. As Callum said, they need to grow, You know, they're both small. As I said, you know, these horses look like yearlings. Some of them do. The winner doesn't particularly. But the two Alcaladeas look like they're you know, a year away from racing. But it is beneficial to give the horses experience at this stage if they can. And it may well be that they'll get a few runs, they'll be put away for a while and come back better horses. Well, one of them will anyway.
Yes.
Yeah.
I agree. As we just see the closing stages of Urshan going on to collect the gold medal ahead of Alia Madison in second place. We finally reached the last race in the programme. This is race number 12. This is a purebred Arabian maiden for 4-year-olds and upwards. Once again, we race over 2,000 metres. Again, we have a very short price market leader in the shape of Angad Al Kaladir. From one Al Kaladir to another, John Blance for the final time. John Blance, Al Kaladir for the runners and riders.
Thank you very much. Yes, we've got the runners on screen now. Horse number 1 is Al Mundili. That's the man of Abdullah Al Krailis. 2 is Angad Al Kaladir, the horse that was mentioned by Mark. Next up is number 3, Barzan Al Relay. That's Abdullah Al Krailis' man. 4 is Kafu Al Dam, Abdullah Al Toibi. Horse number 5 is Naham, gate 1 for that one, Nawaf Al Fayrouz. Horse number 6 doesn't go. Number 7 is Aldam, that's the man of Salman Al Rashid. Horse number 8 is Nimir Saud, the mount of Osama Al Sharani. 9 is Rabba Gouda, Mohammed Al Hubail. Number 10 is Raja, Mohammed Al Nebzi. 11 is Silverir Al Mauri, that's the man Abdullah Al Azari. Horse number 12 is Ziriab Entlak, Mohammed Al Nasser. And number 13 is Apache, the man of Tharb Al Timyat. Number 14 is Jay Dane, Khalid Al Mimoni. Horse number 15 is Jamria Ayad Al Turisi. So those are the runners and riders for our closing race, race number 12. Here's Callum.
Thank you, John. Yes, looking at the horses in the parade ring here, and this is horse number 2. And to be perfectly honest with you, we could look at this and then you could wrap up with me, because this horse is streets ahead, looks wise of everything else, and the market seems to be thinking the exact same thing. This is Angad Al Kaladir. Look, a bit jig-joggy in the parade ring, but let's just compare him to what we saw with those previous Al Kaladir 3-year-olds, and just how much more physically developed this 4-year-old is. Only a year older, but looks a completely different animal, and intrigued to see how this horse gets on. Good looker, strong mover, looks very, very fit, carrying not a lick of condition. Very positive for me. Let's go back one more to Barzan Al Rayla, a horse we all know very well. Looks immaculate in the coat, doesn't he? A really, really good looking individual, this 4-year-old chestnut gelding, walking out here really nicely. I've got no concerns about this horse. He's a good mover, he's a strong individual, and Barzan Al Rayla is a horse we all know and love, but might find this just a wee bit tough coming off a 5th place effort. We'll go back to the other one, who's a completely different type. This is horse number 8, Nimir Sued, who is just coming towards us now. This horse is much, much smaller, much more athletic, but certainly reminds me a lot of the 3-year-olds that we just saw. A lot less developed than what we previously just looked at, so it's well worth keeping an eye on this as a horse maybe going forward. For me, you can't look past number 2 team, and I think if we are all going to team up with one selection, it will be horse number 2 in the lucky last, because I can't see anything in this field getting anywhere near it.
Yeah, I think we're pretty much in agreement here, Callum. Some of these have just got absolutely no chance. There are more duck eggs here than there were in the supermarket yesterday. Angad Al Kaladir then, 4-1 on for Abdullah Al Orfi. We don't need Callum for the end of the show, really, do we? We can leave him to look for Abdullah Al Orfi, if, of course, he obliges on number 2 here.
Or fetch me some chicken and rice to take more to the point. Yeah, listen, this looks really straightforward. There seems to be a big class edge here, and we're going to see Angad Al Kaladir finishing 3rd a couple of starts ago.
Yeah, here he is, Angad Al Kaladir in the Al Kaladir colours. He's running a lot of good races.
Yes, he's been keeping extremely good company. Disappointing effort last time. Was fairly flat, but it was run well to finish 3rd here behind a very good horse in the shape of Fou de Pinet, who's got an awful lot of speed, and Angad Al Kaladir couldn't really live with the early speed of Fou de Pinet, who's essentially a sprinting Arabian. We stepped up to a mile last time, but didn't stay. has done good late work to finish third, will appreciate stepping up to this sort of trip against inferior rivals, and is exceptionally hard to be against, despite being drawn in stall 13.
Yeah.
I just think there's plenty of time to get organised in this race, and there's such a golfing class between him and the others that the draw should be irrelevant.
Yeah, that's the main thing. I think the golfing class, which to me, Rory, means that we've got to put Angad Al-Khalidiyah aside and try and find what comes second. According to the market, that should be Naham, 7-1 for North Al Farouz. Does get still one.
Yeah, drawn a stall 1, which is generally a positive. I think it's less of an issue in the purebred Arabian races, but Naham we've seen plenty of here. Has had 15 runs already. Was in front of Barzan Al Rayla, went fourth to Jason de Violette in a 1600 metre contest a week ago, and you'd expect him to confirm that form. That also ties in with a few other runners in this race who come from a different contest, but Barzan Al Rayla was in there as well. On that form, Naham is the second best horse in the race, but the figures don't lie, and his rating of 63, is a long way shy of the 107 of Angad Al-Khalidiyah in this contest. So it would be a massive surprise if he's good enough to get the favourite off the bridle, but he looks just about the best of the others. Although, Nimr Suad, who got a mention from Callum, is actually higher rated, but Naham seems to have plenty in his favour. Nimr Suad drawn out in stall 15 and has a couple of slightly lesser efforts to deal with.
Yeah, Nimr Suad is ridden today by Sama Al-Shirani, who's had a very eventful day, nearly unshipped at the start, and of course lost his irons in one of the earlier races. Is drawn in stall 15 here, Nimr Suad, towards the, in fact, extreme outside. Rabah Gudar is number 9, Rory. One start so far, 16-1 today.
Split Barzan Al Rayla and Nimr Suad. When fifth in that race, won by Rayaf Al Khair over 1400 metres on debut here. Could do better, and could hit the frame if it does improve from that. Obviously, theoretically held by Barzan Al Rayla, but Barzan Al Rayla is thoroughly exposed, whereas this one at least has scope to do a little bit better, having only had the one start.
And is that why Barzan Al Rayla is a much bigger price, just more exposed?
Yeah, listen, you can on recent form you can make a case that Barzan Al Rayla's got place claims here, but not from 12 to date. Generally, just sort of plugging on late in races. You can argue 33 is a big price for if you had an each way angle in this with Barzan Al Rayla, but not one to trust implicitly.
Number 4 is Kafu Al Dahan for Abdullah Al Taibi. Decent form figures, possibly a place today?
Possibly a place, yeah. Finished third in the last couple of starts and was in front of Barzan Al Rayla in that race. So holds Barzan Al Rayla, holds Nimr Suad in finishing 4 1/4 lengths behind Rayaf Al Khair in a 1400 metre maiden last time out. And might do, again, not from 13, but run in good form at the moment. Not just that one run either. There's one or two of them, these occasionally they'll run above themselves and flatter. But Kafu Al Dam is running pretty well and has place claims on that. But again, to keep coming back to the fact that it's rated 57, the favourite's rated £50 higher.
That's incredible, isn't it?
Yeah,
you don't get many races.
3.5 stone between the horse you think, oh, this could finish second, and the horse you think is going to win. So it means that this is not the most exciting race in terms of our selections.
No.
But something has to finish second to Angad Al-Khalidiyah.
And of course, we are going to put up a forecast, having been 1 from 1 today. Have you got an idea of what you think is going to finish second?
Well, I suppose Rabah Al Ghudah's got a lot more upside than most, having had the one run and tying in quite closely to those form lines. And Naham is pretty obvious. He's also pretty easy to beat. So I'd probably end up with Rabah Ghudah here.
Okay.
But I don't feel quite the same as the previous race. You know, where we were dealing with horses who'd been racing against, 4 of them had raced against each other on their previous start, and we got a really strong idea of what the form was like. Whereas this, you get interlocking form lines, and you get horses with lots of experience who are disappointing, and horses with little experience who might improve but might not for a debut effort. And the one obvious thing is that it would be a huge shock if Angad Al-Khalidiyah doesn't get the job done.
Agreed. We've had 2 1-3 shots beaten this season. One at Taif and 1 here in Riyadh. 1 to 4, Angad Al Khaladir should be miles better than the rest here, but Rory has highlighted a horse that he think will finish second, Rabba Gudar, who is a 16 to 1 chance. I'll go against you this time. Kafu Aldaham, I think, certainly warrants a bit of respect, albeit that he's got plenty to find. 22 to 1, a bit of each-way thievery, as our commentator would certainly say. So Angad Al Khaladir, it's one-way traffic at the top of the market. 1 to 4. Abdullah Al-Lawfi looking to get on the score sheet today. Let's get a quick word from Callum. I assume you are in full agreement with us.
For the first time tonight, I am, team. I think it's worth noting the 1 to 3 shots that we've seen beaten first line here in Riyadh at this point of the season a couple of weeks ago. That horse, we could find some genuine opposition. I think we weren't just picking horses to finish second with that runner. First line, much more competitive in that thoroughbred sprint division than this purebred Arabian division. I don't think anyone will dislike me for saying that. I think this is a much more solid shorty to get involved with. I was also looking at this. For me, it could be a question of how far, really. I know that's a bit too confident. I know we're not meant to be totally confident about a horse, but genuinely, like, I was looking at some of the rivals here. Barzan Al Rayla, we know Barzan Al Rayla's level. He's got absolutely lumps of weight to find. Naham, we know Naham's level. I think Naham might be an interesting pace angle here. They tend to ride him very positively, so that could be quite an interesting way of looking at things. If I was to look for the horse to finish second, I think Namir Suad, the horse who I highlighted in the parade ring, horse number 8, looks very well and looks fit. But team, I cannot find a way past Angad Al Khaladir, and I think Connections would be hugely disappointed. I spoke to the trainer before racing, and he always seems to be, he never likes to talk before the racing, but he always seems to be very confident about his horses when they run and when they're highly fancied by the team. So I'm really keen on this horse, Angad Al Khaladir. We've seen some absolute shorties beaten. I think this shorty is an absolute good thing. John Blance, call it home.
Thank you very much, Callum. Well, they are making their way into the starting stalls for our final race of the day. And yes, there's, I suppose, a case to be made that this horse, even at the very, very prohibitively short price, is still a reasonably good value bet. So it's the two that we're looking for here. Angad Al Khaladir. We've got the 9 to move forward. That's Rabba Gudar. 13 to go in as well, Apache. Horse number 4, Kafu Aldam. Could well be the last. Down at the 2,000 metre start once more. Waiting for 7 to go in. Aldam. Aldam is in. And we've just gotten 2 now, which is the favourite. Doesn't seem to be too... Oh, is that the favourite? No, it's a 13 that's still to go in. That's horse number 13 going in. It's Apache. This is the jolly old favourite now. Quite similar colours from that perspective. Maybe my eyes are going. Anyway, stand by. Gates back. Away they go. They're racing. Quite slowly away was Barzan Al Rayla, also quite slowly away Al Mundil, as they make their way through the early part of the 2,000 metres. And for a race of this nature, they're kicking on a little bit here. Kafu Aldam is the leader. Also prominent is Naham, the 5, as they make their way through the early stages. Also up with the speed is Jcsa Desarnais, as they sort themselves out. The favourite, Angad Al Khaladir, is currently in around about 5th place. Spot that one there with the black cap and the blinkers, just edging into a slightly more prominent posse, and seems to be lobbing along okay. Towards the outside, Apache, got the yellow headgear on, and that one is racing in a more prominent position as well than it was at the start, and Jcsa Desarnais is there as well. So they made their way through the first 3.5 to 4 furlongs or so, and the lead is with Naham, who's just about going on here, to Kafu Aldam, who's racing in second. Naham, Cafualdum. Cafualdum now just going on to Naham in second. They're followed in third towards the outside by Entlak, Zinab Entlak, who's now making headway. Here comes the favourite, the black cap round the outside, and moves into a forward-going position. Rather wide, but still travels okay, Ankhad Al-Kaladir. So it's Ankhad Al-Kaladir coming now to challenge Cafualdum, the blue and white colours, the grey, the rail. They're then followed in third by Naham, followed then up the inside in fourth by Rabaguda, who's now making headway and slaloming through the field, just elbowing out Naham there as they went round that turn. As they come towards the levelling up for home situation, it's Ankhad Al-Kaladir, who's now been tackled and passed by Rabaguda. So it's Rabaguda that's gone on here, but has he just gone for home a little bit too quickly? Favourite Ankhad Al-Kaladir, a little bit uncomfortable in the run there, just cocking its jaw, is trying to stay within shouting distance, but it's Rabaguda that's got on here. Rabaguda by 2, 3, maybe even a little bit more, is going to go on here and take a rather big scalp. It's Rabaguda who's going further clear in the closing stages, leads by about 4 lengths. Ankhad Al-Kaladir with no answers whatsoever. They pulled miles clear from the rest, but a turn up for the books in the last. Rabah Al-Gouda, the winner. In second position, Ankhad Al-Kaladir, and it was quite a long way back to Barzan Al-Rayla, who got away very slowly and in the end has come home to finish in third. So Callum was talking about how quite a few good things have been stuffed. Well, he can add Ankhad Al-Kaladir to that list of horses here at the Riyadh meet who've been sent off a very short price, but in the end haven't been good enough to win. Rabah Gouda just had the one run, so there was always the potential for further improvement. And, well, if you take the form literally, that's an extremely good performance, because Ankhad Al-Kaladir is officially rated 107. One would suspect that Ankhad Al-Kaladir has not really run to that level of form, because to have done that on only start 2 would have been quite the effort from Rabah Gouda. Ankhad Al-Kaladir has finished there in second, beaten by 5 3/4 lengths. That was a beaten fair and square, and the third horse home was Barzan Al-Rayla. So that was the 1, 2, 3 there in the final race. So a bit of a turn up. Rabah Gouda wasn't completely unfancied if you had ignored the favourite, wanted to find something to maybe finish second to the favourite, has indeed overturned the favourite and scored in the last.
Thank you ever so much for the commentary today, Mr. John Blance. That's 12 races completed out of 12 as the horses, the beaten horses, are coming back into the parade ring. We're surrounded by them here. An upset in the last here, Rory. Rabah Gouda getting the verdict in race 12.
Well, we're now getting a list of the shortest price horses turned over here in this season. 2 1 to 3 shots. First line last week, the week before, and we had one in
Zain Al Zain.
Zain Al Zain turned over, and now we have a 1 to 4 shot. Beaten about £50 clear of the winner on the rating. Well, the Shibble Gouda, we've got to put the positives out there first. This is a good performance because they had come a long way clear. The favourite looked a difficult ride, didn't handle the bend particularly well. Looked a bit awkward just at the start as well after we'd left. Callum went to commentary, but they must have thought it was a bit of an easy job to pick up this maiden win. Horse didn't seem absolutely on its best form before the race, but the winner's improved. It was split a couple of these in a maiden on debut last week and has taken a big step forward to win. So it's you got to allow credit for the winner who's taken a big step forward from that first start last week.
Big surprise in the last, Callum, but it's been a good fun day overall.
Yeah, it's been cracking. It's been a cracking day all through. Like I said, I was right about Mahalik, and that's all I'm going to go to bed with tonight. But no, it's been fun because I think if we talk about race 6 and that highlight that we've had, is the fact that Mahalik wasn't beaten by himself this time. He was beaten by a really, really smart horse. So I was really happy by your favourite Muqtatem, who was just really good. And the fact that we're going 67 kilometres per hour early on, and he still maintained that gallop, really with a big boost to the performance. Very impressive.
And Muqtatem for you would be the clear standout, already been identified as a horse we might see here on Saudi Cup weekend. We can see it in action, of course. A very, very taking performance on the eye.
Yeah, really impressive. And I had a little bit to find on the ratings. It was joint second rated on 91. We heard from Thamar Al-Tahani that he got very nervy before his run in the Sprint Championship at Taif on his previous start. He'd run really well in the Sprint Cup qualifier prior to that to finish second, and he's got tons of early speed. But to be able to take horses like Mahalik and Beehive out of their comfort zone was really impressive. The three of them went forward early on. He's gone hard in front, and you thought he would have been vulnerable later on. That's the way Mahalik was ridden in the race, to pick up the pieces, but the winner just went further away in the straight and won by 8.5 lengths, and a really smart time. The final time of 1 minute 11.72, which is 100 of a second faster than your favourite horse, Sunset Flash, did in a local Group 1 last season towards the end of the year. She did 1:11.73 when winning the King Abdulaziz Championship.
And she did that in a scrap as well. They were really
She did, yeah, she won by half a length,
she wasn't miles clear that we saw then, so there's an argument that they're even more in the tank.
Oh, I think that's pretty much as far. He didn't ease off at all going to the line, did he? So he was really impressive. Now, I think the thing about him is he probably needs his own way in front, which means you sort of put him in a very strong race, and there's lots of other speed factors in there. He could end up disappointing. But the earplugs, that's an interesting angle, isn't it?
Fascinating line for Samar Adahani to just give us that information there, where he said the groom just got it wrong. Like, you have to remember, a lot of these trainers are working with grooms with Arabic's their second language. So they're going into a situation there where they've just made an error. And the groom sat there and he's put earplugs in, and the groom has got these earplugs in. The horse has then been an absolute nightmare in the parade ring. They've got two handlers on it. It's gone wrong at the start, and they've gone, okay, let's change everything. Let's take the earplugs out. Let's just walk around one man in hand. And like I said, he didn't even stand out in the paddock. He was going around like a lamb. So clearly well done to everyone involved.
Yeah, and he looked really well suited by this track as well. But yeah, clearly didn't give his running last time out when finishing 9th. Two of the stables runners finished 9th and 10th in that contest behind Nonsense. And of course, Nonsense is a horse to look forward to on that basis. But in fairness, if you look back at that race, the winning time that Nonsense did was a lot slower, obviously on the deeper surface at Taif. So the suggestion that they met again, Nonsense would have the sway is a dangerous assumption to make.
Certainly is.
I was going to say, you mentioned times as well, 1.8 seconds off the track record here as well. Muqtahem's certainly a horse to keep on side over the next few months. In the colours of Sheikh Abdullah Al Malek Al Sabah, who have got plenty of great ammunition over the course of the season, particularly with their sprinters. Tharma Al Dahani, who's a great interviewee Callum got a hold of earlier, and Mohammed Al Daham, who started the season at Taif superbly, ended the season at Taif superbly, and it's been one-way traffic here.
Yeah, there's a few people in the UK sort of question the owner's ideas about what he's doing with his horses, but he seems to have a very, very set plan here. Knows exactly what he's doing. And I suspect he knows exactly what he's doing in the UK as well. It just doesn't fit the narrative that people expect there. And this is a good horse going forward. And of course, pays great tribute to Big Evs, who's off to start because he finished behind that horse in the Windsor Castle Stakes at Royal Ascot last season.
There you go, all the interlinking form. I also thought it was quite interesting talking to the trainer of Riyadh Angel, a fellow Southampton University alum, talk about that horse being bought.
Abdullah Al Manif, isn't it?
Abdullah Al Manif. Exactly, talk about that horse being purchased. So somebody else has bought that horse, but it stayed in training with him. So it's gone to, I think, the Red Stable, if I can get it correct.
That's what he said, yeah.
Gone to the Red Stable, but stays in training with him, which would be his first Red Stable runner. Fascinating.
Two winners of the day for Mohammed Al Daham. We can touch upon one or two other highlights. I guess the winner for you towards the end, Naj Al Wafa, was the most exciting finish.
It was the most exciting finish.
Took a long time to get there, but he did get there on the wire, and well done to you.
Watching the replay and saying, here he comes now, and he's not in picture. He was never in picture, really, was he, until about 10 yards from the line. But that was fun to watch. It wasn't the greatest race of the day. I feel really sorry for the second, despite having the winner there. Yeah. But I think he'll win a race, Palance, at some stage as well. He's a streaky little horse.
Isn't he?
He was really tricky last year, wasn't he? But he ended up winning a race and finishing second in a stronger one in February. So I think he will find a race before long. And of course, nice to see Alex Moreno back in the winners' enclosure as well. He had a frustrating week last week, but you prefer to see Alex grinning than frowning.
Yeah, it makes much easier my job a lot easier, doesn't it?
Najmat Al Shay was his winner much earlier on. We saw a lot of winners actually come off the pace today. I wonder if we might see that over the next couple of days, perhaps.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. I mean, as I said at the time, I think we saw horses coming from off the pace because we saw really fast paces in the races today. Whether that was a little bit of a fluke or not, I don't know. But a lot of the races were run at paces that you just you couldn't really sustain, and therefore it suited horses dropped out. And it was interesting to see horses actually deliberately dropped out to come with a late run today, which happened in a couple of our races, which we don't usually see here. People are usually falling over themselves to try to get as good a position as possible, but it shows that exaggerated winning tactics work here as well.
Red Stable in good form today, Callum, but Adel Al-Faradi, no winner this afternoon.
Yeah, very rare to see Adel come along without a winner, but when you are a freelancer in every sense of the word that he is, you are going to get very good days and very bad days. I do think it's interesting for our viewers at home who are looking at the international markets, don't just trust Adel's mounts. I think that's crucial. I think Tom Collins is very good at picking out the right ones that Adel rides, because there's no point following him into everything because he's not joined to a big stable. So everybody at home, make sure you don't just follow Adel blindly. You always have a good look at where his picks are.
Any other highlights to pick up on, gents?
I'd say getting a feeling of that dirt surface, getting actually out there. I really enjoyed being out there and just seeing what was going on and quite a bit of sort of working out how crumbly and light it is. And that certainly was a big change to me, having had dirt be the topic of conversation all week since we were at the Breeders' Cup.
And we finished the programme with a couple of winners, hoping to continue that tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow should be a lot friendlier, but you know, I don't think we thought this card was as hard as it was when we started. So you never know.
It's been a really good fun day here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. Callum Helliwell, Rory Delaghi with stellar work, John Blance as well in the commentary box. Really looking forward to tomorrow's action and indeed Saturday's. Make sure you join us here on the JCSA English speaking channel. For now though, it's a very good night.
Thank you.